Nottinghamshire 7th against 2nd, and Nottinghamshire will resume their first innings this morning after a rain-hit first day on 241 for 5 with Jack Haynes 70 not out and Lyndon James on 6 not out. Your commentary team today. A little later we'll hear from former Hampshire and England batter Michael Carberry. Yes, he's back by popular demand, and also equally by popular demand Amelia Clark from BBC Radio Solent is with us as well. She'll tell us all about her concert with Beverley Knight last night as well. Looking forward to that. But you'll have to put up with myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Nottingham, Dave Bracegirdle for the first part of the morning's play. Dave, a very good morning.
A very good morning, Kevin. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to it. The weather's okay. We had all different types of weather at various stages yesterday, including that 3 hours without any cricket, which is a real shame. So hopefully we'll get a full day in today, although they do suggest perhaps the odd rogue shower might just interrupt things a little later on. 104 overs we should get in. We finished at 6:45, I think, last night, and we still went off a little early, 3 overs left, unbowled due to the bad light. So if we get them all in today, we could be here till, well, the 10 o'clock news might be starting.
Yes, it does look as though it's going to go that way. Yes, 62.1 overs in total bowled yesterday. A couple of wickets for Kyle Abbott, a couple for Eddie Jack, and one for James Fuller. It is the Kookaburra Ball. It was doing a little bit in the morning yesterday, Dave, wasn't it? But it almost reverted back to type as we got through the day. Yeah,
it was a better watch than the well, certainly. You know, I can only speak the two Nottinghamshire games in June, the end of June. There were two draws, laborious draws, mentioned it a time or two. I'm sure when they decided we were going to play with the Kookaburra Ball, they didn't necessarily think we'd be seeing bowlers of the ilk of Hasib Hamid and Johnny Bairstow and Ishan Kishan, who was the Notts keeper at the time, taking the pads off and have a bowl. It was just a case of just getting through the overs, because there was very little happening for any of the bowlers in the two Notts matches at home to Yorkshire and down at Taunton. But certainly yesterday it was, even despite the stoppages, it was a much more watchable day. As you say, there was some good shots played, there were some good catches taken, there was some simple catches dropped, and all in all it was quite a watchable feast. But we were denied 30 odd overs because of the weather. Let's just hope we get a full day today and get this game really moving. Notts 241 for 5, that first bonus point just 9 runs away. You look at what's to come, and perhaps would suggest that Jack Haynes and Lyndon James, who are together, the last of the recognised batters, although Liam Patterson-White does have a first-class 100 this season. He's due in next, but there's the potential for this to go, I guess, as always, one of two ways. Either Notts could be skittled out for less than 300, or this pair could really dig in and bat through most of the morning session, and Notts could be topside of 350, maybe even 400, but that's a little fanciful at this stage. Just looking forward to it.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I know where you're going with that Liam Patterson-White 100 earlier in the season, because that was against. Yes, I wonder. And the other good news is, and we were all expecting it, is that Liam Dawson is in the England 11 that is starting the third test match. Is it third or fourth? Up at Old Trafford.
It's 2-1, so my maths aren't great, but I reckon it's the fourth.
That's right, no, it's the fourth. As I was saying it, I was thinking, the only thing is, on my website that I'm looking at, Liam Dawson is down at number 11, which I'm not actually quite sure that is going to be the case, because that means that Bryden Cass and Jofra Archer are coming in ahead of Liam Dawson, who has a first-class average of mid-30s.
And Wokes, would you back him?
And Wokes as well, probably.
I'd back Dawes before Wokes.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's just the way it's written down, but it does look as though he's batting 11, which I can't quite believe. Right, the players are out in the middle. They're just about to get their places, and we're in place.
Do you know what that is? That's lazy team sheet graphics, because all they've done is just, we'll swipe out Shoaib Bashir and we'll write in Liam Dawson, then we haven't got to move anybody about.
That's very true, actually, Dave. Yes, very good. There we go. Dave knows all that sort of thing.
What, being lazy? You started early. You started early.
You're one of the most hard-working commentators we have here.
Now we know he's trying to find favour. Here's a hard-working fella. Kyle Abbott's going to get us underway. It's always a sigh of relief, I guess, for the opposition batters and certainly the opposition followers when Kyle Abbott isn't bowling, because he is a big threat, and he was certainly a handful yesterday. 2 for 44 from 15 overs doesn't necessarily represent how good a day he had with the ball. Notts have got Lyndon James out there. They've also got Jack Haynes, and Haynes on 70 will be certainly a big hope from the Notts contingent that are down here, that Haynes can do as he has done earlier in the season. The 3 times he's reached 50, he's gone on and converted. So that's a nice little knack to have, I think, if you get set, go on and turn it into a big one.
Averaging just over 50 this season as well. So Abbott's going to finish off his over from last night. That's nipped back a fraction, but it's left alone by Haynes. And we are into the 63rd over of this first innings. Dave's just disappeared for a couple of minutes. He'll be back in a minute. So don't fret, Nottinghamshire fans. He'll be back. The voice of Nottinghamshire is Dave. That's how he tells us, anyway. 2:41 for 5. The Hampshire women's team are just practising over the nursery ground. Away to our left, they've got a game tomorrow, 50-over game at Guildford against Surrey. Nice drive on the up through backward a point. First runs this morning off the second delivery. Will it go to the rope? It's teased. It's a tease, but it's pulled back by Fletcher Middleton. Just a couple of yards inside the boundary. And Haynes will move on to 73. And Nottinghamshire on to 2:44 for 5. Spoke to Kyle Abbott last night. That interview you will see, if you want to, on the Hampshire Cricket website. It's also on the BBC Solent X feed at Solent Sport. Just talking about the day's play yesterday. Just felt that Nottinghamshire probably scored a few too many runs. Said 4 and over was probably a few too many, really, as he comes in again from the pavilion end. Lyndon James edges into the ground, fielded at Gully. But those 2 wickets yesterday keep him at the top of the Division 1 wicket takers. He now has 40, ahead of Yorkshire's George Hill. And I did say to him, I said, you ran in really nicely yesterday. Obviously a couple of weeks away from cricket while the T20s were going on. Has been very agreeable, and he actually said he didn't feel that great. He's running in again. 2 slips and a gully. Bowls to James. Short ball. James just sways inside the line. Goes through to wicketkeeper Ben Brown, who's playing his 50th first-class game for Hampshire today. Started with Hampshire in 2022, having moved along the south coast from Sussex. His 207th first-class match, and as I say, his 50th for Hampshire in this game. So a ring of fielders on the offside, backward a point, extra cover and mid-off. In mid-on and a very square mid-wicket as James pushes forward. He almost into the gap. Quickly across was Gubbins. So that's the over completed from last night when the players went off for bad light, slightly earlier than the scheduled close. And Nottinghamshire have added 3 runs this morning. Haynes is 73, James is 6, and Abbott now is 16 overs, 2 for 47. Well back, Dave, we missed you. Welcome back.
I'm here. And I'm not here with a pen, though. So let's. Oh no, I found one. I was going to say.
Do you carry pens around with you just in case?
Not necessarily, but I knew I'd got one somewhere, but I couldn't find it. But let's hope I've got nothing to write down on my little pad here for quite some time, unless it's a milestone to tick off. 3 runs already this morning to Jack Haynes. New ball is, I guess, round about an hour away. This will be the 64th over to begin just in front of us from the hotel end. It'll be James Fuller. Like Kevin James had a stint. What did I call it? A stint with Middlesex before coming down here. And this is run into the offside. And there's a single. So Haynes busily about his work again. Moved on to 74, 245 for 5. Who else has played for Middlesex in Hampshire?
Oh, there's a few people. So who have you got? Sorry, I was just looking at something when you were talking there. Who have you got so far?
James Fuller.
James Fuller, yes. Also, oh God, there's a few. Raj Maru. Remember him?
Here's Fuller. Yes, spinner.
Nick Gubbins. Yes.
Short, pulled away. Nice looking shot from Lyndon James. So his first boundary and his first runs of the morning. Moves on to 10-249 for 5. That'll do, won't it?
There was another guy in the 70s that Bob Herman, Lofty Herman or something.
Mark Stoneman.
Oh yes, of
Mark
course, yeah. Sorry mate, my ears aren't very good, Cubs.
Now where's Mark Stoneman?
Right, the story with Mark Stoneman is...
I'd forgotten about him until last night, with all due respect to Mark, if you're listening.
Because he played up at Trent earlier.
Here's Fuller. Passed on by Ben Debenham's left shoulder, comes in now and bowls, and eased into the offside. Not one run away from a batting point, but they won't get it there.
Well, as you know, he was brought here during the winter, a little while after James Vince officially announced that he wasn't playing 4-day cricket this year. And he started off the season, played 7 matches. It didn't quite work out. He averaged 21. And I think it was felt that because it wasn't quite working out, they would give others a go.
Fuller into tall, elegant Lyndon James. Nice looking drive up to mid-off, and there's no run. So he's still here, but he's not involved at the moment.
I think it's sort of basically been left.
Okay.
That's probably it. Thank you. It's not quite worked out for either side. And Ali Orr has been given the opening slot, but unfortunately, as I mentioned yesterday, he suffered some concussion in the second 11 T20 game recently, so he's out.
Let's wish him well then. Former Sussex opener Fuller in again, wideish delivery, sat up and has been punched away by Lyndon James. This is a really promising start for Rothesay. The runs coming quite freely in the early stages, and already they've got the first batting point safely tucked under their belts. 250 comes up in the 64th over, with Haynes and James just picking up straight away where they left off yesterday.
Haynes and James?
Haynes and James, yes. He's no relative, I presume.
No.
Lyndon. It's from the Nottinghamshire branch of the James family, and a little play and a miss here. This goes through to the wicket-keeper Ben Brown, who didn't have to call yesterday. He flipped the coin up in the air. Seabermead called tails. It came down ahead, and straight away Ben Brown said we'll have a bowl. End of the over, 253 for 5. James Fuller through 12 overs. No maidens, 1 for 66. Is that a concern? No maidens in there, not been able to apply any great degree of pressure, really?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think James Fuller's ever been that sort of bowler. He's more of an impact bowler. Come on, pick you up a wicket or two. And then, I don't think he's known for stringing a few maidens together. There's a lovely drive off the front foot from Haynes. Start of a new over from Abbott. Goes for 4 runs through the covers. Reminiscent of Michael Carberry, that one. If he was right-handed.
I was going to say playing with his right hand, yeah.
He could do that as well, Carbs. He could do everything, really. 257 for 5.
Did you say he'd been reinvented as a Colombian drug baron this morning? Were they your first words when you saw him?
Well, allegedly. That was his words. He looked very dapper.
Very dapper indeed,
very dapper
yeah.
this morning. He does.
Only a matter of time before Hollywood comes calling.
Oh. See him on the front page of a glossy magazine in that outfit. No problem at all.
He'll get his own back later.
Yeah. I feel very inadequately dressed, actually, next to him, as that's played out quietly on the onside to mid-wicket. Abbott into his 17th over here.
I did have 2 quiz questions yesterday, and we never got round to them, and I know it's probably not the appropriate time, but should we throw them in just to drag them on? The 2 quiz questions.
Well, I thought one of them would be relevant when you guys come to bowl, if I'm honest.
Both in a sense. Okay.
Oh, I don't know, it's up to you. But that was my initial thought yesterday. I know I mentioned that to you. Is that Abbott? It's a cutaway, but not timed. Goes out into the covers.
Well, the one I'll drop in there now is this is Nott's first game back at the Utility Bowl since 2023. Just the quirks of the schedule, they didn't come last year. So Notts last played here in 2023. In that match, who bowled the last ball for Nottinghamshire, or the last ball of that match in 2023 here at the Utilita between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire? Who sent down the last ball of the match? There you go.
We'll do that one. Forward is Haynes. Big single out into the covers. Gubbins throws the stumps down, but Lyndon James was home. Look at that. The stumps come out of the ground, and it's a lovely sight for the field at 2:58 for 5. Right, so
at Brace Cricket, if you want to pop it on the old what's it, or on the email at
hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. So just remind us.
Last county championship match, first class match here between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire took place in April 2023. The last ball of the match was sent down by who? Who was the bowler?
There we go. 2:58 for 5. A bit of a rebuild job on that stump that came out of the ground from the umpire. We're just about ready to go. In comes Abbott. Not sure the square leg umpire was quite ready, but he's in anyway. And James drives. He's found the gap, and that could go. I'm not sure that came out in the middle of the bat, but there was enough power in that drive from James to take it over the rope once more. 262 for 5.
And as ever with the quiz question, if somebody gets it straight away, thank you. But we'll keep it going on for a while for one or two that are scratching their heads and just trying to come up with the answer.
So you've already got a right answer.
I haven't. I've had Liam Patterson-White's dad, Dan, give the wrong answer. So
did he say his son?
He said, "Is it Ben Slater, Dave?" No, it's not Dan. So that's ruled one of them out.
Abbott in again from the pavilion in, playing a missing outside of the off stump. Few oohs there. 262 for 5 at the end of that over, with Haynes on 79 and James on 18.
Thank you, Dan. Mark the Mod is with us, one of our regulars from Sevenoaks in Kent, although he is a Notts follower. Mark the Mod, good morning. Bizarre stuff. Has anybody asked Brett Hutton how he feels about having to make way for Josh Tong when he arrives? Yes, so Josh Tong is an official ECB replacement for days 3 and 4. Makes a mockery out of the county championship, in my opinion, says Mark the Mod. Well, it has been around for a while. I'm not sure how many years, but I guess the issue is the fact that the test match is starting a day behind the county championship game, so they'd obviously wanted Josh Tong to hang around just in case anything happened to Archer or Wokes or Cars as a new over starts here. Fuller bowls wide of the off stump and Haynes lets it go through to the keeper. It's been around for a while, hasn't it? And certainly, Mark the Mod, you may remember an incident at Trent Bridge, or a match at Trent Bridge, and it's got to be, I don't know, when did Graham Onions leave Durham? Crikey, it must be about 12 years or so ago. Graham Onions was left out of an England side. He was in the 12, he wasn't selected, and then made his way to Trent Bridge to join the match that had already started a day or two before, between Notts and Durham, as Fuller comes in, bowls to Haynes, and this is nicely stopped by the bowler. He's actually deflected it slowly back onto the stumps. Lyndon James had his back grounded, but it was a good stop from the bowler. Graham Onions came back into the side and ended up taking a 9 for, and the one wicket he didn't get, he actually ran out last man Luke Fletcher, so that was quite extraordinary, and I think Notts, I guess in a sense, would have felt a little aggrieved. I think Mitch Claydon did as well, because I think he was the bowler that was asked to make way for Graham Onions. So it has been round at least a dozen or 13 years or so, if not before. But Josh Tong will join this game tomorrow. Nice looking shot again by Haynes into the offside, gets a single. 263 for 5. So I am suspecting, provided we get a full day's cricket here and later on Hampshire are batting, that Brett Hutton might have a 16 or 17 or 18 over spell, because they'll want to make the most of him while he's here today.
Carry him into the taxi.
Very much so, yes. T's got the right answer. Thank you, T, about who was the bowler. So has Di Davis. Thank you, Di. Don't know if you guys have looked it up or you remember it. It was. We'll talk about it a little later on, because it was a little farcical in the lead up to that last ball. This one's wide of the pegs, Lyndon James shoulders arms. Decent start from Notts this morning. They were 241 for 5 overnight. They've added 21 runs already in just over, 3 overs. Lyndon James on to 18 and Jack Haynes up to 80.
Yeah, it's a good start. Not quite what Hampshire were hoping for, especially after Kyle Abbott's comments last night. Wanted to keep it below 4 and over. That rate is still 4 and over this innings.
There's Fuller. And a Fuller delivery, no pun intended, left alone. 23rd of July today. Happy birthday. Or it's the day that we celebrate the birthday of Clive Edward Butler Rice, Nottinghamshire skipper, of course, through the 80s, through the glory years, led the county to 2 county championships and the NatWest Trophy in 1987. In 283 first-class matches, he scored over 17,000 runs and took 476 wickets. Tremendous servant of Nottinghamshire cricket, the late Clive Rice, born on this day 1949 as the last ball goes through to the over. You did play against Ricey?
I did play against him, yes I did, yes. Him and Hadley together.
Handful?
That was fun. Yeah.
And then Hemmings and Ball once they'd finished?
Yeah. So it was always a good contest. Always. If you ever got any runs against him, you felt you'd done well.
Is that a cue? Did you get some runs against him?
Oh, well, I mean, I don't like talking about it, really. I once, against Hadley and Rice, at Bournemouth.
Right.
162 not out. Thank you very much. Thanks
Very
for coming.
good.
Thank you for asking. And
Very
thank
good.
you, Mr. Carberry's even saluting me. Thank you, Carbs.
I know you don't like talking about
But I
these
don't like
things.
talking about it. And I remember a few years ago, as Abbott comes in and bowls to Haynes, who plays about you. I remember you and Paul Johnson taking the mickey because Paul Johnson, who played in that game at Bournemouth and did some commentary with you up until 2 or 3 years ago, that came up then. And I said to him, you must remember that game. He said, no, I don't. He said, I've got absolutely no recollection of it at all. I said, how many people got 162 against Rice and Hadley? And he said, well, I can't remember it. And I know he was joking, looking back on it. But just to finish off the story very quickly, it's one of my very few proud moments, as it's a cut off the back foot out to deep cover. The said late Clive Rice
Yes.
did find himself looking over his shoulder on his follow-through as the ball sailed over his head for 6.
My word.
I can't remember who hit it. There you go. Cubs. I know you do enjoy that, Cubs. So anyway,
Nice one to
that's
have in
one
the
of
memory bank.
Very few moments I ever had.
Never went to, was it Dean Court, Dean Park?
Dean Park, yes.
Park,
Oh, no,
Bournemouth,
I think Dean Court's the Bournemouth ground.
The football,
Was
yeah.
it? That's right,
Yeah,
Dean
no,
Park,
never went to Bournemouth.
Yeah. So
Nice
anyway,
little ground.
it was a lovely little ground. Not too big a boundaries, fortunately. Here's Abbott. And forward is James. Goes out into the covers. I must get round to this email from David Parker. We will come to the quiz question more.
Yeah,
I hope you've got some
yeah.
more answers, David. Have you got a few more on this day? Because I don't want to flip
No,
that
that's
with
it.
too many
That's
subjects.
it.
Just the one from late Clive Rice.
No, that's the one for today.
Okay. David Parker, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, following Tuesday's on-air discussion about player workloads these days, I thought you might be interested in some stats about the number of overs bowled by the busiest players last season. In comes Abbott, he's probably one of them. In James's forward, inside edge, goes down to fine leg, 265 for 5. Compared with a couple of previous seasons, in brackets 2000, the first year of the 2-division championship, and 1976, an equivalent length of time earlier. The results are attached and eye-opening, aren't they? He says, question mark. And as I open the attachment, he sent me a few stats of bowlers' numbers. So this is 2024 first class T20 plus the 100 plus the one-day cup. Liam Dawson, a total of 586 overs in the season. James drives. It won't pierce the field as Organ comes around from mid-off. 267 for 5 with that single. Matt Parkinson, these are spinners. 578 is the most. Faster bowlers, Ben Sanderson of Northampton.
Yeah.
Bowled 453 combined overs last year. He was top. Ahead of Kyle Abbott with 452. Now in 2000, first class B&H, that was 50 overs. NatWest 50 overs. Norwich Union League, remember that, 45 overs. Shane Warne, 821 was the most overs. Wow, look at that. And a season. Playing and missing outside the off stump. Good end to the over from Abbott, 266 for 5. Of the faster bowlers, Kirkley of Sussex bowled 690 overs in that season. And if you go back to 1976, first class B&H, which was 55 overs then, Gillette Cup, which was 60, and the John Player League, which was 40. Eddie Hemmings, mentioned earlier, 1,085. And of the fast bowlers, Stuart Turner of Essex, 944. So the number of overs being bowled now are actually slowly going down, which I think we can take from all that. Well, thank you for those stats. I felt I had to
play less cricket.
Well, they do play less cricket, but it also shows with a 4-day game as well. It is actually hard work for the bowlers. There we are. So that's interesting stats.
Yeah, they're not ploughing a field or going down the mine shaft every day, are they? There's James Fuller, past umpire Debenham in bowls too. Jack Haynes cuts this to backward point. You, Kevin, have just actually pricked my conscience in saying, is that all the on this day stuff I've got for today? And it is. And totally forgot yesterday. I didn't forget. We didn't get round to it really with that morning session. Yesterday, 22nd of July, there was a couple of things I was going to mention. It was the anniversary of the death of Harold Larwood in 1995. In 1998, yesterday, Sir Garfield Sobers opened the Radcliffe Road Standard, the big stand that we commentate from, and a lot of people find as a good viewing point as the next one's run to backward point. And it was also 1987, 22nd of July, Mick Newell, the director of cricket, his career best score made, 203 not out at Derby. Okay. That's all we had for yesterday.
Saw him last night in the hotel.
Yeah. He's here, he's about. Who did I see this morning at breakfast? Fee, the Hampshire scorer, was about, and Tilak Varma. He was having his breakfast as well when I came down, so obviously he's a resident. Fuller in, and next one steered into the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, Nikki Chowdhury, who was on commentary with us yesterday, got her picture with Tilak yesterday. Just she was desperate. Well, not desperate, that's the wrong word. She was very keen to get a photo with him, and he obliged. She sent me the photo last night just to prove it. Mark Ratland, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, has also got the quiz question right. The bowler of the last over of the game 2 years ago.
Fuller to Haynes, deflects this square of the wicket on the leg side. He's run the first one quickly. I was going to say that would be a chancy one had he going to come back for 2. Charlie's been in touch, and other regulars apologising. You don't have to apologise for not listening or not being with us, but Charlie said unfortunately he couldn't listen to the commentary yesterday, and wondered about Ali Orr. Just heard you say something as he switched on today about Ali Orr. Was a favourite young batter of mine, says Charlie, in his Sussex days. Is he injured at the moment? I think you answered that earlier, but this has chopped a backward point, no run, but clearly Charlie missed that one. Ali Orr.
Yeah, he played in a second 11 T20 game recently. I think it was second 11 finals day, and in the semi-final he got hit in the head by the ball, so he's out injured for a little while.
Hurts, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think I can't remember because I'm so bad at remembering what I'm told half the time. But I think it was fielding, so he didn't have a helmet on. I think. I don't think it's too bad, but I think it's obviously one of those where you need a few days.
267 for 5. Good morning if you're just joining us. Last ball of the 68th over, and Fuller bowls, and it's left to go through to the keeper. So just one from that James Fuller over. After I mentioned at the end of his previous over, no maidens as yet, a tight over. Steve Crawley has been in touch. He's got the right answer, which we'll confirm later on, Steve, but you got that right. And then he said a think it was this player, and then he's mentioned him. Or was it, now I don't understand any of this, or was it Ken Masters from Howard's Way, because he got into everything, or Bursaldens, which are just down the road. Does that make any sense? Bursaldens?
Bursaldens to our left, yes.
What is Bursaldens?
It's a suburb of Hampshire.
Is it?
Suburb of Hampshire, suburb of Southampton.
Bursaldens. That's a great name.
Well, I don't know where Sons, Bursaldon.
Oh, Bursaldens.
I suppose if you're from Bursaldon, then you're
Bursaldens just down the road.
Yeah, it's on the river.
Hawkey says, Dave, can we start a campaign to get one of the stands at Trent Bridge named after Clive or Richard? Surely we need to have a Hadley and Rice stand at Trent Bridge.
Ooh.
There we go.
Got the Stuart Broad Pavilion, haven't we?
Greenwich and Haynes at Kensington Oval. We've both been there, haven't we, together?
We certainly have, mate. Sonny Baker taking over from Kyle Abbott, immediately bowls one just outside off stump, left alone by Haynes.
Greenwich and Haynes and Hall and Griffiths. Got them all at Kensington Oval, haven't they?
And the ends are Joel Garner and, is it Malcolm Marshall?
Malcolm Marshall, yeah.
That's right, yeah. I knew you'd know that one day.
I like it there.
It's all right now. I haven't been there for a while.
No.
When was the last time you were there?
2018. The North v South, you were there for them.
Oh, is that the
North
last
v South, yeah, last time I went.
You were commentating?
Yeah. Mr. Norcross.
Yes.
In his flowery shirts.
Sonny Baker, right arm over. Bowls. Haynes cuts
Oh.
up when it falls over.
Mark Wood.
Sonny Baker. Yeah. James Fuller, he falls over a bit on his follow through as well.
This, I presume, is to save Kyle Abbott for the new ball, which is 12 overs away.
It's not too far now, is it? Neil Prowse sort of got the right answer. He's not 100% there. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He remembers the situation where just before the one over that was bowled, but he thinks he knows who it was. He's got part of the answer, but he doesn't know the name. So as part of there, as I say, that's the cutaway down to third man, and that will be 4 runs. Haynes moves on to 87, 271 for 5.
Well, I'll leave it to you as to when you think everybody's had a fair crack of the whip and you want to.
Well, it's your question, isn't it? It's yours. It's all yours.
Well, are we changing over shortly? Do you
I
want to leave
will
it
be.
till we're back on, or do you want to?
Well, you're on for another 15 minutes in a minute, and then do you want to finish it at the end of your stint? At 1:45.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk and at
Brace Cricket.
Bowler of the who bowled the last over in the game here in 2023.
I think it was the last ball, actually.
The last ball. Was it the last ball? Yeah. Maybe wasn't it? Oh, it wouldn't have been completed, would it? Of course it wouldn't. That's outside the off stump and left alone by Haynes.
Just as a reminder, without saying what happened, so the lead up to that was that Hampshire were closing in on a victory, weren't they? And by tea time on the third day, Hampshire were very close to winning the game, and the time came to go off for tea, and the Hampshire batters asked if they could have an extra 15 minutes to get the game won.
Okay. Haynes drives out to Middleton at deep point, 272 for 5.
And the umpire said, yes, you can have 15 minutes, 4 overs. And in those 4 overs, I don't know how many runs Notts needed. Let's say they needed 17 or 18 or whatever. But in those 4 overs, Notts got right up to the scores being level. So they needed 1 to win.
Okay.
This is right, isn't it? Notts needed 1 to win.
Yes.
And the umpires said, well, you've had your 4 overs, we're going off for tea.
And we all said, yeah, it's a good decision. That's a bouncer to end the over, 272 for 5.
So they went off for tea to actually, and it's true, to a chorus of boos. The spectators that were here didn't particularly like that decision, and the umpires were booed from the field, and a lot of people left the ground then, didn't they? And after the 20-minute tea interval, they came back out for the last act, and we just had the 1 ball bowled after tea. So that's why it sort of sticks in the memory a little bit. And it only took 1 ball, didn't it, to get the winning run?
It did. It was worth the wait.
272 for 5. Lots have added 31 this morning. Just shy of half an hour. Next ball's cut away for another single. Nice looking shot by Jack Haynes, who moves on to 89. Steve Crawley's been back in touch. Sorry, Dave. Apologies for my nerdiness. Not at all, Steve. We like a bit of nerdiness. Bursledon was where they filmed Howard's Way, and it's now home to the Jolly Sailor pub.
That's right.
Thank you very much, Steve.
That's right.
Every day's a school day.
Yes, you have to be of a certain vintage to remember Howard's Way.
I can remember it being on, but didn't watch it. It was
over there.
Sailing. Is it sailing type?
Yeah, it was a sailing
weekly programme.
Yeah.
Next ball on its way and driven into the offside. In fact, through the offside. That'll go for 4. Lyndon James has sort of gone under the radar here, quickly into the 20s. Played a succession of nice shots. 277 for 5. He's up to 23. A little bit. I know that was a different subject, but a little bit Lovejoy-ish would it have been, Howard's Way, that sort of thing, just that sort of a tempo, a story.
I did see the odds episode, because
I don't know as I did really.
No, it was around the time that we sort of moved down here from London, so it was like, is this a taste of what there is around here?
Next ball send 4 more for Lyndon James. This is a little easy at the moment, and I'm looking around for some wood to touch. From the Nottinghamshire perspective, I should know better, but they've come out this morning and they're finding the boundary with great regularity. Or the flip side of that is the Hampshire bowlers maybe just haven't quite got it right this morning.
No, the ball seems to be coming on quite nicely onto the bats. Barry Breen's got the question wrong. It's not Brad Wheel that bowled the final ball or 2 balls or over of that game 2 years ago. It wasn't Brad Wheel.
It's Fuller. 9 runs come from 3 balls in this over. This one's defended into the offside. Well, let's put everybody out of their misery. So we've given the scenario. So Hampshire needed 1 to win when they came back out after tea, with only a handful of people left in the ground. Stephen Mullaney, the not skipper, had donned the wicket-keeping pads because Tom Moores, the wicket-keeper, had taken off the pads, and he bowled the ball that was hit away for the winning runs for Hampshire. I've not got the card in front of me as a refresher as to who hit that winning shot, but it was Tom Moores, the answer. And then James pushes this to point, and there's no run. 281 for 5, so a little bit of a statistical quirk there. The Notts wicket-keeper bowling the last ball, so I wonder who'll bowl the first ball for Notts. You'd imagine it'll be Mo Abbas on his return, probably later on today.
I'm sure. I will quickly look up for you actually before I come off at the end of this over.
April 2023, wasn't it? Comfortable Hampshire victory. Fuller wearing 26, shirt untucked, a little bit of a shadow, bowls it short. Lyndon James pulls it away on the leg side. It's the first Lyndon Haynes of the day. Single taken, 1 more, and that's the 50 partnership between Haynes and James. Comes up from 68 balls. What have you found, sir?
Well, it's either Vince or Gubbins, because they were both not out. Gubbins was 54 not out, Vince was 10.
And was it 1 ball? What were Tom Moore's figures? 2 balls. 2 balls, 0 for 1. There we are. Tom Moore's was that man. So thanks to everybody that sent in the correct answer. Just a little bit of fun to get you going, and I'm sure 1 or 2 of you might have looked it up, and I'm sure 1 or 2 of you might remember it, but it was a little bit of a daft way to end a game.
Good question. Dave Bracegill is staying on, and there will be Amelia Clark coming in next time.
Thank you, great man. More from Kevin James a little later on. Pounding his way in is Sonny Baker. Right arm pace from the pavilion end. Bowls to Lyndon James. Hits it back to the bowler on the bounce. And there's no run. It's 282 for 5. Very good morning, Amelia. How are we?
Good morning. Yeah, very well, thank you. How are you, Dave?
I'm chipper. How was Beverly? You went off to see Beverly Knight warbling.
Did. Yes. Yes, she was in a play called Marie and Rosetta.
Play or a musical?
Well, I think it was phrased as a play, but it had a lot of songs in it.
Yeah.
It was one of those. It was amazing.
Baker bowls. And this one is allowed by Lyndon James to go through to Ben Brown, the keeper. Just one slip. Joe Weatherly in there, so largely defensive field at the moment because Notts have got off to a fast start here on day 2.
They have indeed. Yeah, they've moved at quite a clip really since coming in again this morning. Only half an hour and they've put well over 40 runs on the board, so yeah, doing well.
Yeah, saw Beverly Knight a few years ago in The Bodyguard when she was warbling away at the old Whitney Houston songs. Absolutely brilliant. What an artist. Sun has got a little stronger out there. Looks very pleasant at the moment as Lyndon James works this into the offside. Fielded by Nick Gubbins, and there's no run. So you were given an early pass last night, weren't you? You sloped off nice and early.
Had to run away.
Where were we? 4 down when you left?
Yes.
Finished.
But only 100 and I think it was only about 170 odd. So they piled on a few in the last hour.
Kyle Verena was the one wicket to go down in that last half an hour, caught in the deep. Good catch by a diving Fuller. This is down the leg side, and we'll have to see if there was something on that. Lyndon James went to pull the ball. Ben Brown dived away to his left. I think there were cries of catch, and it's given us a run to Lyndon James. So keeper got his glove. He was always dying on him. I don't necessarily think it was catchable, but it was a leg side false shot from Lyndon James, and he gets a single.
But yes, a fantastic play yesterday. It was in the Minerva Theatre in Chichester. It was it was great. It was only 2 women. It was Beverly Knight and a fellow actress, and yeah, they held the thing for the whole 2 hours.
283 for 5. This is pushed into the covers. No, it was just those 2 totally.
Totally, yeah. There was a band, a guitar. There was one guitarist, a pianist, a double bass, and a drummer, but they didn't have any words to say. They just played, and it was those 2 for 2 hours with a 20-minute interval. So absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, and it was a great story, true story about Sister Rosetta, which I didn't know, but absolutely, I well recommend to anyone who sees it about. It was amazing.
Good stuff. Baker bowls again, a little drop and run from Jack Haynes, and that's going to take him to 90, and he'll keep strike at the end of the over. 284 for 5, and then this morning while we were waiting to come on here, we were all full of Lionesses bubbliness, and you said he got back just in time to see the end of that as well. I watched all of that last night, and dramatic conclusion. Apologies to those of you that can't stand the word football, but yeah, it was quite dramatic.
My Lioness T-shirt today.
You are
in support of it.
You
but
are.
it was absolutely phenomenal.
It's a bit of a nonsense that the Lionesses were in their dark strip and the Italians were in pale green. Why they can't wear their normal colours? There wouldn't have been a clash. But
do you know, my mum said the exact same thing.
It's a
nonsense. Why are we in black?
Yeah. Is it black or very dark blue?
I'm not sure. That's a good point. I know the number on the back was sort of a medium blue, so maybe it was a dark blue, but
yeah,
it was sort of airing on the side of black.
Do you want a little bit of spin to get you going to ease your way into day 2?
Yeah, Felix Organ's going to be coming in from the hotel end here, just warming up his arm a little bit, adjusting the field slightly.
Yeah, 9 overs to go before the second new ball, which I imagine will be
quickly taken,
chomped by Ben Brown as soon as he's offered it.
Absolutely. So Felix Organ looks like he's going to come around over the wicket, right arm over to Haynes, who's waiting on strike. There's one slip in place, but Ben Brown standing up, quite heavily weighted on the leg side of the field. Just 2 on the off. As Organ comes in, good length, and this is played down to short mid on, no run. Yes, as you say, it looks clearer today than it did this point yesterday. There is a little bit of a darker cloud over to our right, which is a bit worrying.
Don't talk about it, it won't come.
Organ again plays that leg side, no run. Yes, we'll ignore it. Ignore it. It won't happen.
That's it. That's generally my mantra for life. If I ignore it, it'll go away.
I think psychologists would have a word to say about that. As Organ comes once more. Getting played straight back to him. He'll do his own fielding. Well defended from Haynes. Well, the super sopper has been left out, but there are no groundsmen around today, so I think that's a bit positive. They've hidden away again. So they don't think the rain's coming. Organ once more, wastes no time. Played straight back to him, one bounce, and he'll do his own fielding. He's moving on quite nicely in this over.
Test match, in case anybody hasn't heard, at Old Trafford. India batting, put into bat by Stokes. They're 25 without loss. India batting.
Organ again. This time played offside, and he's kept that away nicely. It will be stopped on the boundary, so they might get 2 for that. Oh, it's just a piece of missed fielding on the boundary, and it's gone for 4. That is disappointing. I think that's James Fuller with the wide brim, white hat over on the boundary side.
Well, he needs to pull that wide brim down over his embarrassed red cheeks, because that was a routine stop, wasn't it?
That really was, yeah. And he did all the hard work. He actually stopped the ball, and then it just sort of fumbled it a bit.
Don't know if the ball has been damaged in that desperate act, but the umpires are getting together over something. Is the ball with them? No.
No, it's not.
They're just having a chat.
Yeah, I think... Not really sure what this is about. And maybe they're talking about the lionesses as well.
Maybe.
They hadn't caught up yet.
Yeah. Or did you book those tickets to go and see Beverly Knight tonight?
Also more likely.
Haynes up to...
Yep, been given as a boundary. I think we'll see a bit of discussion about
that's what we were waiting for. I was just going to say, he's not had his runs added on. Still on 90 on the board.
Well, Hampshire got a bowling point yesterday. Nottingham
now 94.
Now got a batting point as well, so they're even on the bonus points. 288 for 5 as Organ comes in once more. This is played short mid-on, stops it nicely, and that brings up the end of the over.
Yep, so just 4 from the over. No further damage at Taunton this morning, where 22 wickets fell yesterday. Durham in their second innings, 69 for 2 down there. Durham trailing Somerset by 36 runs. At Hove, Sussex made 204 yesterday. Essex have gone past them. They're 212 for 4. Worcestershire still batting in the West Midlands duel. They're 297 for 8 at Edgbaston. And at Scarborough, there must be one of those famous Scarborough sea frets about, because they've not started yet on day 2. Yorkshire 282 for 4 yesterday against Surrey. Here comes Sonny Baker to continue. I'll give you Division 2 in a second. He's going to bowl to Lyndon James down the leg side, taken by a sprawling Brown. At Derby, Leicestershire the visitors 370 for 4, still in the first innings of that match. Glamorgan 169 for 4 at home to Kent, who were bowled out yesterday for 155. Lancashire 329 for 8 away at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. And Middlesex 361 for 3. That's being played at Merchant Taylor's School. Northants are the opposition there for Middlesex in Division 2. Here, 288 for 5. Next ball beats Lyndon James. And Ben Brown been given a bit of a workout this morning, actually. Is diving this way and that, and even having to throw himself forward on occasions when balls don't look as if they're going to reach him.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Kookaburra ball. You suddenly do see it just sort of start to die, especially at this kind of stage. 72 overs in, and it just doesn't carry to the keeper as well as it does in those early stages.
Sonny Baker. Umpires David Milnes at the far end. Short, pulled away by Lyndon James. Got hold of that one, but picked out the fielder, Eddie Jack. Just a single. Have to say, I've not been out to the middle this morning. Went out for the toss yesterday. I've not been out this morning. With the naked eye from our lofty perch on top of the hotel here, it looks okay. Wicket looks okay. Greenish tinge to it. Looking on the live stream, it looks like a ploughed field, and it looks far worse, doesn't it? Looking at the pictures than it does in real life.
Yeah,
that makes
you're right.
sense.
The picture doesn't quite capture the sort of the greenish hue that it's got covering it.
This latest delivery was just helped back to the bowler by Jack Haynes, who's gone down and starts prodding away at one or two spots. Yeah, I mean, that picture gives an image that it, as I say, the tractor's been up and down it a time or two. I don't think it has. Don't think it has. But certainly Notts have got on with it this morning, adding 48 so far. Next ball on its way, and again short down the leg side, and Haynes went to pull it, and it's a good job he didn't glove that through to the keeper. Otherwise that would have been a sorry end. What have we got? One ball left in the over.
Yeah, Michael Carberry will be joining us in a moment.
We'll have the great man at the end of this over. 289 for 5. No friends at all for Ben Brown now. The last remaining slip, Joe Weatherly, has been dispatched. Another one released into the wild. So Hampshire trying to protect the boundaries. Notts have had a good morning so far. 48 runs added. Next ball on its way, wide of the pegs, goes through to the keeper. And that ends the first 45 minutes of play. Kevin James couldn't get a wicket for Hampshire this morning. I've not seen a wicket this morning. We'll leave it with Amelia and Michael to talk you through the next few overs.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, as Michael just is coming in now, so we'll just give a quick recap of Nottinghamshire started the day on 241 for 5. They're now 289 for 5, so no wicket has fallen today. We've got James on 30, having faced 47 deliveries, and Haynes is on 94, having faced 121. So he's in the nervous 90s at the moment. We've had 73 overs of the day, and we've got at least another 94 to go. Looks like Felix Organ is going to be coming into bowl from the hotel end. Hello, Michael. Good morning.
Good morning, Amelia. Good morning, everybody. How are we?
Good, thank you. And that's just played leg side, and there'll be no run. What are your thoughts so far this morning from what you've seen?
Yeah. Well, Notts have played very, very well. Especially Haynes. He's looked in very good touch.
Organ in again. Well defended on the front foot.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of odd captaincy just from Ben Brown. Starting with James Fuller, who's, let's be honest, has struggled to really hit his straps this innings. Maybe another option would have been the better way to go, just to build some pressure.
Organ once more. Oh, there was a half shout for LBW as he started to come down the track, did James, but no interest there.
Yeah, I think obviously the key with this Kookaburra ball, especially the first 10 overs, I think, Hampshire should have been really looking to build some pressure, and they weren't able to.
Once again comes Organ. Good length. Played leg side, but down to short mid on.
Yeah, so this is it looks like it's going to be another tough day in the field for the Hampshire bowlers. There's not a lot of spin on offer either.
No, we were just talking about the grass here, sort of the pitch, as Organ comes in, and this is again played to mid on. To the eye, you can see sort of a greenish hue. It looks quite good, whereas on the screen, it looks a lot more sort of barren and harder. But yeah, as you say, there's not a lot of spin, which doesn't seem to be doing a lot out there for the spinners this morning. Organ once more in. Good length. This one's sort of cut away nicely. Square the wicket down to deep point. They'll go for 1. It gets Haynes on strike. It's an efficient over there. I am starting to see rain, which isn't good, and it does look as if we're going to stay on maybe for another over, but we'll see how heavy it gets.
That will help that green illusion on the pitch.
Absolutely.
Rain. I think Hampshire will welcome anything they can at the moment.
This happened to me yesterday. I got on comms. I start chatting away. I turn around. Oh, it's raining. So then we're off again. It's like, goodness me. Every time I'm like a bad omen, or the umpires are having a chat in the middle with both teams around them.
I should have carried you around in my career more when I needed it to rain. Yeah, come on.
Can you just stand there? Yeah. Oh, it's raining again.
Especially you look up at the scoreboard, 300 for 2. Like, come on, rain, please.
Rain, just anything. There's not a cloud in the sky. Rain, please, rain.
Start doing the rain dance.
Well, it looks like we are going to have another over at least for now. And maybe hoping that it passes.
Yeah, been pretty impressed with this short burst from Sonny Baker at the moment. Bolton sort of heard a lot about him. He's also some good pace, but I like some of his short balls have been pretty accurate. He runs into bowl to James, who's just let that one go, and it's been called a wide. I think just as I've talked him up about how good his line was, and then he sends in a wide. But yeah, he looks strong, doesn't he? He runs in.
Yeah.
Big raps on him in terms of his pace. I've seen him, not seen him in the flesh up until now, but yeah, looks a good prospect.
Absolutely. There's a few of the Hampshire team who were down on the field, retreating to the dressing room now.
Yeah, as Baker comes in again. Into ball to James, who's on the back foot, pushes it out to cover, and no run.
Yeah, this is the kind of rain how it started yesterday. It's sort of the kind of rain. It's not very heavy, but it gets you absolutely soaked.
Yes, but it can help. I think you know, you're saying you're alluding to earlier that sort of green, almost tinge to the wicket. You know, this is what you need, just to liven it up. Maybe help a little, you know, the ball just to do something. As Baker starts his run up again past the umpire into ball to James, who again looks really solid so far. Looks comfortable. Plays it up to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, I think you're right. He absolutely, he looks very solid out there, very calm, very controlled. He doesn't look like he wants to be going anywhere. He doesn't look like he's going to do any flourishing mistakes either.
Yeah, I think you know, these are kind of pitches when you get in. You know, it can be a lovely place to bat here. You know, you just get through the initial phase. A lot of runs to be scored. Baker comes in again. A strong run up into the crease. He bowls past, and another bouncer, which James thought about, didn't he? He had there was a momentary flinch, but let that one through to Ben Brown.
That'll be his one for the over. It's just been signalled by the umpire.
Yeah, I was saying it's an interesting ploy from Sonny Baker. I mean, I like the idea. Sure, you know, make things happen, but I'm not sure he's quite on the right side of the. You know, we are playing slightly to one side, and it is the shorter hit of the two. Maybe you know, this ploy from the other end might have been the way to go. As he runs in again past the umpire into bowl to James, who thrashes that one outside off stump, and that could be four.
Oh, well
It's a good piece of fielding.
That was Fletcher Middleton out on the boundary there. Did well.
Yeah, excellent bit of work there. So it must have landed awkwardly on the hip. I know how that feels, being the deep cover field.
I think that happened to him yesterday as well. He was sort of rubbing that same hip, so he's going to have quite the bruise there.
Yeah, I mean, it's so little rain this summer, isn't it? I mean, the outfield must feel like concrete.
Yeah. Yeah, when you put it like that, it might look like grass, but it feels like a road.
Baker in again to bowl to James, who's nicely forward, pushes that back to him, rocketed off the middle of the bat.
I think Baker actually did a favour there, because that was actually like heading head first to his counterpart there. Haynes was a bit like, God, he was sort of covering his face.
So you miscalculate sometimes how hard these guys hit the ball. It's poor umpires as well. You see them, moving late out the way. You think, gosh, trying to get that in the chops.
No, and they've got no padding at all.
Baker in again. It's a bowl to James. He's nicely forward again. Just foolish ball outside off stump, thrashed away for just the one to Middleton, who cleans up. And that's the end of another over from Baker. Again, not a bad one.
Well, it's still raining here, but it's quite a light rain. Umpires don't look like they're going in anytime soon. Neither do the players. Neither team seems to be sort of pushing to go in, so I think we'll be playing on here.
Yeah, it's almost that, as they say, northern mizzle, isn't it? Northern mizzle. Yeah. I suppose if you don't play this in England, you never play, do you?
No. No, good point. So Felix Organ again coming from the hotel end. Right arm over. Drops that a little short of a length, but that's been played through. Evaded two diving fielders, but it has been stopped. And just for the one. He'll retrieve the ball.
So the plan here from Hampshire surely now has to try and somehow squeeze these two batters as best they can. It's not easy. It's not a lot on offer here for Organ, the off spinner.
He needs to find a way through somehow though. As comes in again. Better length. This is played all the way back to him. Just down to the offside, and he'll do his fielding. Does look as if the rain might be easing up actually, so umpires maybe making a good call to stay out there. Organ just takes a little pause before he starts his run up. Again, a little bit shorter, and Haynes plays that to the same position, but it's stopped.
That was nicely played off the back foot there from Haynes. Good footwork, and quick to spot that the ball was just a yard of, I believe that's Joe Weatherly there. Just it turned out to be quite an easy single.
This played down to the offside and stopped in the covers.
Yeah, I think it's also important that Hampshire just don't go too much on the defensive. I still feel that you've got to be thinking wickets at this stage. Little cute moves in the field.
Yeah, if you can break this partnership, then you crack the game open. Oh, that's helped round the corner. Down to a short third man.
For me, Felix Organ, I know he's not a main spinner, but he's actually done a nice job, and I think you want to try and give him some confidence when he does bowl that good ball. I would think by now call up the deep cover. You don't want his good ball just being rolled off for one. Too easy for me. I think you've got to try and put at least a little bit of pressure on these two.
Yeah, stay on the attack. As this is defended again on the front foot by Haynes. Only a few off of that over, but a very quick one at that. Nottinghamshire are 297 for 5. James is on 35. Haynes on 95. He's faced 124 deliveries. Still in the nervous 90s though. If you do want to get in contact with us, please do. It's hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. It is a new email address from our old one, so if you're unfamiliar with it, just make sure you're sending it to the right email address. But yeah, that's the one.
So Baker's going to continue from the pavilion end. So starts his approach, a bit of a bound and a skip, and he's in past the umpire into James again, on the back foot, no run. Yeah, and again, I look, again, Sonny Baker, he looks a good prospect. I still think, taking out a slip at this stage is a little bit early for me. I think I still like him to think about bowling his best ball. Think about wickets, not just caught out on the hook. It just seems all a little bit eggs in one basket at the moment for Hampshire. They've gone ultra defensive in the hope that these two will make a mistake. I think you've also got to think about creating. So as Baker comes in again to bowl, and it's James on the front foot nicely there.
Because these two have now been out there for quite some time. I mean, Hayes has been on the 95. He knows what he's doing out there, and he seems settled. He doesn't strike me as someone, or neither of them really strike me as someone who's going to just sort of make a mistake. So as you say, you're not really sort of creating any chances.
Yeah, I think Championship cricket, you still got to think about bowling your best ball. I think the short ball ploy it's got to be a surprise element. I think when you start going to no slips, I mean, really for me, there's no surprise there. You know what's coming, and I think you still got to think about where your best ball's going to go. If the batter, Baker comes in again to James. Again, he's bowling a nice length here. I think Baker, in amongst some good short stuff, I think, yes, you must encourage him. He's the paciest of your bowlers in the attack, and that's kind of his role. But I think you've also got to reward him, as he's doing now, if he's able to hit top of off, which hasn't really been the case for Hampshire this morning. I think you've got to reward him if that nick does come. You're going to be cursing yourself if it goes past Ben Brown, aren't you? So I think there's got to be that element of, we're trying to get you out. We're still going to bring stumps and outside edge into play as well.
Absolutely.
So you've gone in with the leg slip. Well, we're getting there.
They're listening, sort of.
Well, it's a slip, isn't it? As Baker begins again. Nice approach into the crease. Bowls to James, who again looks nice and solid on that back foot. I would like Sonny Baker just from there, just half a yard fuller. Yeah, I think, you know, James, he looks, you know, he's a tall batsman. I think that sort of length on this pitch, he seems very, very comfortable. You know, just back of a length. I would like him just to, you know, almost talk up the short ball, but then, you know, the whole double bluff, you know, go a little bit fuller, see if you can drag that drive out of him. You know, I think, and that's where I think the slip would come into nicely into play.
Catch him by surprise.
Not there.
No.
And it's hooked away for 6. So it's not much of a hit to that side.
No.
You know, we did say that earlier. Sonny Baker with his pace, you know, it's the shorter of the 2 leg side boundaries, and you got a sense that even half a bat there, he was always going to fly away. And that's the 300 up.
Yeah.
It's looking itchy from a Hampshire point of view, isn't it?
Just a little bit, yeah. I mean, that 300, I mean, although it's not that different for, you know, the 295 that they were on, it just puts a different sort of thought in your head. It just is a bigger challenge to get now, and they're still going.
Another short one for Baker, and this is hooked away even further from James. Now, I'm not entirely sure about this ploy from Ben Brown, being honest. You know, he doesn't give his quick man very much protection there at all. I mean, he wasn't the worst bouncer in the world. The height was perfect, and the line was pretty good, but, you know, any sort of top edge, that's flying away, isn't it? I mean, you surely got to think about switching him to the Hilton end, and, you know, get him hit to the long side.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to make way for Kevin James, so I'm going to leave you to it. As
always. Yeah, Hampshire with some headaches here. You know, how can we stem the flow of runs is what the think tank, no doubt that conversation between Brown and Baker there. You know, how are we going to contain these two? You know, we just haven't been able to, you know, put together maidens, and that's the key, as you well know, Kevin James. Well,
very true. Yes, 68. I make it off a very quick calculation this morning. So what have we had? An hour's play. But yeah, I think you're right. I think it's great that Sonny Baker has that pace, trying to bounce people out, but it's too short, isn't it? The boundary is far too short. You're right, it needs to be this end.
Yeah, so Organ starts another over, and it's pushed up to sort of quite a close mid-on. Joe Weatherly looks very close there at mid-on. So Organ begins against nice bouncy approach past the umpire. Releases. Nice flighted delivery. It's driven by Haynes to extra cover for no run. No, absolutely, I agree with you. Yeah, it's too short a boundary that side, isn't it, for that ploy?
Yeah. I mean, it's no boundary, is it really? Let's be honest. When you're hooking, I mean, you can top edge it all day long, and it's sailing over the road by a long way.
So Organ comes in again. Nice bouncy approach, releases. That one's a little bit short, and it's tickled round the corner, and that looks like it's going to be another boundary. Varma in chase, but to no avail, and that's another boundary for Haynes, and he edges ever closer to the magical 3 figures. Played really well today.
Yeah, 1 run away. Started the day 70 not out, and already made 100 against Hampshire earlier on in the season up at Trent Bridge.
It's always amazing, isn't it? Batter on 99, suddenly the cover's up. Where was this 4 overs ago? And Owen comes in again to Haynes. It's on the back foot, pushes it back down the pitch for no run.
Yeah, well, they haven't set particularly attacking fields. I guess it's a little difficult as well with the Kookaburra ball, but I'm not sure they've been consistent enough bowling anyway, have they? Not quite.
Organ in again to Haynes, who's pushed that one. He's gone for the single, and that's his 100. Superbly played. Very, very classy knock from the Knott's right-hander. Just brought up in 129 balls, and it's his 9th first-class century. Very, very well played, young man.
He's looked against a good player against Hampshire this year, that's for sure. Hasn't done a lot wrong. I can't think of a chance he's given. It's been a chance that's not. Good one.
Absolutely. When you, as I say, when you get on pitches like this, you've got to dip your bread, haven't you? Make cash in. Comes in again to James, who's full of delivery, driven away, half a stop there at cover point, just for the single.
A 400 for him this year.
Decent year, that.
Wow.
Don't see that many that often these days.
Consistent that is, isn't it? The first class average this year of over 50. It's getting into your realms, Carls.
Once upon a time, that's what we had to do, isn't it? It wasn't TikTok or anything now. You get picked up now.
I did look it up actually. You did score 100 against Notts here back in 2010.
Oh yeah.
The last time Nottinghamshire won, Dave.
Yeah, we didn't.
That's the only time Dave pipes
them.
up. If you'd have beaten them, Dave wouldn't have said a word.
Yeah,
He'd have kept his head down in his computer.
It's all right, Dave. We didn't often beat them, mate. Don't worry. They were a pretty good team back then, from recollection. Charlie Shreks and
Yes.
Andre Adams. Would have been.
Andre Adams.
Yeah.
Another player that played for both Hampshire and Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
We were talking about that earlier, weren't we?
Dr. Drake.
Michael Lum.
Yeah.
Hashim Amla as well, yes. Here's Nick Gubbins with some leg spin as that's driven out to deep cover by Lyndon James, who moves on to 49. He's reaching a milestone of his own very shortly. 316 for 5. Just got an email earlier, actually, which I will mention, because it's a very nice one. I only mention the nice ones now. Mark Muggerseth, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, as Gubbins from the Pavilion in bowls, and Haynes is on the back foot, steers that out to extra cover, no run. Mark says, I'd just like to say how much I'm enjoying the coverage whilst watching online here in a cloudy Nottingham. Well, it's cloudy here. The rain is in the air, but no more, as it's driven a little harder out to Joe Weatherly at extra cover.
I think this could be the switch here, JMO. I think the chat is that I wouldn't be surprised if Baker does come from the other end.
Yeah, I agree. That's worked up to mid-on by Haynes. Moves on to 101, 317 for 5. But mind you, we're only 2 overs from the new ball.
I hope that's the ploy if Nick Gubbins is I've got to be honest, he looks very friendly leg spin.
Yes. Well, it's interesting actually, because Gubbins has bowled a few more overs than he normally does, and it's because of the Kookaburra ball. Signal out, and that's Lyndon James's half century. A few Nottinghamshire folk in the crowd. 71 balls with 5 4s and 2 6s for Lyndon James. And he's played his part as well. And that is the second time that he's passed 50 this season. 318 for 5. Gubbins in. We're in the 79th over. That's driven out to Weatherly by Haynes. End of the over. Well, I don't know. Is Sonny Baker really going to switch? I don't know. Well, with the new ball due next.
Yeah, I mean, I would have definitely had a go because I feel, you know, he was cooking something nice there. I think he was, you know, causing a little bit of, I suppose, irritation. You know, something different. I certainly, I would have personally had a go. You never know if you can break that partnership before the new balls. You know, if you can get 1 or 2 of these out, I mean, you're quids in, aren't you? You've got to try and, as I said, you know, at this stage, I think rather than just going all defensive, just solely relying on the new ball, I think, you know, that's where maybe Hampshire are missing a trick here. I think it was worth the gamble for at least 1 over just to have a go to that longer side, see if you can snare a wicket. But it wasn't to be, so Organ's going to continue from the Hilton end, bowling his off breaks into James, who's nicely forward. No run.
So we've had nearly an hour and 10 minutes now. No wickets taken by Hampshire this morning.
So Organ again wrapping his fingers around the ball into bowl to James, who's on the back foot looking for the single, but no run. Out to cover.
Yeah, just going back to that game in 2010, you hit 132 in the first innings. At the same time, you passed 7,000 first-class runs. I was looking at that time. Back in 2010.
Yeah, good times. Yeah, very good team, Notts at the time, as James punches that one to just wide of the short mid-wicket for a single. Takes his score over to 51. Yeah, good team at the time. Notts, very, very strong championship team, Red Bull team, very experienced. So yeah, one of the most pleasing hundreds I've scored for Hampshire, as Organ comes in again to Haynes, who looks for the same gap, but this time it's stopped short mid-wicket for no run.
Is it one of those innings you can remember? In
Oh, yeah, I
parts?
remember all my hundreds. Yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah.
You scored loads.
They're hard to come by, so you've got to remember them when they come. Once Organ comes in again to Haynes, who's nicely forward defensively for no run. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember the knock. Yeah, and it was a good little battle because the ball really swung around. I remember. Yeah, Paul Franks came on the bottom end and he was getting this thing to hoop, as Steve Mullaney as well. We went for that's a lovely delivery from Organ. Just sort of ran on with the arm, and it's probably the first time Jack Haynes really has looked indeterminate with his footwork. Just got kind of a bit stuck on the crease, and the ball sort of skidded onto Ben Brown. But he survives. Yeah, I remember sort of batting out there with Chris Benham, I think it was, and this thing really, I mean, Mullaney was almost coming wide on the crease, trying to push the ball across me. But just to get it somewhere near the stumps, he was starting it outside leg. Yeah, it was a good phase of cricket because really had to concentrate, get through that phase, and then to start to take the bowlers on a little bit more. But yeah, I remember batting with Corky, I think it was, when I got the 100, so that was good. But yeah, very strong team. Yeah, I enjoyed. Those are sort of the teams, the contests. You used to really get up for. And then obviously going to Trent Bridge was obviously a challenge as well, with the likes of Side Bottom and Pattinson and these guys. Very, very good bowlers at the time.
That's amazing. 35 first-class hundreds you scored, and you can remember that.
Yeah.
And most of them, if not all, by the sounds of it.
I couldn't tell you much about my one-day stuff, but certainly first-class hundreds. Yeah, I can pretty much remember everyone. Yeah.
Well, okay. Kyle Abbott is back into the attack, taking over from Sonny Baker at the pavilion end, and this is the first over with the second new ball. And immediately is smashed through the covers off the front foot by Lyndon James, and that takes him on to 55.
Yeah, very stiff opening delivery there from Kyle Abbott, which you can forgive him at 38 years old.
Because he's already bowled a spell this morning. He bowled 3 overs this morning, or 2.5 basically. Had to finish his over from last night when they went off a bad light. So yeah, this is effectively his second spell today.
Yeah, for me, this is a crucial phase for Hampshire. Really, if they're going to try and break this open, it's going to be on Kyle Abbott's shoulders here. He has to start well.
Certainly does. He's got 2 slips and a gully. Comes in, runs towards us. James is inside edge onto the boot. Nearly sneaked through. Classic Abbott delivery.
It is. Yeah, just pegged the length back a little bit, isn't it? Just got that. Has that great ability to nip the ball back. A bit of a whippy sort of bowler, isn't he? Very quick arm, but always presents a nice seam. I was looking at some of his stats here. Kyle Abbott is approaching 700 wickets first class at 20.9.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
And if you throw that in, he's already played, a lot of his first class career in South Africa, which is no mean feat.
In again, bowls. That's outside the off stump and left alone with the Kookaburra ball, of course, as well.
Yeah.
He would know the Kookaburra ball better than most. I sort of mentioned it, or briefly mentioned it earlier. I did speak to him about it end of last week, and he just feels that Kookaburra balls, and you'd know this, I guess, in part as well, Cubs, that Kookaburra balls are fine in the southern hemisphere, where the pitches are harder and conditions are just that much more generally hotter and what have you. So that here the pitches, even though they appear hard, they're not really. They're softer in comparison, and that's where the Kookaburra ball fails. Not so much the ball itself, it's just the conditions. Forward and edged, but it's gone into the gap between backward of point and gully. It's going down towards third man, and I think the ball is just, is it? Now, I think Fletcher Middleton will say that he's got that back in, and I think we might have to give him the benefit of the doubt. Dave Bracegirdle is adamant that it's a 4. It's on the replay here if you're watching the live picture feed. What's happening here?
That's 4.
You think so?
Yeah. 4, I'm afraid.
So, the score's 3-2-6 for 5. And Haynes is on 101. So they're giving it 3 runs, haven't they? So James is at the non-striker's end on 58 as that's played off the back foot out towards extra cover. And there's no run. That's a difficult one, isn't it? Unless you have a total replay, the umpires, they're never going to be able to overturn anything. One of the umpires is on his walkie-talkie there. I'm just wondering if he's being told the situation. But there's no trial by live picture feed these days in county cricket. Not yet, anyway.
Absolutely.
But clearly the umpire was on his mic. It looked like it was anyway. 326 for 5. Last ball of the first over with the second new balls. Conceded 7 here, Abbott. And that's going to be a single there as it's quietly played out to square leg. And Haynes will keep the strike. And he moves on to 102. 327 for 5.
Yeah, so for Kyle Abbott, an expensive over, you would say. But he did create, as we know him to do. You know, he had a pass the outside edge and a couple of iffy drives. But yeah, I mean, as I said, he's the key now for me. He's got to somehow make something happen. You know, try and make that breakthrough. And ideally, if they can break this partnership, get some new faces in. I think that's Hampshire's way in, really, isn't it? To stop this thing falling apart. As Jack is now entering the attack, and yeah, let's see what he can do.
Yep.
Another bright prospect.
Yeah, very strong individual. You got a break now, Cubs.
I have.
Thank you very much.
See you in a bit.
Thank you, Michael Carberry. Always good to have him on board. Dave Bracegirdle will be back in alongside me as we wait for Eddie Jack to begin his 16th over. He has 2 for 57. Hasn't actually bowled yet this morning. He's been saved for this moment as he comes in and bowls. Haynes cuts that away. There is a deep point on the short boundary side. Just a single, 328 for 5. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you, Kevin.
Boys are going well. Your boys are going well this morning.
You know I'm superstitious.
You are. That's why I said it. Email here from Nicholas Rogers. HampshireCricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, do you know the reasons why Joe Weatherly has been chosen ahead of Toby Albert for this game? It's one of a number of queries that has come in as to why Toby Albert, after all the changes, is not in the Hampshire side. There's a nice drive through the covers, and that's beaten. It almost went down the tunnel, actually. It's obviously hit some machinery, stopping it from going down the tunnel. That's a lovely drive, though, off the bat of James, who moves... well, it's the 100 partnership, first of all. And that's come off 136 deliveries.
You can see Mr. and Mrs. James down below us actually clapping away there, enjoying watching their offspring.
Yeah. So just go back to that email very quickly. I haven't asked the question as to why Toby Albert wasn't featuring in this game, but I will do at some point, as that's driven up to mid-off. No run.
You know, had they gone the other way, there'd have been somebody else emailed in and said, why is Toby Albert playing in this game and not Joe Weatherly? Because that's how we all are. Yeah. Generally, you can ask 50 people of, you know, who would you pick to play for Manchester United on Saturday, and they'd come up with it. Well, for example. That's right. Yeah, but it's like that, isn't it?
Well, it is, and also I do try and ask all the questions that a lot of people, and a lot of ones I have as well, that email in. Jack bowls. There's a lovely drive over extra cover. That's going for 4 more. He's got that drive going well, is Lyndon James.
And on heart, I've not seen Lyndon James strike a ball as cleanly as this for as long as this, an hour and 20 minutes. You know, keep it going, Lyndon. But this is the best form he's been in this season by far. Yeah. He's not having a bad season, but this is terrific stuff, isn't it?
It certainly is. Yeah, that was a beautiful shot.
He's warmed up nicely against the old ball, and he's just spanking this new one around.
He is. Eddie Jack has gone for 9 already in this over. James gets the length ball and just eases that into the gap of the covers, past a scrawling Gubbins, who's scrambling around on the extra cover area, trying to find a way of getting the hand on the ball. Couldn't quite get there. Total moves on to 337 for 5. It's been a very good morning for the visitors here. Added 96 so far this morning, without loss. Here's Eddie Jack. Bowls, length ball. There's a little bit of shape on that one as it's left alone outside of the off stump by Haynes. And we have had 2 overs with the second newborn, and Hampshire haven't looked like yet getting a wicket.
They've got through 16 overs in the test match. Crikey. India 48 without loss. Been absolutely dire, haven't they, the over rates in that and in general in test cricket. At Taunton, Durham 103 for 6, so they trail Somerset still by 2. Only got 4 wickets left. What price a 2-day finish down at Taunton? Essex building a lead at Hove. They're 251 for 4. Sussex made 204. There's Kyle Abbott into bowl to Lyndon James. Just nurdles this down to fine leg for a single. Moves on to 68. 339 for 5. Worcestershire have just been dismissed at Edgbaston for all the threes. 333. Still not started. Heavy overnight rain has left a soggy wet outfield, I understand, at Scarborough. It's a little more than a sea threat up there, delaying the start of play on day 2. Yorkshire 282 for 4 yesterday against defending champions Surrey. As this one's chipped and there's a wicket. First of the morning, and it's Jack Haynes who goes, and Kyle Abbott, not surprisingly, is the man to make the breakthrough. Haynes, like a number of his colleagues yesterday, I think will feel he's gifted his wicket away a little bit. Mistimed an attempt to drive in the V, and he's just chipped it tamely to mid-on, and that's the end of a splendid innings. Jack Haynes caught by Felix Organ, bowled Kyle Abbott for 103, having been at the crease for 141 balls, hit 15 fours, and was out there in all for 220 minutes. Knots 338 for 6. 2 bowling bonus points now for Hampshire.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the replay there. It just looks like it was just leaning back a fraction. Jack Haynes on that one. Certainly didn't come out anywhere near the middle of the bat. I thought initially it was a lovely chip shot over the fielder's head, but yeah, just leaning back there. If you watch it again, you'll just see his head perhaps not into the shot as much as it should have been, which meant he wasn't in total control, but nevertheless a fine innings which has put Nottinghamshire, or helped Nottinghamshire get into a very dominant position. Email here from Daniel Leavesley, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Loving the commentary, thank you very much, that's very kind. He says the question about Albert stroke Weatherly is an interesting one. I may have missed something, but what has happened to Mark Stoneman? Did mention it earlier, but I will for the just as a repeat for those that missed it. Is that Mark Stoneman only averaged 21 in his time here, and I think it was felt, and I can't speak for Mark Stoneman at all because I only ever spoke to him once while he was here, and that was just before the start of the season, but I would say by his own high standards he would have been frustrated with that. I think Hampshire just felt that being brought in to sort of bring some stability in the opening position, it hadn't really worked, and I think they just got to a point in the season where maybe a fresh approach was needed. So I think it was just decided that I think both parties just decided that maybe enough was enough in the nicest possible way, and Hampshire sort of move on and allow Mark Stoneman to sort of pursue his other. I think he's got a coaching business in London, as I understand it. But yeah, I think it just didn't work basically, and there comes a point where you've got to make a decision.
Yeah, sometimes happens like that. New man is Liam Patterson-White, and his first ball is just solidly out of the middle of the bat, pushed into the covers, and there's no run. So Liam Patterson-White at the crease, 2 first-class hundreds, one of them this season in Nottingham against Hampshire. He's played throughout the season as predominantly the #1 spinner. Farhan Ahmed's played in most of the matches, but Patterson-White holding down that #8 spot, left-hander. So Abbott round the wicket to him, and LPW shoulders arms, it goes through to the keeper. We know Dad Dan's following, presumably from afar, watching the pictures, listening to the commentary. Doesn't miss many of Liam's games. If he can't be there in person, he'll tune in, and no doubt wishing him well. Still to come then, Brett Hutton, who leaves this game at close of play tonight to be replaced by Josh Tong, Farhan Ahmed and Mo Abbas. Abbott round the wicket and it's pushed back to the bowler. Mo will get a good reception, you'd imagine, from the Hampshire faithful.
Yeah, oh, God, I would have thought so, yeah. I mean, he was terrific here for 4 years. 180 wickets in 4 years is a terrific return, and I know he tormented his former team up at Trent Bridge, and I saw him last night in the hotel reception, and I said, please don't do it again. Please. Just go easy on the guys.
Yeah, he's got a 5 for in Nottingham. That was his debut. Sort of one of those things just meant to happen, I guess, as LPW Liam Patterson White shoulders arms goes through to Ben Brown. Successful over for the new ball and Kyle Abbott. 20 overs now under his belt for Abbott. His figures have just disappeared off the screen. 3 for 68 with 4 maidens in there. Knots 3-8 for 6.
Wicket number 41 for Kyle Abbott this morning. Now, email here from, well, it's signed Catherine Doig. I hope I've got that right, Catherine. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and this is a timely email, and this will become clear in a moment. Thank you so much for the coverage, great insight and some fun banter. Thank you. I've lived in Nottingham for over 30 years. As Eddie Jack runs in and bowls, that's played into the backward point area by James, and there's no run. Since my medical school days, so I've been supporting Nottinghamshire for years. However, I'm Eddie Jack's aunt. And so, whilst I obviously want Notts to do well, I also want Eddie to get some much needed wickets for Hampshire. How should I manage this conflict? I feel like an agony aunt here. How should Kate, who actually signs it, Dr. Kate Jack, how should she manage that conflict of interests, Dave?
Your boy's doing well, Dr. Kate. Your boy's doing well.
Yeah, and he will continue to get better. That's pulled away in the air, but safe through mid-wicket, although it's plugged a little bit in the outfield. James will pick up 2. So yeah,
there's nothing wrong with that, is there? A little bit of family loyalty and a desire to see the family member do well. Absolutely nothing wrong with that, Dr. Kate, and I think Notts fans will join me in wishing him well and wishing you well, and thank you for your support.
Well, I would go a little further, actually, Dave, and I would say drop the Nottinghamshire allegiance for the next 3 days. Support Eddie 100%, as that's pushed out into the covers, and there's no run. And then maybe at the end of the game, re-look at the situation. But he's into his 17th over here, 2 for 69, hasn't added to his 2 wickets from yesterday.
Did he play in the blast, Eddie?
He played the odd game, yes, he did.
There we are then. There's your answer, Dr. Kate. Hope that Notts win this in their pursuit of the county championship, and then we're all rooting for Eddie and Hampshire in the blast. There you are. See if your boy can get a place at finals day.
In again, runs away from us and bowls. It's just pushed away to mid-on, and there's no run. Yet he's one of those that's a little bit in and out at the moment. They have to sort of look after him as well in terms of workload, because it is, for a 19-year-old, he's very strong, but it does mean that he gets through a few overs. It's only his 2nd championship match. He played against Essex, didn't play against Worcestershire.
I think I read last night it was his home debut yesterday. Is that right?
That sounds about right, actually. Yeah. In championship, yeah. Yeah, it would have been. Comes in, pulled away along the ground this time, and a much stronger shot through backward of square leg, and that is 4 runs. James moves on to 74, 344, 6. I tell a lie, it's gone for 6 on the big boundary side as well. Apologies, everybody. I lost the fly to the ball.
I reiterate what I said 5 minutes ago. This is as clean a ball striking as I've ever seen from Linda James. Do we know what Dr. Kate is a doctor in? Is she? Is she a GP, or is she one of those that...
Have you got an ailment?
Full of them.
No, lives in Gedling, in Nottinghamshire, wherever that is.
I know where Gedling is. Yeah.
Legs ball played back to Jack. So we go. It's nice. So, well, if now there you are. Dave wants to know.
No, not
Catherine.
really.
No, he does. No, you do, Dave, because he's got 1 or 2 ailments, as Dave.
I just wondered if there was a signature block. Dr. Kate, Professor of bones and whatever, or whatever it is.
That medical term.
Yeah. Yes. Consultant in cricket ailments. So good stuff from Lyndon James. He's on 76. What was he overnight? 6. So he's had a good morning. And indeed Notts have, despite the loss of Jack Haynes. We're knocking on the door at 12:30. We think lunch, and I'm sure Kev will have confirmed it already. We think lunch is 1:10, assuming we don't have any hold-ups or what have you. Abbott round the wicket to LPW. Liam Patterson-White pushes us in the offside. Batting this season, Liam Patterson-White 309 runs at an average of 34. 1 century. That one against Hampshire, he made 135 in the second innings. He's got a 50 as well. His bowling, he's picked up 19 wickets with 1 5-wicket haul. So he's doing a good job in that all-rounders spot at number 8. Needs to support Lyndon James here through to lunch if he can. Wide from Abbott. This goes through to the keeper. If Abbott can, or indeed if Eddie Jack at the other end, if one of them can just knock over another wicket now, there is the possibility, I guess, is always the possibility that any side's 8, 9, 10 can just evaporate very quickly. So Notts have just got to be careful that 346 for 6 doesn't become 365 all out. Abbott past umpire Milnes in bright sunshine again, thankfully beats Patterson-White on the outside, and it goes through to Ben Brown.
Email here from Chris Hutchins, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, was there any more clarification on why Ahmed was in the not starting 11 and not Dylan Pennington? Yeah, I think we've covered that. Anyway, also the Hutton Tong mid-match swap is crazy. I sort of agree with that, but that's the way the rules are. Keep up all the good work, says Chris.
Abbott in again to the lefty, and again he's just feeling himself into the game. Liam Patterson-White, a forward defensive block. Your old side Middlesex going well. 428 for 3. Holden out today for 151. Kane Williamson made 114. The interesting thing on that scorecard for me is, if you were with us yesterday, is the number of no balls. There's been 41 extras, 40 no balls, and 1 wide sent down by the Northants attack. In fact, another wicket's just gone down there. Ryan Higgins, 428 for 4 at Merchant Taylor School. Another ground I've not been to. As Patterson-White gets off the mark, dropping this on the leg side, and they take a single. I know Harry Latchman used to coach there for many years. The great Harry Latchman, 347 for 6. You've played there, I presume?
I didn't play there, but I've commentated a few games there. Believe me, Dave, don't rush. Right, I can say this because I'm just off commentary, and Dave can't say it, but the mix-up with Pennington and Ahmed was over the team sheet that was handed in, which wasn't totally correct. I've said it. Dave's staying tight-lipped. Here's Amelia Clark.
Lyndon James will pull another one away behind square on the leg side. They're trying to test him out with this short pitch stuff here, and the moment Lyndon James winning that little battle. The Notts 350 comes up, so 253, 350, we have to check. That's the 3rd batting bonus point for Nottinghamshire. Comes up in the 85th over, or the end of the 85th over, and when the board flips back, Amelia, I'll be able to tell everybody what the score is and how many Lyndon James has got. It's 351 for 6. Lyndon James has got 80, and here is Amelia Clark without the E.
Yes, it is indeed. We had a Clark yesterday.
Joe Clark.
Yeah, Joe Clark. He was bowled by Fuller, caught by Middleton, and it was a bit weird. I was commentating on a Clark. But
and we've had Kevin James commentating on Lyndon James.
Absolutely.
Spooky.
No relation. No.
Do. Not many brace girdles out there playing for Nottinghamshire, nor are there ever likely to be.
So it looks as though we're going to have a bit more of Eddie Jack from the hotel end. He's going to come around the wicket. Balls, good length, and this is just clipped out onto the leg side.
And Dr. Kate's following. I don't know if you were within earshot.
I was not, no.
Eddie's auntie is a Nottinghamshire supporter.
Yeah.
So she's got split loyalties, if you like,
I
this week.
see, I
Obviously,
see.
county she follows, and a nephew Eddie, which
Oh, that's a big decision.
well, it's not. You support family members, don't you?
Yeah,
Through
absolutely.
thick and thin, and all the rest of it.
So he's just waiting a little bit. Is there Eddie? He's just in Carl Abbott. And Bowles, good length, and oh, it was almost well fielded by him, but just sort of pinged off.
You know, can you
with his left
remember
hand.
the Kevin James family? You know, can you just imagine that we used to all those freebies and all the access at Lord's on match days when Kev was a player there, and you're going where? Well, I'm going down to Southampton now. We'll stay here. We'll stay here at
We
Lord's.
will. Yeah, I don't blame him. Jackson again. Bowles, good length, and this is just clipped off very nicely. No run. Backward square, doing fine job there, diving to their right. Might be Govins out there.
So we started the day
Yeah.
with knots on
141.
Thank you.
all right.
I was looking it up, but you've memorised it. 241 for 5. So
Then
they've
it's
added
not right.
110 for 1
Quickly.
this morning in, an hour and 35.
Jackson again. Bowles, good length. This is played
Shot.
offside, and that is going to go. That's beat the covers, and Carl Abbott did start a chase, but very quickly gave up. Gone for 4, very nicely. So that moves Nottinghamshire on to 355 for 6. James goes to 80. And Patterson White goes on to 5.
It's easy to confuse an idiot. That was fetched by a number 15. Is that Toby Albert as the
No,
subfielder?
that's.
Who's number 15?
Oh no, it might be Toby
We don't-
Albert actually. Yeah.
We don't.
Yeah.
It's Toby Albert on as a subfielder.
Apologies. Defended nicely by Patterson White. No run.
You want to make an impression as a subfielder, don't
Yes.
you? You don't just want to be fetching balls back from the boundary boards.
But sometimes that is your job.
Well, you like to impress the skipper.
Always.
Got a position of responsibility there on that leg side fence. He's also maybe just being asked to move a yard so the ground staff can see. They're all sat there back
They
by
are,
their equipment. And that little tunnel that leads through to the nursery ground.
He bowls and played to mid wicket. Stopped. Yes, I watched the ground staff. They were all sat on the hover cover, not the hovercraft, earlier, and there was about 6 of them, and then they gradually sort of 3 and 3 moved around back to their tunnels. They're obviously thinking the weather danger is past. And with that, the end of the over, 355 for 6. We've got just over 20 minutes before lunch.
Mentioned literally an over or so ago that Worcestershire had been bowled out for 333 at Edgbaston. In reply, Warwickshire already 5 for 2.
Wow.
Khurram Shahzad, the Pakistan pace bowler, got the wickets of Rob Yates and Dan Mousley early on in that one as Abbott comes in to bowl to Lyndon James. Moves to within 19 of a century, pushing this into the offside.
Yes, and England and India in their 4th test at day 1. And India are on 58 for no loss at the moment, so going at quite a good rate.
Comparatively speaking.
But with that last wicket, Hampshire did actually pick up another bowling point.
Yep. There's Abbott round the wicket again to Patterson White, pushes it back to the big bowl. Oh, that's as straight can be, because it's damaged the furniture at the other end. Did have a match recently before we haven't had a round of county championship matches for 3 or 4 weeks, but in that last round of matches, in one of the games, 3 times in his first 18 deliveries, Joe Clark smashed the stumps down at the non-strikers end with straight drives, denied 12 runs. Don't see that very often.
No.
Next
not
ball
at all.
is cut into the offside. Good diving stop by the floppy hatted fielder at backward point.
I think that's James Fuller, and I know he
Yes,
is because he's the only one that ever wears one of those hats.
Well, no, Felix Organ. I was going to say,
Oh,
I know
yes.
Felix
Oh
Organ.
no, there's another one.
No, Felix wears them.
Oh, goodness me.
He's at mid-off, so I knew it wasn't Felix, so it had to be Fuller by process of elimination.
Felix, what are you doing? He wasn't wearing a hat earlier. It was easier to find James Fuller.
Abbott in again, Patterson White on 5, and is going to get another boundary here through the offside. Nice looking punch. The second new ball just coming off the bat quite sweetly for Notts, and they're accumulating the runs nicely here. 360 for 6. P. White, as it says on the live stream, up to 9 from 18 balls. Lyndon James 81 from 91. Scored his runs at a good lick, and that's been helped as well by those 3 sixes that he's hit. Wednesday afternoon, early afternoon. Oh, there's a play and a miss from Patterson White, trying to go hard at Kyle Abbott. Wednesday afternoon at the Utilita Bowl. Floodlights are on. Nottinghamshire having the better of this session. They'll want to end it well. A reminder, we'll play until 1, then go for lunch 1:10 till 1:50, because we've got 104 overs to squeeze in today if we can get them all in. Abbott 3 for 78, his figures now, and this comes off the shoulder of the bat, drops on the bounce to Tom Prest in the catching cordon, and that's the end of the over. Notts remain 360 for 6 after 87 overs, 7 overs with this second new ball. The one to go today, Jack Haynes, caught by Felix Organ at mid-on. It was a bit of a tame end from a wonderful innings from Haynes from the bowling of Abbott. He went for 103. That was 338 for 6, and came up in the 83rd over, the third over of the second new ball. Lyndon James still there on 81, and he'll be on strike.
There's a smattering of a crowd around here at the Utilita Bowl today, mainly sort of focused around the pavilion, but there are, good to see, always a few loyal spectators, and there's sort of someone around the ground the whole way. A few people enjoying the day, a couple of picnics I can see, and hopefully not too warm, not too cold, and not raining too much out there. I think it has now finally stopped. We've got Eddie Jack coming in from the hotel end. He bowls, good length delivery, and this is cut away very nicely, and well stopped there at deep point, and they'll just get the 1. This partnership of James and Patterson White, already 22 runs they've accumulated together, so moving along nice and quickly, and seeing as we only lost that last wicket not that long ago at all of Haynes. 361 for 6 now. As we said, 79 overs left to get in the day. Nottinghamshire have picked up 3 bonus batting points and Hampshire 2 bonus bowling points. Run rate currently about 4 and over. As Jack comes in again, past the umpire and bowls, good length again, down to a short mid-off. Abbott throws this away to James Fuller, as if he doesn't even want to touch it anymore. Like it was on fire. He got rid of that very quickly. A few kids here today. Obviously some of the summer holidays have started with some of the local schools, so a couple of the younger ones enjoying some cricket this summer. There's Jack in once more. Good Yorker length delivery, that's playing to the offside, and they'll get the 1 from that.
Yeah, been interesting to see a static, well, I was going to say a static photograph. I guess all photographs are static, but a photograph of the point of impact there, of bat on ball for Liam Patterson White, because he was almost with his feet off the ground, squeezing out a full pitch delivery onto the leg side. Don't think he had any idea really where it had gone, but he got a run nonetheless.
Yeah, it's one of those, just get rid of it as Jack comes in. Shorter's delivery, and sort of swept at it too quickly to James, and it kicks up and just falls behind. No reset.
Does have a century against Hampshire. Lyndon James made 106 not out at Trent Bridge last year.
Well, at the rate he's going today, I don't think he'll be far off that at all. 82 off 93 deliveries. Nottinghamshire 362 for 6. Jack in once more. Long run up, field creeps with him. Bowls, good length again. That's beaten the covers. And that's beaten the boundary fielder as well. And that's gone for 4 again. So 6 so far off this over. 366 for 6. Lots of 6s. I think we'll be having a change in the commentary soon after this over.
Yeah, we're continually flipping around our cast of thousands here. Enjoying the cricket, hope you're enjoying the coverage. That's 366 for 6.
As Jack comes in once more. Bowls good, length delivery, and this is well done indeed. It's just touched really. Soft hands down to deep third man and run away for 4.
Yeah, 10 from the over. Lyndon James into the net, well, on to 90.
End of the over. I think we've got Michael Carberry coming in a moment for Dave.
Yeah, 370 for 6. Lyndon James up to 90. Liam Patterson-White on 10. More from Amelia, and then, as we've mentioned, time for a little bit more carbs.
If you do want to get in touch, do let us know. It's Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk is a fairly new email address, so if you haven't heard it before, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. So Lyndon James now into the nervous 90s. He's on 90 off 95. Current partnership between these two is 32 runs. Hello, Michael Combs.
Hello, Amelia. How are we?
Yeah, good, thank you. Yeah.
Onwards, knots goes.
Indeed they do, yeah. They're nearing that 400.
Yeah, scoring at a rapid rate at the moment. Still not able to contain the Hampshire bowlers, even with the secondary ball. As Abbott runs in past the umpire around the wicket to batter Patterson-White, who pushes it through the gap. Bit of a misfield. It's absolutely racing away to extra cover. Well fielded. I can't see that far who that is, but good piece of work. Keeps them down to 3.
I think it was Felix Organ actually, with his floppy hat on. It has surprised me actually, other than this sort of outfield just near us, most of the outfield is running quite quickly after the sheer amount of rain that we had yesterday. I thought it would be going a bit slower, but clearly not.
It's the bowl effect.
Yeah. Yeah. Just runs away.
Yeah. Abbott begins his approach into the crease. To Patterson-White, who drives. Oh, and that's that'll be sore. That's hit Abbott, I think, on his bowling hand, which is going to be a bit of a concern for the Hampshire team. You certainly don't want him carrying any small niggle. Yeah, cracked him straight on the finger on his follow through there, and it was solidly hit by Patterson-White.
You can see he slightly wasn't expecting it because he was quite defensive with his sort of
yeah.
whole body position. Just sort of went, oh.
The last thing you want is those as a bowler. You've got nowhere to go as a bowler, especially on your follow throughs. Batters crunch it back at you. But all pairs well. He begins his approach in again to Patterson-White. Bowls on the off stump, and again another lovely. Oh no!
Oh no! Oh goodness me!
So it did pretty well there, Felix Organ, to get a hand on it. It just changed direction as it hit the foot marks. In that old wicket ends just to the left of
we
what
had
we're
the
playing.
perfect eye line for that. You could see exactly where it was going. Then all of a sudden it just dipped to the right, and it was like, why is it going over there? And I think you could almost read Felix Organ's mind as he sort of went, oh God, and, sort of jerked to the left to get a hand on it. He did to be fair, get a hand on it, but did run away from him for a bit.
That's where you can feel very silly as a fielder because you can't explain that to anyone other than the comms.
Yeah.
So Abbott comes in again to Patterson-White, who leaves it nicely outside off stump. Through to the keeper, Ben Brown, for a dot ball. Saying there's the second new ball, other than that wicket of Haynes, it hasn't really had the desired effect, really, as it can happen in this kind of cricket, can't it?
Absolutely.
it almost accelerates the scoring. Harder ball, you know, you can hear it coming off the bat nicely.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that very quickly. Nottinghamshire took great advantage of it. I think we had about 10 boundaries in about 2 overs, it felt like.
Yeah, Abbott in again. Patterson White nicely forward again. He's peppering that extra cover region. They've been busy in there the last couple of deliveries. But equally, Hampshire fielders up to the task. Some good stops in there. And that's what they've got to try and do, Hampshire, haven't they? They've just got to plug away, you know, bowl one side of the wicket. I think they've just been a little bit guilty of bowling, you know, both sides, and just plug away and, you know, really just try and frustrate, irritate these Notts batters. So Abbott comes in again to bowl, and again, lovely delivery outside the off stump, and Patterson White lets that through to the keeper, and that's the end of another over.
Yeah, just a 4 off of that one, not bad at all from Abbott. 374 for 6. We've had 89 overs and we've got 78 left in the day. James is still on 90, didn't manage to increase that number at all in that over. Patterson White on 14, he's moving along. A few seagulls peppering around.
It's lunchtime, isn't it? You can tell.
Yeah, they're looking for chips. So Jack is going to come in from the hotel end again. Very much claiming this end at the moment. Trying to find a way through. He's got 2 wickets, but they were both yesterday. Hasn't managed to get one yet today. Waste no time. He's got 2 slips in place. He bowls. Good length, and that is a big shout for LBW, and he's dancing down the wicket, but the umpire remains unmoved. We'll watch that on the replay now and just have a quick look.
Yeah, it's a lovely delivery, great lengths. You know, I think, you know, sort of asking for the bowlers to be a little bit fuller, and that was just the perfect. I think just sliding down the leg side. But he is posing questions, Eddie Jack. He's, you know, it's been a decent spell from him. I think he'll learn a lot from these sort of experiences. I mean, the figures don't always reflect sometimes how well someone's bowled, but yeah, there's lots of strong action, runs in well.
And in he comes again, and this is defended by James. Doesn't get the pad involved at all this time. Still on 90. Jack will retrieve the ball himself.
Yeah, that's the key, I reckon. If, you know, Hampshire have got to try and get this ball moving somehow. I think just the lengths have been a tad short. I think, you know, maybe be that little bit braver. Pitch the ball up, try and look for some swing, some movement off the pitch.
So 2 balls of the over so far. Jack comes in again. And bowls, and this is nicely worked, leg side, and that's going to go all the way down. Deep mid wicket, but stopped on the boundary. Can't have it trying to field that, but it was a bit too high for him.
Very laboured jump,
wasn't it? Sort of, oh God, if I have to. Oh no, I can't bother. Yeah. That was a bit like, oh, is that really coming to me? Okay, fine. I'll try and deal with it.
Yeah, the mind's willing, but the body isn't.
Yeah. And then comes Jax again. He wastes no time for a seam bowler. Goes down to mid-wicket again. They thought about 2, but Abbott was on top of it. Moved around quickly.
Yeah, that's just a spot there for Eddie Jack for me. Just that knee roll length. I'd say if you can get the ball just to stand the seam up, you can see it there. You know, with the seam at its proudest now with that second new ball. If it's going to do anything now, it's going to be around this time. You've got to try and utilise that as much as possible. You know, he's got enough pace, I would say. You know, he's not out and out speedster, but you know, he's one of those bowlers you feel, you know, can get onto you a little bit quicker than you're expecting.
And he comes again. Ooh, and doesn't actually let go of the ball. Did his motion, but it was called a dead ball, so he'll retake that.
Too much glue on the hand there.
Yeah. I'm not really sure what happened there. It's yeah.
It's always the footmarks, isn't it? Something didn't feel right.
Yep.
Good kick of the footmarks. Start again.
Wanders all the way back to the top of his mark. As soon as he turns, he'll go. Stands and looks and goes. Starts quite slowly and sort of gains speed halfway through the run-up. In and bowls, and this time does release the ball, and this time it's beaten the covers nicely, but there is a roving fielder out on that offside, and they'll only get one for it. 378. Is it been given as a leg bye? Oh. Sorry, Kevin James was talking to me and I got confused.
Yeah, nicely tucked in the on the leg side there by Patson White. Moves the score onto 15. Look quite comfortable.
In comes Jack again. Just popped and nice defensively to deep backward point now. And that's the end of the over. 378 for 6. Doing well, our Nottinghamshire. Doing well. Partnership gaining speed between James and Patson White.
Yeah, it's a wicket where I say it's almost a little bit of batting paradise if you get in. There's been some good wickets here of late, but yeah, from a Hampshire point of view, don't want this partnership to get out of hand. You're going to try and, if they can, snare another wicket certainly before lunch. I think it'd be a terrific effort. But comes in again past the umpire to Patson White, who bowls a short ball. Patson White taps it on the head out to the fielder posted on the sort of hook, more in front of square, so you'd say more for the missed time pull. Has gathered himself another single.
Yeah, James moving ever closer to that century. 93 now off 100 deliveries.
So, but begins his run again into the crease past the umpire. Pulse to James, who leans back on, opens the face, and just guides it off to backward point for another single. Yeah, I think just that passage of play there. I think from Kyle Abbott, I think James has played nicely, but he hasn't, what I'd say, taken the attack apart. And I think just in that instance there, is there a case in point now to, put a little bit more pressure on him, reward himself with some dot balls as opposed to just allowing him to play his way to 100 as he comes in again to Patson White, who tries another short ball, and this one now has gone well in front of square and it's off to the boundaries, but it's a slide and retrieved. Good piece of work out there. Reduce them to 2. Yeah, I think it's maybe a little bit of playing roulette. I think this stage of the game, rather than just allowing the batters to tick along. I think you've just got to where you can. And Kyle Abbott's your most consistent bowler. I think you've got to try and reward him when he bowls that good ball. He comes in again to Patson White, tries another bouncer. Yeah, I like this from Abbott. Angry Abbott. Test in the middle of the pitch. Not something you see very often or associate with Kyle Abbott. But you obviously see something.
Yeah, you've seen him maybe try a few of those hook shots a couple of times.
Well, I suppose if he's going to do it, this is the end to do it, isn't it? It's a longer hit for the left-hander this side.
Yeah.
He comes in again. Now trying the slower ball. It's punched up the ground. One, well fielded there by, looks like Joe Weatherly, sweeping up. Or is it Jack? Eddie Jack, sorry, big pardon.
You did well then. I couldn't decide who it was. I think it's always hard when they're looking at you because you can't see their number.
The ankle strap was the giveaway. That's as far as my mince pies can go these days.
Yeah, that's good to be fair.
Yeah.
Bit of Cockney rhyming slang for everyone. I like that.
Abbott, last ball of the over, into bowl to James. That's a beauty outside of stump. Lovely lengths. So left James groping for that one outside of stump. It's a lovely bit of shape there as well. Good finish to the over. I'll make that. Your maths is better than mine. 5 off the over.
Yeah. We've got 383 for 6. 91 overs had, 76 left to go in the day. I believe we're going until 10 past until lunch to try and squeeze in those extra overs that we lost yesterday due to some rain. Rain that was forecast today but doesn't seem to be coming, which is quite good. We had a few spots earlier, but it seems actually like the cloud is breaking slightly. I can see a bit of blue sky over there.
Yeah.
Have James Fuller coming in from the hotel end here. Came in earlier, did Fuller, and wasn't able to get anything going, but maybe with this new ball he might be.
Yeah, I think he's got to stand up in this spell now for me. James Fuller, experienced man, he's been around a long time. He's got to get it right now. You know, try and get Hampshire back into this contest.
And he comes in around the wicket to Patterson White, who looks that well. They'll only get the one off it. They turn and look for two, but nope.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I was just thinking to myself, why has he got cover back there?
Yeah.
You should have him up. You know, say you're trying to build some confidence. You know, that's not going to do your confidence much good. You actually start with a pretty good delivery there, and you know, you're still getting rolled off for one. I can't understand that. The second you rock.
Yeah, bring him up, put that pressure on.
Absolutely.
Fuller's coming over the wicket now to James. Oh, and that's just come off the ground. For a second there, I thought it'd come off for a chance of a catch, but no run there. James still on 94. He's not rushing to this century. He's being very watchful.
Yeah, that looks like his preferred area to that length, and he's looking to squeeze it sort of in that third man sort of narrow gully region. He's had a few attempts at trying to run it down there. I think, you know, Fuller's just got to be a little bit aware of his lengths there, just try and maybe pitch the ball up a little bit further.
So in comes Fuller again. Again, just defended into the covers. No run.
You know, I'd almost be tempted, as if I was Ben Brown, the skipper, to, you know, push that gully backward point fielder into maybe a third and bring cover up. You know, plug that sort of, you know, just got to try certain things. You know, you still got your two men out for the hook, so you can still use your short ball. But I think if you're trying to bowl that tight channel and off stump, you know, you've got to try and get, you know, that's your best chance of getting wickets on a pitch like this, with the ball not doing very much. I think you've got to give yourself a chance.
As in comes Fuller, and this is an attempt. Goodness me, and it didn't really quite get the hang of that, did he? Didn't quite get the bat on it, but a bit of a missed time. Falls behind him. Yeah,
it was a bit of a lazy sort of front foot pull shot, really. I'm not sure he needs to do that at this stage. He's played very, very well, Lyndon James. But again, this is what I'm talking about. You earn those little bits of luck, don't you, through just dot ball pressure. You know, Hampshire's just got to be aware of this now, that, you know, the chance could come any stage. Just be ready for those little bits of luck, if you want to call it that.
Absolutely. As in comes Fuller again. Well, this is up in the air. Is there a chance of a catch? Oh, I think it's been dropped again in the slips. Goodness me. Felix Organ set the first slip. It was sky high, fairly easy, looked like a catch, and it just seemed like he slipped or something. We'll watch that on the replay. Yeah, he had that. Two hands, moving to his right, and he just let it go.
Yeah, he was sort of on the move. Was that Joe Weatherly in there? Yeah, I think just it wasn't really set. It wasn't really balanced. Again, it was that lazy, as I said, that lazy run. That almost a one-day shot, isn't it, from James trying to run it to third man. And Joe, I just probably wasn't expecting. You know, it's one of those tough ones as a slip fielder where the ball sort of, are you fingers down or fingers up?
Yeah. Well, in comes Fuller. He wastes no time, and this is a play and a miss, and it carries through to the keeper. End of the over, 384 for 6.
More frustration for Hampshire. It's just not going to script, is it? It's, you know, they're really battling as a team, you know, and they're not helping themselves.
No, not at all.
These drop catches.
I'm going to make way for Kevin James. He's going to come and join you.
Yeah, disappointing, because Fuller's actually, you know, bowled a nice over there. Not got his rewards. Managed to finally find the right length for this pitch. But, sometimes that's the way cricket goes. When it's not running for it, it's not running for you.
It's amazing, isn't it? There's no explanation. I mean, even that pull shot, the bottom edge there, you know, they've seen those go on the stumps often enough, but when a side is in the ascendancy, it never, it's a hard game. So much bad luck.
It is. Now Sonny Baker now to replace Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end. Sprints in, past the keeper. Patterson White, a bit of a tug to the leg side, you would sort of call that. Not really a fluent drive, mistimed. Picked up by Abbott, mid-on, for no run.
Well, you'd think now, wouldn't you, if Sonny Baker does decide to throw a few short balls in, that it actually is the right side for the left-hander.
Absolutely.
Patterson White, the big boundary side.
Yeah, absolutely. So Briggs is approaching again. Nice athletic approach to the crease. So back of a length into the sort of rib cage of Patterson White, who deals with it nicely and rolls it off to square leg for another single.
Just quickly, as we're getting towards the lunch break in 5 minutes' time, Catherine Doig, the doctor, Dr. Kate Jack, has emailed. She emailed earlier, I don't know if you heard, Carbs, but she's Eddie Jack's aunt, saying that she lives in Nottingham, so she's got split allegiances, wants not to do well, but obviously wants Eddie to do well.
So Sonny Baker comes in again to James, who plays a nice solid back defensive to mid-off. Split allegiance.
Yes, that's right. So she said, how do I cope with that? And Dave said, well, just support both. I said, no.
Just support the good side.
Yeah, just support Eddie and then worry about knots after the game. And then Dave said, I wonder what sort of GP or what sort of doctor she was. And she's just emailed back, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. She says, I'm a retired GP. And Dave, send her a list of ailments. I'm not sure there's an email page big enough.
Sonny Baker begins again. And Lyndon James is nicely forward. Pushes the ball to cover for no run.
Dave was looking for some free treatment.
Free treatment. Well, don't ask, don't get in this world, do you?
Correct. So, well, you could always try it, Dave. Just sort of send something you've got, and then see if Catherine just wants to email back and suggest some remedies. I don't know. We might try that this afternoon.
So Sonny Baker, a hop, skip, and a jump. And he sprints in past the umpire. Into bowl to Lyndon James, who's nicely forward again. So far, start of a good over. Nicely on the spot with the first 3 balls.
Yeah. Yet to take a wicket in this innings into his 16th over.
Yeah, but he's bowled nicely. I think he's had some good plans at least. I think he's recognised that this ball isn't going to last forever, and in terms of its hardness. So he's tried to come in and create. That's his job. So he sprints in again past the umpire into James again, who's playing the ball up to mid-on. But again, for his development, I think this is a good surface, to learn on. It's not just about pace; it's how you use it as well, isn't it? You've got to be smart and know the when, isn't it? When to really put your foot down and when to throttle back and just hit that top of off, as we talk about.
Exactly right. I mean, some bowlers will cut their pace down, won't they? For an over or two, really. Just belly bowls, come down by 10, 15, 20%, and then stick in the one that's a bit quicker.
Yeah, well, you would have played with one of the best, isn't it? Malcolm Marshall, former Hampshire and West Indies legend.
Oh. They were all quick, as you know. Round the wicket is Fuller, wrapped on the pad, Patterson White. That looks as though it was going down the leg side, even from our angle.
Was he that sort of bowler? I mean, I watched him as a kid growing up. Was he someone that would look at a surface like this and go, right, there's not a lot happening. I'm just going to cut my pace down and.
Yeah, I mean, did he cut his pace down? He probably did at times, because the thing is with when you've got a bowler like that, as you know. What you don't want him to do is when other bowlers are going for a few runs, probably like in this situation really, is you then have to bring Mako in to do you a holding job.
Yeah.
as forward is Patterson White. It was perfect forward defensive. And that happens sometimes. Let's be honest, you know, there were games when the rest of us were all going round the park a little bit and Mako had to come on when perhaps Martinikas didn't want to bring him on, just literally to hold and end up for 4 or 5 overs. That's not how you really wanted to use him. So in those situations, yes, he did. But generally, I mean, I always thought every time I watched him, I thought, thank God he's on my side. You know, and he bowled generally quick. But what he had over a lot of other people was he naturally was could swing the ball at that pace, couldn't he? Only could do both. You know, he could swing it away from the right hand as Fuller comes in. It's pulled away by Patterson White. He hasn't quite got hold of it. The ball just bounces away harmlessly behind square on the leg side. There's some sort of bat on that. Total moves on to 386 for 6. So, you know, and of course he could flick his wrist and then the ball would sort of go the other way. I mean, you know, for that pace, a bowler to have that control was just amazing. I mean, I know a lot of people talk about him. And now what's happening here? The umpires are coming together. Has it flicked him on the helmet? I think it might have ricocheted onto the helmet, hasn't it?
Wrist onto helmet, so they're just doing the precautionary concussion test.
Yeah, but when you have bowlers like that, you don't ever want them to do anything other than come on for 4 or 5 overs, give it everything and then come off. But sometimes match situations dictate otherwise, don't they?
Yeah, like you say, he was probably good enough to do both jobs, isn't it? I mean, Shane Warne would probably be another one as well that springs to mind. You know, yes, we know him to be an attacking leg spinner, but you know, seen time and time again for Australia. And I think even Glenn McGrath, the great Glenn McGrath, said that, you know, I wouldn't have got half the wickets I did if it wasn't for Warne's ability at the other end to just, you know, dry things up and go for 2 and over. Through, you know, in some of the conditions they had to bowl in.
You do need, if one bowler is shoring up one end, you do need somebody else to do the same. At the other end, it's almost a waste of time having one bowler going at 2 and a bit over one end and the other one going for 5. The opposite is a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, batsmen, we talk about it all the time, don't we? About, you know, batting in partnerships and, you know, how important it is to, you know, if you can have 2 guys that are in and set, how difficult it is for the fielding captain to formulate plans. I think it's exactly the same for bowlers. You know, you bowl a maiden, you want your comrade at the other end to, you know, do the same and follow suit, and before you know it, you've rattled through 4, 5, 6 maidens. The statistics suggest that you've got a higher chance of making a breakthrough or even a couple of breakthroughs.
100%. Right, the physio's been on and he's just making his way off to the pavilion. Obviously it's not very nice anyway, but I don't think anybody's particularly worried, and least of all Patterson White himself, about whether there's a real problem. It just looked like it was a deflection onto the helmet, but of course it has to be looked at nevertheless. Stephen Clark has emailed Sun Cricket at, sorry, that's the old one, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Is it your over or mine? I can't remember. It's yours.
It's mine over. So Fuller to bowl again to James. So nicely forward.
I think Dr. Catherine will may never email again, actually, because now Stephen Clark at the far end said he saved the doctor a seat over at the far end. Clearly, if she's ever down this way. But remember, she's retired, guys. Remember that. But Dave's writing out his list of ailments, nevertheless.
So James Fuller comes in past the umpire again to bowl to Linda James, and short and wide outside of stump before we feel he's missed out there. But absolutely crunch that one to the deep cover fieldsman for another single. So he probably missed out on a potential boundary to take him ever closer to that 3 figures, magical 3 figures.
How's his lunch going to go down, Carbs, do you think? Because he's potentially 1 shot away from 3 figures.
Yeah, I think sometimes you just got to put that to back of your mind, really. I think you got to think of the bigger job at hand is coming back after lunch and where you can really pile it on. If Fuller comes in again to Patterson White, who tries to, for some strange reason, tries to pull a ball that's not anywhere near short enough. Especially with lunch looming, I'm not quite sure why you would try that sort of shot. But never mind, he gets away with it, and that's lunch. I believe plays heading towards the pavilion, and you say overall it's generally been a not session. They've played very aggressively, aided by some inconsistent bowling from Hampshire, but they have managed to pick up the wicket of Jack Haynes, who was out for 103 and played very, very nicely indeed. So work to be done from a Hampshire point of view.
That's for sure. Yeah. 146 Nottinghamshire added in that session. It was, well, in the end it was added on by 15 minutes, but that's still a lot in that session, and a very good one for the away side. Applause, quite understandably, for Lyndon James, who walks off at 95. Liam Patterson-White with 22 not out. That one wicket taker was Kyle Abbott this morning, who has 3 wickets in this innings. Right, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with you in around 40 minutes' time to bring you live commentary of the afternoon session.
ill-discipline with regards to the catching again. Just before lunch, Lyndon James, who's played as fluently as I can remember, got to 94 and then had that slice of luck with a nick to slip and down it went. We're going to start with Felix Organ and his half-spinners after lunch from the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion end. First ball is pushed up to mid-off and there's no run. So Lyndon James within 5 of a 3-figure score. At lunch break might just have come at a good time for him, just settled him down after that drop just before the interval, and he pushes this back to the bowler. Hit 3 sixes, which I'm sure Lyndon would be the first to say isn't necessarily his forte, but Sonny Baker tried to test him out with 1 or 2 short ones down the leg side and disappeared for a couple of sixes. Gets a run here, forcing this square of the wicket on the offside, and after 2 dots we get the first run, and that brings up the 50 partnership between Liam Patterson-White, who's contributed 22 of them, and Lyndon James the rest.
Yeah, 146 added this morning in that 2¼ hour session. For the loss of that 1 wicket, that puts Nottinghamshire firmly in control here.
63 needed from 16 overs at the start of this session to get maximum batting points, 450 before the end of the 110th. Might not be the necessarily the most important thing with regards to the dressing room, but certainly all the spectators, all the Notts fans, as this is pushed to Fuller, wide-ish mid-off, and there's no run. All the Notts fans have spoken to, yeah, let's get maximum batting points, let's get maximum batting points, don't let it slip from here. Well, let's see if they can. Organ again round the wicket. Patterson-White cuts this out into the offside and gets his first run of the afternoon session, moves to 23. Notts just ticking along. 389, 380. Yes, it will be 389 for 6. The graphics, those of you watching the same monitors as we are, just a little slow in coming back from lunch. They'll burst into life in a second. Organ, neat and tidy bowls, drilled into the offside by Lyndon James. It's a decent stop there by Tom Prest. Certainly saved 1 run. It does mean that with that single, though, Lyndon James will be on strike for the start of the new over on 97, 390 for 6. It's a little awkward, isn't it, when right in front of your nose you've got a score which is incorrect. Tempted to read that one out, but we'll have a look at the scoreboard. 390 for 6.
Yeah, I wonder how much more bowling Kyle Abbott's going to do. He's already bowled 24 overs, which is the most of any of the Hampshire bowlers. We've got Sonny Baker to start off from the hotel end. 16 overs, none for 67 for Baker. But my guess is, and we were talking about this morning, that if he does start bowling 1 or 2 short balls, which I'm sure he will, he's now got the long boundary side to assist him a little bit. We'll have to wait and see.
And he's got the field as well, Kev. Look, there's 3 of them out there, 2 behind square and 1 as square can be without being in an illegal position.
Yeah, I think it's fairly safe to say there's going to be 1 or 2 short balls coming. Lyndon James, 3 short of 100. Do you want to do this one then?
Here is Baker then in and bowls, and this is nudged into the offside, and there'll be a couple at least here. He's run hard for 2 now. Will they come back for 3? They will indeed, and Lyndon James goes through to 100. It's his 6th in first-class cricket, 2nd of the season, 2nd against Hampshire, and that's a fabulous knock. Really, really good innings from Lyndon James, and he'll be very pleased to get that out of the way right at the start of the afternoon session. It was a ball hit out to the deep extra cover boundary. The fielder, Felix Organ, who just finished that over, chased after it, had to put the slide in near the rope, and as he did so, just poured the ball back away from the rope, and of course Lyndon was looking to come back for 3, sensed his opportunity, and there it was. Nicely done. Comes up from 118 balls with 11 4s and 3 6s. Thank you, Kev.
I just thought that at the last minute, just as well I thought, wouldn't I? It's a good job I didn't leave it a ball at all.
It doesn't really matter, does it?
So he's bowling to the left-hander. So short boundary side for Patterson-White, who leaves that alone outside the off stump. Yeah, he's played very nicely. Some of the Some of the drives
Yeah.
he's played off the front foot have been gorgeous.
Just that little bit of fortune on 94.
Yeah, well, we all need a little bit here and there. There's been plenty of hundreds down the years that have required a drop catch or two, but yeah, he's played nicely around that, that's for sure. Fully deserved. Another man who likes playing against Hampshire after his 5 wickets in the second innings at Trent Bridge. Some of these Nottinghamshire players, they'll be looking at the fixture list next year and saying, "Whoa, where's Hampshire?"
They're in Division 2. No, I didn't say that.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's not certain in lots of ways. But
I didn't mean that.
no,
Hampshire
Dave,
fans.
you did, and it's fine. No, we love you for it, for being honest.
I wasn't being honest. I was just playing with you.
To be honest, that proposal that's bringing 2 up and no relegation, believe me, I'm voting for that. I'm going to get my vote in very quickly. Nobody down from Division 1. Let's bring 2 up from Division 2. Let's do that one. I wouldn't have been a fan of that normally. 393 for 6. As Baker bowls. Patterson White off the back foot. Steers that into the gap down to deep point. He moves on to 24. 394 for 6.
It's like Leicestershire and Derbyshire on their way up as it stands at the moment. If 2 are promoted, it'll be a strange old thing, wouldn't it?
Well, wouldn't it? Yes, that'll get a few people reaching for the record books when those 2 were in the top division together. I shouldn't think that's ever happened, does it? I mean, I don't know, so don't quote me. Assuming, of course, that proposal does go through. Otherwise, it's going to be the same as the way it has been. And then the PCA won't be happy. Short, and James ducks underneath that one. Professional Cricket Association want 12 matches, don't they? I'm sure the player, well, that's because the players have voted for that. Trouble is, if your side is in the bottom 2, because 12 kind of forces the issue a little bit, doesn't it, as to make up of the divisions. So we have just over 71 overs left in the day. It's going to be a late one, assuming the weather holds. As in comes Baker again, short. Landon James does go for the pull shot, keeps it down well, goes out to Tom Prest, who's at deep backward square leg, one of those 3 fielders we've been talking about, out in the deep. And you'll keep the strike, 395 for 6, and James moves on to 101. Still no Liam Dawson in terms of bowling in the test match. I suppose it's only the first morning, can't expect him to be on. I think there'd be something wrong if he was.
Yes, I'll show Bashir didn't tend to bowl many overs in the first innings of matches, did he? No. Stokes like to go the Clive Lloyd way and let's just have the quicks on. Not quite got the same battery of fast bowlers as Clive Lloyd did back in the Windies heydays of the 80s, but Stokes will try and get all he can out of Archer and Carson, Wokeson himself. What have we got then at the far end? It'll be James Fuller. So 1 over from Felix Organ. It must be for end change reasons. I can't remember now, but maybe Fuller finished at this end. The end of the morning session. I think he possibly did. Still without a maiden. Let's see if he can bowl one here. 17 overs under his belt. He's in now too. Lyndon James again driving handsomely into the covers, but won't get a run on this occasion.
Yeah, at least England have picked up a wicket. KL Rahul caught Crawley bowled Wokes for 46. Ooh. Wokes 1 for 28 from 10. Sai Siddharthan is the new batter for India. Jaiswal is 45 not out. 395 for 6. In comes Fuller from the pavilion end and bowls. James drives through powerfully through extra cover. Bit of a chase for Fletcher. Middleton can't make it. Running round from deep cover. 399 for 6. And James moves on to 105 from 122 balls. And Notts are 1 run away from a bonus point. Welcome back, Dave. I know why you disappeared, and I know you'll be so disappointed.
Yes. Took the Eye off the clock there with the century. Missed the 2 o'clock update.
That's not something. Radio. That's not a phrase I associate with you, Dave. Eye off the ball. Very unusual for you. In comes Fuller and bowls. James drives, goes up to mid-off, fielded by Kyle Abbott. We are into the 97th over of the innings, so still well within bonus point territory. And Nottinghamshire are taking a real hold in this game. It's getting a bit like the Worcestershire game here, if Hampshire aren't careful. There's a note to say, Dave, you were late, as that's pushed up to bid on, and that's a lovely looking shot. Past the diving Eddie Jack, was always second favourite there, and a beautiful piece of timing once more from the Nottinghamshire all-rounder, and there is the Nottinghamshire 400. 403 for 6. Won't be a maiden over for this over for James Fuller, because he's conceded 2 boundaries. James is 109. Carbs enjoyed that shot as well. Through mid-on there, proper shot straight through mid-on, that one. Always a good batter's shot, that one. Always got an inside edge. Ball just trickles out away on the leg side. Picks up a single. 404 for 6 now are at Nottinghamshire. Well, we mentioned a wicket in the Test match. Of course, there are a few other County Championship Division 1 matches going on. Division 2, of course, as well. I'll bring you up to date on those ones. With Fuller, who's going to come round the wicket to Patterson White. Durham are 158 for 7 in their second innings at Taunton. Very green wicket down there. Oh, Patterson White out to the pad and he's gone. Second wicket for James Fuller. Patterson White stuck on the crease there. And despite Fuller coming around the wicket, umpire decides that he is in front. The ball is hitting. And Patterson White goes for 24 from 46 deliveries with 2 boundaries in that innings. Watching that live on the a replay there, yeah, his front foot just stuck there a little bit. 404 for 7.
Yes, it was undone by the Fuller delivery, no pun intended. It's pitched right up there, wasn't it, in the block hole, and looked well, almost from the instant it hit the pad that the outcome there was going to be inevitable. And the dreaded finger of doom from Ben Debenham sent him on his way. 404 for 7. So be Brett Hutton to come in at number 9 for Notts. Brett Hutton playing a bit part in this one. He's almost like an extra in the theatre. He's only involved in this match for days 1 and 2. Didn't get on the field yesterday and won't be on the field for tomorrow or Friday, assuming it goes that far, because Josh Tong will take over as an official ECB replacement for days 3 and 4. So Brett, enjoy yourself with the bat, and I think then if and when Hampshire have their turn to take an innings, I think Brett Hutton can look forward to a lengthy bowl today.
Yeah, just leave him on. So, yeah, sure, the Somerset-Durham game looks like it's going to be all over today, because Durham only lead by 56 with 3 second innings wickets remaining. I mean, if there isn't a report about that pitch, I don't know when you do report a pitch. Less than 2 days. Sussex-Essex. Sussex were 204 all out. Essex 334 for 4. They lead by 130, the division's bottom side. And Jordan Cox, who got a scintillating 100 against Hampshire last week in the T20, is at it again, 122 not out. He absolutely smashed Hampshire to all parts of Chelmsford last week.
Sonny's day is very, very good indeed, isn't he? There's Sonny Baker then bowling to Lyndon James, turns this leg side delivery to mid-wicket to Varmer, fielding on the matting wicket. They're protecting one that the ground staff have no doubt prepared for a forthcoming fixture. Single taken. Brings Brett Hutton down to the business end for the first time, and fielders en masse come in from the extremities of the Utilita Bowl. Going to reinforce the slip cordon, reinforce the ring if there were one, just to try and keep Brett Hutton on strike for as long as they can. 405 for 7. At the other end, Lyndon James on Nelson. There is Baker. Then into Hutton. Left his bat out there a little bit. Left dangling in the breeze. It goes through to Ben Brown.
Now, Dave, who's this guy Khurram Shahzad playing for Worcestershire?
Yeah, Pakistan international. I asked pretty much the same question as I arrived at New Road for the T20 in the week, and we looked him up. He has played a couple of Test matches, and he bowled lively in the T20. And he's he knocked over a couple at the start of the Bears' reply.
4.
Crikey. There's Baker into Brett Hutton, and he eases this up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, Warwickshire 36 for 4. Shahzad's got all 4.
Somebody said to me at New Road, they do seem to get through an awful lot of pace bowlers, Pakistan, and there's quite a lot around that if you look them up, number of tests, 2, and I think he's on that list.
Yeah, Warwickshire trailed by 297 on the first innings. Wow.
It's all about finding just a little jewel like that that quickly adapts to domestic county cricket. Next delivery's blocked by the combative Brett Hutton. He'll put a high price on his wicket, you'd imagine, but Knott's hopes of getting to 450 by the end of the 110th largely depend on Lyndon James, I guess, in a lot of the strike. Brett Hutton has had a 44 not out this season against Yorkshire. He's also had a 38 against Essex. So, a couple of sizable contributions for a number 9. Stands with his bat held aloft and then pushes it into the offside, and he's underway. Does come late in the over though, 5th ball of the over. 406 for 7.
Stephen Clark, regular email, is who knows that you like your no balls. He's been counting them as well. At Northants, they've now conceded 50 no balls.
I got there.
50 no balls. I hope there was a round of applause for the 50.
Bowling coach will be pulling his hair out, won't he? I'm sure Darren Lehman will. Head coach at Wantage Road. 406 for 7. Sonny Baker bowling to Lyndon James. Last ball of the over. Single would be nice, but he's pulled this away on the leg side. Cries a catch. Cries of go and fetch that one back from the Shane Warne stand, because he's got underneath it again, Lyndon James, and it's his 4th 6 of the innings. It was nicely controlled, too short from Baker, or not short enough, I think might be the signals we were getting from Michael Carberry. It was sort of neither one nor the other. It just sat up nicely and it was pulled away by the informed Lyndon James, who's gone on to 117, 412 for 7.
No doubt about that. He's got hold of that one, hasn't he? It's right out the middle of the bat. It's a nice feeling, isn't it, when you pull a shot like that and it comes right out the meat and you watch the ball sail over the rope. So I'm told. 412 for 7. Still 69 overs left in the day. Wow. Where are we? We are at 2:15 in the afternoon. James Fuller's going to continue. Not surprisingly, after picking up that wicket of Patterson White. Ian East, as that's pushed away on the offside, start of a new over from Fuller, and that's going for 4 behind square. Good shot from Hutton.
I think that was the shot of somebody who's been told, just make sure we get to 450. Yeah. So he could have left that alone, but went after it.
Ian East, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says he didn't know Northants had signed Tino Best. He used to have a few problems with no balls, Tino.
Luke Fletcher tells the story of when he came out to bat here and Tino was bowling. It was the match he broke Chris Reed's arm, and he was bowling very, very quickly. And hey Shrek, I'm going to get you.
For that Hutton's forward. It's gone into the gap. They'll pick up a single. 4:17 for 7.
And Fletch says, I don't know if he was sort of confusing me with Charlie Shrek, or he thought I looked like the big jolly green giant out of the animated film, but he kept calling me Shrek, and he was bowling bouncers and absolutely ripping the heart out of the Nottinghamshire top and middle order. And at the other end was Samit Patel, and Samit said, I'll take Mason Crane at this end. He's turning it square if you can stay down at Tino's end.
From the pavilion end, James is driving, finds Abbott at mid-off.
And then he's giving you the big build-up, and then Samit was bowled by one from Mason Crane, which gave everybody a good laugh in the dressing room. But yeah, he could bowl, couldn't he? You had some decent overseas quicks. Fidel Edwards was around about that time as well.
Yeah.
Frightening.
Fidel.
He had a nasty injury playing pre-match football, didn't he, somewhere?
At Yorkshire. Yes, he did, yeah. Didn't play for quite a while after that. As Fuller's in, James pushes forward. He also finds the gap on the offside.
He got
4:18 for 7.
You'll have been out there. Michael was out there, of course, with Hampshire. Those matches that they played in the Caribbean, those sort of warm-up games, pre-season games that played about 10, 8, 9, 7 years ago, and whatever. He got a 9 for playing for somebody against Notts in one of the all-day matches. Caught him bowled quickly then. Weren't exactly queuing up to face him.
And of course, he could bowl wicked reverse swing and a little bit of what I say little awayers. I mean, they're a bit more than little awayers, but you'll know what I mean. That's a lovely drive from Hutton. Finds Abbott at mid-off. I remember actually, I can't remember the year where we needed to avoid defeat against you guys up at Trent Bridge and hope that Sussex lose, which they did, which meant Hampshire stayed up in Division 1. And Sussex lost their game a reasonable time after the game at Trent Bridge had finished. I remember this day.
You stuck around, didn't you, forever?
Well, I stuck around because I was still doing a bit of work, and then I suddenly thought, hang on a minute. And then when I realised that we stayed up, I thought, I bet there's nobody left in the dressing room. This must have been a good hour and a half after the game. Let's pushed out into the covers, and there's no running. I wandered over the dressing room, and there was Fidel, the lone Hampshire man in the dressing room, and he was waiting for a lift, and he'd been waiting for about 45 minutes for this lift to arrive. And I said, Fidel, I just need to speak to you, just give me some reaction. And he did, to be fair to him, he was good.
This is slightly alarming, nothing more than that, but the floodlights have just come on. There is a filthy cloud right over the ground now. Very proactive from the Hampshire club if you know that's in a response to this dark cloud. Let's hope it's that. Can't see anything else coming behind it, so hopefully we'll be all okay. 418 for 7 as we begin the 100th over. Lyndon James on strike on 118. Another short one, and this time he bobs underneath it. A little better from Sonny Baker. I expect Lyndon James was anticipating it. David Milnes from square leg has decided he wants to go over to the other side because then he'll have a view of the man at deep square leg, because there's a fine leg, a long leg, and a deep square leg. And David Milnes now over on the point side for the right-handed batter, can see just where that fielder is. Again down the leg side. Lyndon James still goes hard at it despite that trap out there. Goes down the leg side, taken by Ben Brown.
Yeah, I think David Milnes has shown a bit of experience there. I think he feels there's going to be a lot more balls coming to him at square leg with all the hooks and pulls than there is anything going through point.
Is it Fletcher Middleton's square of the wicket?
Not sure, it might be.
Deep square leg, yeah. So Baker from our end of the ground. Filthy black overhead conditions, glorious sunshine on the ground. Another bouncer, and again pulled away by Lyndon James, but he's got this down to Fuller, and they take a single. 419 for 7. James up to 119. Brett Hutton back on strike on 6. The 2 out today. Jack Haynes, splendid century for him, his 4th of the season. He was out caught by Felix Organ. It was a really tame way to go. A couple of players yesterday got out to tame shots. Jack Haynes, I think, will find himself in the same box from the bowling of Kyle Abbott for 103, and then after lunch Liam Patterson-White LBW to Fuller for 24. Baker now to Brett Hutton. Bangs this in short, and Brett Hutton's pulled this in front of square. It's going to challenge the fielder out there, and it's nicely cut off by Fletcher Middleton, and they'll take 2 runs. Didn't have to slide anywhere near the rope for that one. 2 more to Hutton, takes him to 8, knots 421 for 7.
It's well played, but I think the batters are kind of expecting it. I think they're expecting probably a couple, 3 balls and over that's going to be short, so they're almost in position.
Thanks to everybody for messages you've sent through. The yellow belly, knots going well, Dave. That's always one that's tempting fate. Nice to hear from you, yellow belly. This is pushed into the offside. He'll be watching the Blaze tomorrow, he says. They're playing at Lindham Ground in Lincoln. It's back the 50 over stuff, isn't it, tomorrow for the women, and then of course the Blaze then go down to the Oval at the weekend. Mark the Mod in Tunbridge. It's been a superb innings this from Lyndon James. Been our most stylish, he says, in his follow-up one. He's our most stylish batter. He's got to guide us to 450 though. Bit of a challenge. Pile them up. It's a very temperate Sevenoaks today, by the way. This is pushed into the offside, up to Felix Organ. Is it temperate here, Kev? I think it might be. 421 for 7.
Temperate meaning sort of
warm,
is it?
That's why I asked you.
Yeah,
I think temperate's a nice.
I'm not sure.
Nice climate. No, Amelia. Is it true you sent her off to get some elbow grease, and we've not seen her since?
Amelia has gone to interview the Hampshire women's head coach, Paul Pritchard. They've been practicing over in the nursery ground this morning because they also are playing tomorrow back in the 50 over competition, of which they are top of the table.
Is that former Essex P. Pritchard?
That's the former Essex captain.
Oh, boo! Yes. Boo!
You don't like him?
We don't like Paul Pritchard. Lovely man,
He's
lovely fella. But we don't like Paul Pritchard.
Oh dear, right. We'll need to know more. As in comes Fuller and bowls, and James tucks a short delivery away on the leg side and moves on to 120.
Remember that Lord's final where Derek Randall nearly won it for Notts against Essex? Needed, 22 off the last over, and he went 4, 2, 2, 4, and they needed 2 off the last over. Pringle bowling to Randall. It was nearly the greatest last over of a cup final, and it chipped one to Pritchard at mid-wicket, and that was that. So Essex won by 2 runs.
I thought it was something he'd done.
No,
really annoyed Notts.
I've interviewed him jokingly in the past.
Good.
Well, he caught Randall and spoiled the fairy tale finish to a great cup final.
Yes. Long memories up in Nottinghamshire. As that's driven by Hutton, past a diving Gubbins at extra cover. He may have got a half a hand on that one. Kyle Abbott fields at the top end, and James moves on to. Oh, that was Hutton, wasn't it? Moves on to 10. So Amelia's gone over there to speak to Paul Pritchard because Hampshire are also back in action tomorrow. They take on Surrey at Guildford Cricket Club.
I should have given her that question. And finally, Paul,
yes.
Do you regret spoiling Derek Randall's swan song in that Lord's Cup final, catching him off the last ball of the match?
He says yes, he'll take it to his grave. That's Paul shot there. It's in the air, but it's safe over the Sonny Baker's head on the short boundary side, and it's going for 6. Nice pick up there from Hutton, who moves on to 16. 4:30 for 7. Email here from Mark Graffam, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, please could you enlighten us? He just wants to update him because I don't think he's been listening or watching earlier today. Why Mark Stokeman's not featured? Yes, I will repeat very quickly. It wasn't really working out. I'm sure he was as frustrated as maybe Hampshire were a little bit because he only averaged 21 in the games that he played, and I think they both came to a situation where he wasn't really scoring the runs or sticking around as long as he wanted. Hampshire were finding that as well, and I think it was just agreed that they would play one of the promising youngsters, i.e. Ali Orr, though he's unfortunately got concussion. As Fuller comes in, Hutton is forward, plays it back to the bowler. And why is Keith Barker not in the squad? Now his suspension has finished. Quite right, his suspension finished early July, but in an effort to get back after a year out, unfortunately he's picked up an injury. He was targeting this game, I'm told, and I suppose at his tender age, when you've been out for quite a while and haven't really got the games and the spells of bowling under your belt, it's a little difficult, and you do find that things sort of twang and tweak around the body, so that's where he is at the moment. Here's Fuller from the pavilion end, bowls. Hutton hits it off the back foot to Gubbins in the covers.
Sent for Dr. Kate. Charlie's been in touch. Lovely innings from Lyndon James. Nearly chanceless, he says. He's in great nick, showing his graceful stroke play. Lovely batter to watch. Real treat to watch on the first day of my summer holidays. I think Charlie's in the educating profession. Mandy Clark, lovely to see Lyndon batting well again. Need him to get us to full batting points. Well, Brett Hutton's chipping in here with... big 6, taking him to 16 from 15.
He's playing a perfect knock, isn't he? At the moment. Drives. More runs here. Goes to backward of point. More running to do for Fletcher Middleton out on the boundary. 2 runs take Nottinghamshire on to 432 for 7. I think they'll be fairly confident of getting the extra batting point, because that's the 101st over completed, which means what? Another 9? Another 9 overs, isn't it?
18 runs from 9 overs. Hampshire need 2 wickets from 9 overs. Test match India 103 for 1 at Old Trafford against England. What else can we tell you? Yorkshire have lost a 5th wicket at Scarborough. They lost the morning session there. Soggy wet outfield. They're 369 for 5. Johnny Bairstow's just gone for 72. Matt Revis there on 34. They are in the 108th over, so sorry, at the moment only on for 1 bowling point. Kev's already told you about Karam Shahzad reducing Warwickshire to 49 for 4 at Edgbaston in reply to Worcestershire's 333. Bowling change, Felix Organ just keeps dipping in and out, doesn't he? The odd over here and there, the odd end change over, and the odd one before the end of a session. It's going to come on again, but I'd say he's just dipped in and out. This will be his 18th over, so he's having
about 8 spells.
He's having a decent crack of it. Yet to take a wicket. Will this be the time? Lyndon James on strike, nudges it into the offside, and there's no run. So Notts 432 for 7. Jack Haynes out for 103 yesterday. Freddie McCann made 79. Carl Verena 42. This ball is blocked. Joe Clark 32. That was after the 2 openers, Hamid and Slater, fell cheaply. Liam Patterson-White, the last to fall, made 24.
Durham are 8 down now.
Tap of the bat from Lyndon James, then he goes hard at this one, forcing it square of the wicket on the offside. Past umpire Milnes, and they get a single. So that, let's see if we can bounce him out ploy to Lyndon James has been aborted, but umpire Milnes has still decided to stay on the offside. Felix Organ now being proactive, moving fielders hither and thither, including Toby Albert. Don't know who he's on the field for, but Hampshire sub out there, and he's going to form one of a 2-man catching wall at mid-wicket. Maybe. When the music stops, maybe they'll stand still for a minute. There we go. 1 slip. 3 close in, or close-ish in on the leg side. In fact, 4 including Weatherly at mid on, and there's no run. Weatherly blotting his copybook just before lunch with regulation offering at slip. Had a couple of grasps at it, and then James drives this elegantly past the bowler straight down the ground for 4. In fact, it's Brett Hutton again. Beg your pardon. Taking some lovely shots here, Brett Hutton. That's the biggest compliment I can play him, calling him Lyndon James. That was a lovely shot.
Similar type shots. I mean, that game at Taunton's going to be all over before tea on day 2. Ridiculous. 69 Durham lead with 2 second innings wickets remaining. That is absolutely ridiculous.
I'm sure somebody will get around to adjudicating on it in November. This is pushed back. Well, in all seriousness, these things do tend to take forever, don't they? And that's the end of the over here. 437 for 7 after 102 overs. You know, there will be a match referee there. There'll be the 2 umpires. They'll have their own thoughts. They'll make reports. They'll do this and that, and then it'll just sit somewhere. Or usually that seems to be the way.
And then they'll say, "Oh, they played about 20 rubbish shots, so there's nothing to do with the wicket." But let's be honest. There's something going on. Michael Carberry will join Dave Bracegirdle.
Thank you, Kevin. Well, coming towards the business end of the Nottinghamshire first innings, you'd imagine. There's no knowing how long it will last, but we have got another bowling change at the far end, and it's Dr. Kate's nephew, Eddie Jack, going to come on from the pavilion end. Hello, Michael. Welcome back.
Hello, Dave. How are you, mate?
I'm good. I'm good.
Boys doing well.
I'm enjoying this.
Piling them on.
I'm enjoying this. Eddie Jack past David Milnes, bowls now, and Lyndon James nudges this up to mid-on. As a batter with a century, if you know you've played right at the top of your game, yet you've given one chance and it's gone down, do you think, well, that's your fault, or do you think, oh, crikey, not quite 10 out of 10 today, I shouldn't have given them that one chance?
Absolutely not. You make them pay. That's what the good players do. You know, all of us batters have been there when you haven't done a lot wrong and you're trudging back to the pavilion, so these are the times you're going to make it count.
437 for 7. And again, a slightly false shot, but he'll get away with this one. Went hard at that one and skewed off the outside edge. Sort of at a catchable eye. Had there been a fourth slip in there, it goes down to third for a single. 438 for 7. I see Lyndon James a lot. Obviously, I've seen virtually every innings he's played in his career. He's been very fluent today, I must admit.
Yeah, he's played beautifully, hasn't he? Yeah. Very, very compact player. You know, good on the short ball as well. I think that's, you know, one of the eye-catching parts of his knock today.
So Brett Hutton has come in at 9. He gets a short one. He's taking it on down the leg side. Didn't get anything on it as it goes through to Ben Brown. I was watching you whilst they were trying to bounce him out. You were visibly playing every ball. Did you want Baker to get it higher up round his nose or bowl fuller?
Yeah, I think with you know, back of a length, which Sonny Baker liked to sort of imply is really a nothing length on this sort of pitch. It sits up too easy. I think if you're going to use your short ball, it's got to be at the badge, or you've got to be going back into top of off.
Next delivery is drilled into the offside by Hutton on the front foot, driving nicely. Oh, he'll get a couple. No, he won't get a couple more. And Lyndon James had come halfway back. Brett Hutton a little cautiously settles for 1. That could have been a mix-up. That could have just opened the door for Hampshire a little bit as we get towards the 110th over. 439 for 7. Don't know if you've got. We just touched on that 2010 game, and the only reason I've mentioned it a couple of times is it's the last time Notts won here. They've had a wretched record at the Rose Bowl, as it was the Ageas Bowl, the Utilita Bowl. A wretched record here. This is down the leg side and through to the keeper. I did a look before we set off, and it was that 2010 game. You got 100, and then Stephen Mullaney on debut, and he tells the story. I don't know if you remember. He was called into the side. He'd played a one-day game the day before the county championship game, and 1 or 2 Notts players had got injured. So Mullaney was called into the side for his day. Andre Adams it was who picked up an injury because he came and did a bit of commentary with me. And so Mullaney came into the side. This is into the pads of Lyndon James. It'll be a leg by. He'd just been signed from Lancashire as a young player, right, yeah. And he obviously played beautifully. Got to 99, and who was your spinner? He danced down
Araf.
Yes, Rangana Araf. He danced down the track to him on 99, and Nick Potas missed it, fumbled the stumping. Otherwise, he'd have gone by 2 yards, and obviously the rest is history. Got a century on debut, and then Mark Waugh got the match-winning ton on the last day.
Mark Waugh, he was a player. He was a good player as well.
Well, they always cruelly said he was. If he'd had another vowel in his name, he'd have been a brilliant player. Obviously, the other Mark Waugh, but no, I
very good player.
Churned out a lot of 70s and 80s, very consistent.
Yeah, Felix Organ there from the Hilton end into James, who just sort of pushes 4-1 to mid-on.
You must have some Notts memories, either from Trentbridge or from all all the sides you've played against. Of course, your last match against Notts?
It was, yeah. Last professional game was against Notts. Oh. Yeah, we've had some good battles with them over the years. You know, always again one of those sides as a sort of young, budding, up and coming, aspiring England player you wanted to do well against. I remember sort of T20, me and James Vince sort of going berserk up there as well in a good run chase. So Organ bowls another one, almost deflects it back onto the stumps, but James threw for a single.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. If Hampshire didn't come to Trent Bridge and beat Notts in a quarter-final, it was Somerset. Every year it was one or the other. Notts could always get to the home quarter-final, and then...
Yeah, it started to become a bit of a thing. Yeah, we always seem to draw Notts in a quarter-final at Trent Bridge, and I remember the magic of Neil Mackenzie as well. He played pretty well, get us over the line in a quarter-final. Yeah, good times. So Organ's into bowl.
I know things become the stuff of legend and myths, but there was something about Mackenzie sellotaping his bat, or taping his bat to the dressing room ceiling. Was that true? Did you hear that one?
He's had a lot of weird he was a very superstitious. That's got to be close. Oh, probably just not coming back enough. Hutton going for the sweep there. Organ deciding to now come around the wicket, trying to get it to straighten up the line, and probably just pitching outside, I would say. But yeah, Neil Mackenzie was a very superstitious man in the dressing room. Everything, shoes had to be together. Organ into Hutton again, pushes forward. Yeah, shoes had to be in order, gloves in a certain order, bats. You know, he loved neatness. And he was next to the wrong man in the change room, which was my brother-in-arms, Jimmy Adams, who was arguably the messiest cricketer on the planet. You know, Winchester private school boy, you know, kit everywhere, and you know, the number 5 glove would be with the number 2 glove. So that was quite funny to see Macca. I think Macca actually put some tape, physio's tape, to cordon off an area. So he said to him, "Jum," and I think that was his way of saying, "Jim, Jum, you are not allowed to come in this area.
Don't encroach on my space."
That's right. Yeah.
So he played a couple of really special innings for your side at Trent Bridge over the years. This is short, and Lyndon James again will pull it away, taking on the short side, and again it's gone for 6. This is really good stuff today from Lyndon James, and that's getting Notts ever closer to maximum batting points. 4-4, 7 for 7, and I guess still, especially whilst Brett Hutton's going along nicely, and Farhan Ahmed to come, Mo Abbas might not last as long, but there's still the opportunity for Notts to pile on a few more yet.
Absolutely. Again, it's just that nothing left length from Hampshire bowlers.
Eddie Jack's just brought up his 100 with that shot. This is chopped to Weatherly at backward point, and there's no run on this occasion. Yeah, he brought up 100. 2 for 101 from Eddie Jack. I always used to be told if you go for 100, you've done all right, because the captain's had enough faith to keep you on that long, but it doesn't necessarily always pan out like that. Sometimes you bowl him because there's nobody else.
Yeah.
He's done okay, Eddie Jack, though. He's got 2 in the end column. Comes in again and bowls, and that's a good delivery. There's a little bit of pace on that one, a little bit of zip. Kookaburra ball, this one just 24 overs old, still doing a little bit.
Yeah, see, for me, that I think if I was being overly critical of, or had to give a critique of the Hampshire sort of bowling performance, I think it's just not enough deliveries in that kind of area. You know, just too much in that nothing length. You know, sort of hip height, tummy high is too easy on this slow pitch.
It's in once more and bowls again down the leg side. That's maybe something that also you'd cast a critical eye over the lack of consistency, just drifting too many down that leg side.
Yeah, and also I think, I'll come back to it again, I think some of the captaincy at times has been, and I understand if you know your bowlers are not consistently hitting the mark you want them to hit, you're trying to obviously stem the flow of runs, but I think you've also got to think about how you're going to get wickets as well.
Notts need 3 for maximum batting points. Lyndon James drives into the offside, and I think it was on the full. Michael straight away alluded to it. Nick Gubbins, I think it is. and low down, flung himself. He saved 4. We can say that much because it was hit so hard. It would certainly have gone to the boundary, but I think it was just off the ground, wasn't it, when he flung himself across there and certainly got his hands to it.
Yeah, that was I'd say in relative terms, he went straight to him. He should have really have taken that, Nick Gubbins.
4-4-7 for 7. Next delivery is pushed by Lyndon James into the space on the offside. He's run the first one quickly, won't get back for a second. I don't know Kyle Abbott at all, apart from the fact that when I've stood next to him, I'm sort of looking up towards, like looking up at the Blackpool Tower. He's a giant of a man, an absolute beast, but he was stood at the far end at mid-off there, right next to the bowler. Is he the sort to pass on words of experience? Because you've got 2 really experienced bowlers there in Abbott and Fuller, and 2 young guns in Eddie Jack and Sonny Baker here, who I'm sure want to tap in everything they've got.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Kyle Abbott's been an amazing signing for Hampshire for the years I played with him, and after he's still here, still doing it, and I mean, no doubt he'll be trying to offer as much encouragement as he can as Felix Organ begins another over. It's a learning process. Unfortunately, the only way players can deal with pressure, they've got to be put in pressure environments, and this is a high pressure environment. Organ comes in again, and James drives down the ground. I feel that if there's anything to be gained from these Kookaburra Ball experiments, is it will teach the likes of Jacks and Sonny Baker to some degree on how to bowl. As we know, it's very easy when James clips to mid-wicket. It's very easy when the ball is swinging around, for people to look like world beaters. Yeah. But what you want to see, firstly, does he have the heart? That's the one thing you're looking for as a captain. Does your bowler have the heart? Shot. That's a brilliant shot from James. Piercing, extra cover. Organ just flighting that one up, looking for it to clip the footmarks. And beautifully dealt with by James. So another boundary.
Maximum batting points, Michael, for Notts. Got the 450 up. We're in the 106th over. Hampshire need 2 more wickets in about 4 overs.
Yeah. Again, you're looking for character and heart in a fast bowler. It's a tough job. Organ comes in again, and this one a little bit flatter, pushed into the onside for no run. Yeah, and then I think it's maybe around training, just offering little bits of advice and the areas to work on. It's all in again. James nicely forward. Not doing the pretty boy stuff, as we say, doing things that are relevant to what you're going to need at this level, which is it's not going to come away too much from the basics. It's about trying to find the right length for the pitch, and you just got at this level in this format. It's just trying to be metronomic, isn't it? Trying to hit the same area, and that just comes with, I'd say, time, experience. It's not something I believe you can rush through, but I think it's important then that the management, senior players create that environment for young players that they're learning and doing the right things. So when the likes of Kyle Abbott move on, those youngsters we talk about are now the experienced pros passing the baton down, so to speak.
It's sort of the first time in many a year that you can sort of have a look from afar and think, well, Hampshire a little bit in transition. No James Vince, no Mo Abbas, of course, who's been around the last 4 seasons. Start of a new over short, and Brett Hutton through with the shot, didn't get anything on it from Eddie Jack. And I guess that's part of the role of the director of cricket, the head coach. Just make sure that you don't have to introduce too many youngsters all at the same time. You don't lose too much seniority. Not sort of gone through the same process over the last few years, losing the likes of Samet and Mullaney and Jake Ball and Fletcher and countless others. 452 for 7. Next ball on its way, and Brett Hutton will drop this on the leg side and take a single. He's about the last of the old guard, Brett Hutton, but he did have couple of seasons away with Northants around about COVID time before coming back. His debut for Notts back in 2011. So he's the old stager of the present squad.
Very good point you make. It will take some time, but no doubt the promise is there.
Jack into James again, short, and again he's not held back, pulling it out onto the leg side. Lost the flight of it. Well, I saw the flight of it, I didn't see where it landed there. It's gone for 6 again. This is becoming a little bit of a regular feature of this innings. Every time it's banged in short. Lyndon James is a tall man, he's 6'6", so you've got to get it up really high to trouble him. And he's hitting it so well, so cleanly, that he's prepared to take on the short ball and not roll the wrist. He's deliberately looking for 6, isn't he? He's hitting it up rather than rolling the wrist. And gets another 6. He's on to 140. It's, Fuller and pushed into the offside. 4.59 for 7.
I mean, what I would like to see is Kyle Abbott maybe go to Ben Brown, at some point and say, look, do you think this is the right ploy at the right end? I think you're almost feeding young Jack to the lines here a little bit. With that, say it's a pitch and putt boundary one side. Give him the opportunity if he's going to employ that. Do it from the other end.
Eddie Jack in balls, and this is nudged up to mid-off, and there's no run. Appropriate use of pitch and putt there. Golf course behind us. I told Kevin I checked in on whatever night it was a couple of nights ago, and lo and behold, a view of the back rather than the cricket ground. And the first person I saw drive up on this last green here ended up in the bunker and took 6 shots to get out. So
sounds like my golf, mate.
I started my trip with a little bit of a chuckle. 4.59 for 7, banged in short, and Lyndon James happy just to play this away off the front of his nose. 4.59 for 7. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Solent, Amelia Clark, part of the commentary team out there out and about somewhere. Kevin James will be popping back in. I'm Dave Brayscale, just about to go and lie down in a darkened room for a minute, and there'll be more thoughts from former England batter Michael Carberry.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, it's a tough going, tough grind at the moment for the Hampshire bowlers. So Lyndon James has played superbly on 140 not out, and Brett Hutton's come in and he's quickly into his work as well. 24 not out as Organ begins another over and turned away on the leg side for no run. As Kevin James enters.
How are you, Carbs?
I'm all right, my good friend. A little bit worried for my ex-team, but
well, yes,
it's not looking good. But Organ. Oh, there's a attempted run. Hutton set off a bit late there. I don't think he was expecting the call. Just made it.
Yes, it's hard. It's hard at this stage, isn't it? In a 4-day game, when you've been in the field this long and you're this far behind in the game, tough.
Yeah, I mean, it's this is where the body you start to feel every part of that 100 overs you've been in the field, especially the bowlers. Legs start to feel a bit heavy. Batsmen your mind starts to wander. You start looking up at the dressing room. Are they in whites yet? There's been teams known to play a little bit of tricks with the opposition to all get in whites and then pretend to give it the fake wave and then sit back down.
That's very true, isn't it? You do look up at the opposition dressing room. It's very true.
Yeah, just can't glance an eye. Any chance you're... Say, Organ starting quite nice, starting to spell quite nicely, adopting round the wicket, just to try and, I suppose, stop the batters using their arms. Hutton pushes that one to mid-on again for no run.
Barry Breen has emailed, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says Liam Dawson is bowling now in the test. So we'll keep an eye on that one.
Nice work. So Organ again. So a bit of a flattered delivery to Hutton, who's clipped that one off his hip. He's pushing hard for 2. Looking, but decided against it. Maybe 10 years ago, Hutz might have gone for that one, but decided against it.
Liam Dawson's first over went for 5. So there was 2 dot balls in the other 4 balls. There were scoring shots off that one as well. Just to add to what Dave was saying, we're also on the live picture feed, which is going out on the Hampshire Cricket website, which those pictures have been beamed back to the Trent Bridge Cricket website as well. We're also around the ground on the live commentary, in-ground commentary, and also on your smart speaker, or most smart speakers anyway. You just say, ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire versus Nottinghamshire. And then it should magically just appear, apparently. And you'll hear myself and Carbs. There's another pull shot here, and it's gone out on the leg side. It's gone along the ground. It's quite nicely played by Brett Hutton, actually. Moves on to 27. Started in the over from Eddie Jack. I have to say, yes, he's leaking a few runs, Eddie Jack. But he has got the ball through on occasions, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I mean, as I said, he's bowled. I think when he's got the ball in the right area, he's looked threatening. But I think if you sat down with him at the end of play, you would say, well, you know, how many times have you really gone back in there a third, a second time?
Yeah. James drives, goes out to Fletcher Middleton at deep cover.
But I think that's the finishing school for his bowling, isn't it? Really, it's just to try now and develop that consistency. You know, trying to back up good ball after good ball. I think sometimes young bowlers are perhaps guilty of trying too much, especially when pitches are flat. You know, feeling as though they have to create things and not understanding that also the way of creating things is just doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's right. Being a bit more patient.
That's right.
Not trying to force things a little too much. Comes into Hutton. He's still got 2 slips though. Hutton drives on the up through extra cover. That's a lovely shot. Chase for Organ. He will get there. Should get there before the rope. Don't take away anything from that shot from Hutton. They want 3. You're not going to quite do that. Organ does well. But that's the lovely shot from the number 9.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that should give the top order of Hampshire plenty of heart seeing a shot like that. If your number 9 can come in and just lean. It wasn't really a bad ball, was it? It was just sort of on a good length. But obviously now the second new ball's probably just lost that little bit of zip from the previous bouncer barrage.
Yeah. There's Jack from that pavilion end in. Another drive on the up. A little bit of extra bounce. Just takes the ball out to point. They'll run a single though. Total is on to 467 for 7. Still quite a long way from tee. So if Nottinghamshire want to keep batting, and you have to say from what we've seen, I'm not sure the 3 wickets are going to fall that quickly. Then I think Hampshire might be out in the field for a little while yet. I don't know, what do you reckon?
Yeah.
There's no point in Nottinghamshire batting second the second time if they can keep going like this. James works it away on the onside for a single. 468 for 7.
Yeah, I think for me, if I was in the Notts management team, I think I'll be looking to bat once. You've got more than enough time left. If they bat another hour, they could easily pile on another 80 runs or so, and then give Hampshire a tricky sort of session before the close.
Very tricky. A similar game to what happened with the Worcestershire last time out here, as Jack's in. Short one, pulled away, a 6. That's gone a long way back over the bone, bounces out towards the chicken wings and tender outlet, which fortunately the shutter is well and truly closed. Otherwise I think it would have gone in through the outlet there. Good shot, good pick-up shot.
It's just not the length to bowl to that side, is it? I mean, it's say very short boundary. I mean, you know, Eddie Jack, you've got to learn quickly at this level. You know, you've been deposited over there at least 4, 5, 6 times. You know, you've got to come up with a different plan.
Right, here's some very, very good news. Mr. Carberry and everybody else who's watching and listening. Liam Dawson has picked up a wicket.
Oh, shock horror.
Jaiswell caught Brooke, bowled Dawson for 58. So that would be in his second over. Yeah, he's picked that up. Why wasn't he on earlier? And why wasn't he in the tests earlier?
No comment. No comment.
Well, that is very, very good. Are we
talking this year or 3
years
ago?
Over the last 8 years.
Yeah.
So, Liam Dawson, well done to him.
Well done, buddy.
Yeah, good stuff.
Work. Good job.
I'm sure there's a video of that dismissal somewhere on social media. We'll try and pick that up at some point, but that's very, very good news. Obviously finding wickets a little easier to come by than the Hampshire boys are here, because they've only picked up 2. This morning, Jack Haynes for 103, and this afternoon, Liam Patterson-White for 24.
Morgan begins another over from the Hilton end. Comes past the umpire, skips in, bowls on a nice length, and James pushes that to mid-off for no run.
I'm told by Wes, the media man here, has clearly got more eyes at Old Trafford than he has here. Dawson's wicket was caught at slip with his 7th ball. Thank you, Wes.
So Felix Organ is again into James, who's slightly rocking back on the back foot. Solidly back to the bowler. Again, still looking solid on his pitch. Lyndon James doesn't look like he's intent in giving it away. Earned the batting points, and now he can just play. Again, solidly forward. Looks a good player, doesn't he? Looks very organised. Tall man.
I tell you, he's a greatly improved bowler as well. I think he bowled really well up at Trent Bridge earlier this season. He's developing into a seriously good all-rounder.
And then again, so flatter delivery, punch to mid-on.
26 years of age, got plenty of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Not even playing not into his best years yet, which is good to see from a Notts perspective. Morgan again, well bowled. Lovely lengths, Morgan. Just giving that one a little bit more flight, a little bit slower. I think that's a good ploy for him. You know, don't get too flat. Try and get the ball up and down. See if you can force these Notts batters into a drive. Clip those foot marks. And he comes again, past the umpire. A little bit flat into the pitch and just rolled off to square leg. It's a good finish to the over there from Organ, getting that one, just going for one off the over. There's some promise there, just getting the ball up.
It's another promising partnership here, isn't it? It's worth 71 for the 8th wicket. I mean, the momentum is definitely with Nottinghamshire, there's no doubt about that, but again, this is just evidence of when 2 players get in and the Kookaburra ball, it's actually quite hard work, isn't it, bowling wise?
Yeah, it is, and I would say also, you know, it puts emphasis on fielding captains to make sure that, you know, they do set the right fields and try and give, you know, reward their bowlers for bowling good. I felt Ben Brown's captaincy today has been at times questionable.
Kyle Abbott's back into the attack. Looks like it's nipped back from fairly wide of off stump.
Especially for the new batters coming in. You know, he's been happy to sort of leave deep cover back for long periods of the game. And for me, I always feel if your bowlers are getting hit to deep cover, it means that they're not attacking the stumps. And as I say, there's only one way to learn, isn't there? As you know, as a bowler,
Yeah.
you know, you've got to learn to bowl with that pressure of having cover point. I feel it becomes a bit of a security blanket at times.
Abbott's in again from that pavilion end. Just keeps a little low on James, who pushes that out to point.
You know, accepted that, you know, James was going nicely when Haynes got out. You know, you're not going to obviously try and over-attack against him, but certainly when you've got new batsmen coming in, you've got to try and squeeze and put that pressure up, even if it's not a catcher, but it's someone in the ring, force them to try and hit the ball through the field where you can create a chance. But I felt that, and also it gives you a bowler reward for bowling a good ball. You now can create some dot balls. I just struggled to see how you're going to do that with this field.
James drives on the up, goes out into the covers, fielded by Weatherly. Yeah, and also maybe the consistency hasn't quite been there to have the confidence to set a field that perhaps is a little bit more attacking than what we've seen. I don't know. I think, you know, when there was the Barker and the Bass and Abbott operating, I think it was probably a little easier to set fields with those 3 operating. I don't know. I think it's a little tough when you're going for over 4 1/4 and over throughout the innings. James drives, this time finds Gubbins, one of those 2 shortish cover fielders.
Yeah, I understand that, and also, you know, starting with Fuller this morning, I think when I was on my first stint, you know, I thought was again another strange decision. you know, he was probably the most expensive bowler of the group, and I feel that first 10 overs was Hampshire's real opportunity to, you know, try and regain some control over the innings, over the scoring rate.
Abbott bowls, James is forward. Nice forward defensive up to mid-off.
You know, maybe he could have even started with Organ, you know, just to shore things up, if you like, which will then allow, you know, you can then have short blasts with the quicks from the other end. It was just a very odd decision for me. You know, you had to try and win that first 10 overs, create a bit of, say, a bit of control, and then, you know, it gives you the chance to get some wickets through frustration.
Abbott in again. James works that up towards mid. Well, that's a maiden over from Kyle Abbott, probably the first maiden we've seen for a while. I'll check that one. Thank you very much, Michael Carberry. He's going to take a well-earned break. Always good to have him around and hear his comments. Just looking at the economy rates for the bowlers, Felix Organ currently the most economical, just over 3 and over from his 22 overs. You've then got Kyle Abbott just over 3.5 and over from his 24, and then you've got Eddie Jack going at 5s, you've got James Fuller going at 5s, and Sonny Baker going at over 4.25. So, you know, maybe not too many options there for Ben Brown, but this is where you're hanging in as a fielding side, isn't it? Really, just hanging in and hanging in. Welcome back, Amelia Clark.
Thank you. Yeah, I disappear for a little bit, and another wicket goes. Every time I leave, the wicket falls.
Let's play that into the covers. And yeah, there's not too many of them. You do well to miss them. Only 2 today. Good day so far for Nottinghamshire. They'll be looking to keep that going and keep the pressure on as forward is Hutton to Organ, who's around the wicket here. So you've been speaking to Paul Pritchard, the Hampshire women's head coach?
Yeah, I have indeed, yeah. Ahead of tomorrow's match up in Guildford against Surrey.
Yeah. We heard from Dave, the Blaze also in action tomorrow. They're in Lincoln. That's the 50 over women's competition returns after the T20 is concluded. The Blaze in the final on Sunday. I know Dave's going to the Oval for that one. The Blaze and Warwickshire play for the right to play Surrey in the final. There's a drive out to backward a point by Hutton. Eddie Jack is out there, slides into that one, picks it up just in front of the rope. And Nottinghamshire move on to 477 for 7.
And the big news that Hampshire's Liam Dawson has just taken a wicket in his second over.
Yeah, that's great news, isn't it? With his 7th ball in on his return to Test match cricket. On his return to the T20 side, he picked up a man of the match performance, didn't he? I think it was 4 for, or I can't remember exactly, but and here he is in his first Test back, and he's in the wickets already. Paul Williams has just picked up on that as well. Thank you for all those that are notifying us that Dawson has picked up a wicket. That's pushed out square on the offside for a single. 478 for 7. Thank you, Stephen Clark.
Yeah,
Clearly. Go on.
The wicket was caught by Brooke in the slips.
Yeah.
Oh, we've just got a video of it, so I can.
Oh, you got the video.
I can finally have a look.
Oh, we'll have a quick. This is not great viewing. Great for us. Oh yeah, push forward. Good
That's
catch,
very
Brooke.
nice.
About knee height.
And
Come
Dawson definitely had a big celebration.
How was he celebrating? Was he running around?
He was running around. As he
over the wicket, and
he just gets running around, leaping, punching the air.
Fantastic.
Hugs for everyone.
7 balls.
That's brilliant. Get him back in, I say. So we've got Kyle Abbott coming from the hotel end, and that's just defended nicely. Pavilion entering. He never comes from the hotel end. Don't know why I said that. So I'm normally commentating from this end. It confused me then. But
Yeah, he rarely bowls this end.
Yes, Dave and I were speaking about it earlier. He sort of said something along the lines of, you know, he's never actually, doesn't think he's ever seen Abbott bowl from this end.
I don't think he has this season. I guess with no Mo Abbas.
Yeah.
Because Mo Abbas used to like this end as well, so I think there was a bit more changing then, but not this year.
In comes Abbott again over the wicket. This again nicely driven to cover. No run though. Govins waiting there, sort of hit straight directly to him.
So 3 overs, 1 for 8, Liam Dawson in the Test match. So that's 18 balls he's bowled, and 12 of them have been dot balls. India 125 for 2.
As Abbott starts again. He's in and bowls. And this is popped back up to him. He didn't quite manage to get a hand on it, but it did manage to actually knock into the, as Dave said earlier, the furniture at the other end.
The furniture.
Yep. Knocked the bails off.
I reckon Dave's house is full of stumps that are signed by this person, that person. And
I think you're right on that, you know.
Dave likes all that.
As Abbott comes in once more. Pushed into the offside again.
Well, Hutton looks at home out there.
Doesn't he just?
He looks comfortable.
Yeah, very much like James as well, who, I mean, I don't want to commentator's curse him, but he's on 144. In a few, he'll be reaching another milestone. He's done that fairly quickly.
He's played well.
Played solidly. He's not rushed anything, I wouldn't say. He's taking his time. Have it in once more. So again, just defended out into the covers. So one more ball, it's over. Abbott currently on 3 for 87. Got another 54 overs left in the day.
Good job we weren't going to the theatre tonight.
Good job indeed. Nottingham have, gosh, they've picked up suddenly a racing ahead on their bonus points. They've got 5 bonus points to Hampshire's 2.
Yeah, they've got the full max.
As in comes Abbott for the last ball of the over. Union bowls. And this is pushed further round to the covers, and there was a throw in at the wicket end, and unfortunately didn't hit the stumps. So everyone in safely, just the one off the over. 479 for 7.
Well, it must have been a tough decision yesterday, Hampshire winning the toss and putting Nottinghamshire in, but there was a little bit there early on. The rain came after 9 overs, which didn't really sort of help. Certainly didn't help Hampshire too much, but as we know with the Kookaburra Ball, that after a few overs it goes a little dead. And
I think you went Australian then when you said that, but a few overs.
Did I really? Good God.
No, sorry. It was an accent of some kind.
But these Notts players have cashed in, that's for sure. Really got them in a fantastic position. Turned away on the leg side by Hutton. Start of a new over from Felix Organ. He's 24th, wicketless. It's gone for 73 so far. Nottinghamshire up to 480 for 7. Shades of... Well, they're not going quite as quickly as Worcestershire did here. The last time there was a championship game, because Adam Hose smashed a double 100. There's a lovely shot, smashed through extra cover though from Lyndon James. Takes him on to 148 and Nottinghamshire on to 484 for 7. But Hampshire under the caution at Worcestershire game, who made 679 for 7 declared. I'm not sure Notts, even if they declare, will get quite that close. I don't know, they might do.
Well, that ball's taking quite the beating because it managed to hit about the second row of chairs and then bounce down all the stairs and into the cladding again. So, yeah, it's taken quite the beating in that last ball.
Certainly has. Organ again to James. Gets a thick edge. Bounces before Varma, who dives to his right, does well. No run there. So we're into the 114th over of the innings. We're past the bonus points situation, but of course they've got maximum bonus points anyway. So now we are just playing and seeing how far Nottinghamshire can get in their first innings as James pushes forward. In fact, playing like that, it looks like Nottinghamshire are determined to pile on the agony here.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, earlier today I was saying they're near to 300. Well, now they're near to 500. They've put on quite the amount this morning.
Yeah. They'll get past 500, they should do anyway. It's turned away on the leg side. James moves on to 149 with Nottinghamshire on to 485 for 7. I do find my eyes drawn also to the test match as well. What's going on here? Dawson coming to the end of his 4th over. There's 1 for 13. Indeed, 131 for 2 as forward is Hutton. Completes the over, does Felix Organ. And so I'm just looking, so 53 overs remain in the day, which means we are still 21 overs from tea. Unless tea's fixed, I must admit I don't know. Sometimes when you play
Yeah, fixed
It's
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. Oh, it's fixed. Thank goodness for that. Otherwise, if it wasn't fixed, I think we'd be about half 5 tea.
Yeah.
So good news. Even though we've had all very good lunches. So what was Paul Pritchard saying ahead of the game? Hampshire women at Surrey tomorrow.
Yeah, they're looking forward to it. I mean, I'll explain a little bit more after this ball as Abbott comes in, and that's well defended. Yeah, he was saying obviously they're looking forward to it. They've had a bit of a break. They've done some T20, and at the moment they're the top of the table in the 50 over Metro Bank One Day Cup. And yeah, I think previously they've got good form against Surrey. They won the last time they were here, so they'll be visiting to Surrey tomorrow. Maya Boucher will be back in the squad.
Oh,
he did say that, so that's good to hear as Abbott comes in once more, and this is defended into the covers. Yes, so still confirming the other obviously England players as the series is just finished, but yeah, looking forward to it. I think feeling positive by all accounts.
Yeah. So Maya Boucher back, that's good news.
Indeed. It's definitely getting warmer out there, and the sun definitely getting a little hot. I mean, there's a lot of cloud around, but it seems that it finds a way to break through. Abbott in again, much fuller length, and this is defended off the back foot, but into the covers. No run. No run scored so far on this one. Nottingham remain on 485 for 7.
Just looking at Abbott's workload here, he's into what, his 27th over. This is the most overs he's bowled just in an innings this season.
Definitely doing a lot of the legwork for Hampshire here. In he comes again. And that's again defended nicely onto the leg side. No run. They thought about it, but decided against.
Yeah, he bowled 25 overs in the first innings against Durham here. You'll remember that. That was a slow, low track, wasn't it? Where nothing was happening. Yes.
For all, unfortunately, the wrong reasons.
Yeah, that's the other. That's when he's got close. A couple of times he's bowled 22 in an innings. Sussex here. Last game against Worcestershire here.
God, so he beat that a good few overs ago, actually. And he comes again, does Abbott, and oh, this is very nicely. Click down to third man. Doesn't quite go for 4, but it does bring up 150 for James off 183. He raises his bat in the air in appreciation of the applause. Fairly understated reaction, but a reaction nonetheless. I mean, quite the achievement he's done here today.
15 fours and 6 sixes. Still looks like there's a few runs left in him, the way he's been playing recently.
Absolutely, good God. Abbott comes in, and this is this is a bit of a swipe hook shot, and that's, I think, gone through the covers. They're looking in the seats.
Yeah, I think it hit the scoreboard.
I was about to say, I didn't even see where that went, but very much gone on the last ball of Abbott's over, and yeah, it went for 6. So Nottingham now move 492 for 7.
That's a tough boundary to be bowling short to, I have to say. I mean, that was well hit, but I think we've seen 1 or 2 pull and hook shots down that area that haven't been quite so well hit, but they've still just about managed to find its way over the rope. I think as a bowler, if you decided to bowl short from that far end, then you are kind of...
Yeah, you're going to get what's coming.
Yeah, it needs to be a really good, quick bouncer. Otherwise, it's going. Have we got a bowling change? No, I thought Tilak Varma. I thought we might get some overs from Tilak Varma. He bowled a few up at Essex in the first round of the Kookaburra Balls, but I don't think we saw him against Worcester. I could be wrong, but we're not seeing him yet. Did we? Yeah, you're probably right, actually.
I think we didn't see him much, but I think. I mean, I could.
Oh, we did. He bowled 9.
There you
go. Well remembered.
Thank you.
In fact, he bowled more against Worcester than he did against Essex, and funny enough, I can only remember him bowling against Essex. There you go. It just shows my memory is going very quickly.
No, you've just watched too much good cricket recently.
Yes, there's a lot to be said for that. 492 for 7. Staying around the wicket is Organ. There's bright sunshine out there at the moment. So that's played out square on the offside by Lyndon James. Still the slip in, that is Varma.
Yes, it is.
He loves the slip positioned as Tenak Varma. That's played on the onside. You know Nikki Chowdhury that was with us yesterday? Wanted a picture with him.
Yeah.
She got one.
Yay!
Yeah, she sent me it last night.
Oh,
she
good.
went all the way over to the atrium, and
Found
Chris, the dressing room guy here at the ground, managed to sort that out.
Oh, I'm
She
glad.
sent me the picture. Lovely shot wide of mid-on, but there's also a deep mid-on, which is Joe Weatherly. And James moves on to 151.
Yeah, she said she was very nervous. She didn't have the guts to go and do it before the match, but I'm glad she got one eventually.
Yeah. Obviously very happy with that one. 493, 47 as Organ comes in again. That's played out on the onside. And there is no run. Well, not too many people here today. I think even for a Championship Days crowd, it's a little bit down. But
Yes.
either way,
I
it's played out on the
suppose
onside.
it is the summer holidays now, so maybe a lot of the regular crowd might have been roped into babysitting or childcare duties or...
Oh, yes. Yes, because I think most schools finished yesterday, didn't
Yes.
they? Yeah. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump, and it's not quite happening for Felix Organ yet, who's got the ball past the edge a couple of times, but still looking for his first wicket. He's completed 25 overs, none for 79, and Nottinghamshire are 493 for 7. And what time are we at the moment?
We're on 15:15.
3:15. So it looks like I'm on with Mr. Bracegirdle.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So you, as you did with the interview, we're giving you a
Oh,
bit of
thanks,
time off.
John.
I'm going to come across actually.
Yep.
So I'm going to take up where you are,
Yep.
and then Dave Bracegirdle is going to come in where I
Okey
currently am.
dokey.
So thank you, Amelia.
That's all right. You've still got your headphones in.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to switch over. I don't know if that's the right way around, but that's what I'm going to try and do, and see if I can get away with it. Right, let's get my computer out of the way there. This is a very messy changeover, but it's what I do. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you, kind sir. Not still batting. Kyle Abbott still bowling. Comes in from the far end, and Brett Upton 3 away from his first century in a couple of seasons for Notts. Drops this on the leg side. There's no run. It was the very back end of the 2023 campaign. He last got a half century down at Canterbury against Kent. And he made 6 in his 15 years or so in the first class game. He's on 47. Abbott into bowl to him, and this is just blocked into the cover region. There's no run. Lyndon James passing 150 for the 3rd time in his career. His best is 164, so that's not too far away either. Well, it's been a very good day for Nottinghamshire. Very good couple of days, day and a half with the bat. Abbott in again from the Bransgrove Pavilion end, and Brett Upton will get a couple here, nudging it out as far as Fletcher Middleton, who's patrolling the boundary on the Shane Warne side of the ground. So Hutton up to within 1 now of his 50, and it's 496 for 7 Nottinghamshire.
Wow. You know Nottinghamshire, Dave. What will they do from here? Will they just keep going?
Yes.
How long will they keep going? What do you reckon?
They'll keep going.
Right.
Next ball is defended by Hutton. They'll be bowled out.
Yeah. Until they're bowled out.
They'll be bowled out, yeah.
Okay.
2 days left, yeah.
Well, I was going to
7
say,
sessions.
I mean, only 2 wickets today on that. Going on that,
I
they
know.
will be bowled out on the morning of Friday.
I was just thinking, to win this game, Notts need 20 wickets. There's Abbott in, and Brett Upton will get his 50. Nicely done, helping it into the offside. 58th ball he's faced. 2 4s and 3 6s, 7th first class 50. And this in a game, of course, where he'll be able to put his feet up for the next 2 days. Quite literally, because he's going to be replaced by Josh Tong, released from the England Test squad for days 3 and 4. So at least he's going to make an impact of sorts. It'll be a strange old look back at the end of his career. Oh, there was that day at Canterbury, at Canterbury where he goes 80 odd, yes, but the day at the Utility Bowl where he got 50 and was then subbed.
Organ bowls, and he is forward. So I'm just thinking, if Nottinghamshire keep batting, Brett Hutton might not actually get to bowl before he's replaced.
That's true.
Organ bowls again, that's turned away to mid-wicket. Of course they have, but this wicket holds no demons, does it?
James on 157 and Kyle Abbott nipping one back sharply.
Haven't said that. Where'd that one come from? So
No, not I think, perhaps hoping, but maybe forlornly, that there'll be a little bit of a fatigue factor.
Oh yeah.
When Hampshire go to bat.
It's a long time in the field, and Hampshire know what it's like after the Worcestershire game here, last game up.
Abbott in again, cut away though. Certainly one. Will they push two? They will. Yep, comfortable two for James. So that'll take him to 159, a boundary away now from a. No, 164 is his career best. A 6 would take him to it. Somerset 30 for 2 in the 4th innings of the match down at Taunton, require 56 more to beat Durham. So that, barring an intervention from the weather, will be done in the next hour. Down there, day 2, remember, of all these matches. Abbott in again, down the leg side to Lyndon James, and good glove work from Ben Brown, who's kept his standards up throughout. 507 for 7 at the end of the over. Scarborough, Yorkshire still batting at tea, 376 for 5 against Surrey. Warwickshire 103 for 5 at Edgbaston, replying to Worcestershire's 333, and Essex 430 for 5. Got a lead now of 226 over Sussex at Hove. And in the Test match, India 140 for 2.
So at Taunton, one would think that they'll claim the extra bit of time before tea. I presume you can do that. They'll close the game. So that game's going to be over. Tea time on day 2. I know I ranted about it a while ago, but it's outrageous. 507 for 7. Here's Sorgan. That's driven to mid-wicket, and there's James Fuller diving to his left. I say diving, I think he fell to his left to pick that one up. Comes Sorgan again. That's driven to mid-on. So we are into the 120th over of this Nottinghamshire first innings. That's virtually the whole game down in Taunton and done in 120 overs. That's pushed out into the covers. Hutton runs a quick one, moves on to 53. 508 for 7. I don't think Hampshire have the energy somehow to conjure up one last effort. Or have they? There's Organ bowls. It's turned away fine. Runs here. Chase for Kyle Abbott. Not ideal. They'll run 2. Look at that. He's still sliding into that, getting that ball back.
Well, that's the standard,
Model
isn't it?
pro.
That's the standard. I mean, you know, you just said about the energy. It's now really where you want somebody just to, you know, skip me, because you know Notts could quite easily get another 50 runs in the next half an hour, and it just makes life so much more difficult for Hampshire when it's their turn to bat.
100%. Not be an ideal time to bat later on, even if this wicket is pretty docile, as that's turned away behind square. That man Abbott into the game once more. Yes, it's always uncanny how a side that's been in the field for however long, watching a side make things look very easy, and then you go into bat and it's like, hang on a minute, It's not quite as easy as we thought. That's driven back to Organ, who's flicked it onto the stumps. He's pointing to Hutton to say, did he get his bat back? Umpire said, yes, he did. And that's the end of the over. 3 runs off it, 5-10 for 7.
Wonder how many Brett Hutton will get. Career best is 84, I believe. Crikey. Just imagine if it was in the 90s and the rain came. Yeah. The rain came and he couldn't continue his innings tomorrow because Josh Tong is... Crikey. He's going to take over from him. Hopefully we won't have any rain. Hopefully that scenario won't rear its ugly head. Hutton is on strike on 53. Kyle Abbott will be scenting and trying to sniff out another 5 for first ball of the over. It's just nudged into the covers where Nick Gubbins does the fielding, and by way of offering a little bit of something, he bowled it, a little bit of back of the wrist stuff, sending the ball on its way up to Fuller at mid-off. Division 2 of the County Championship, Derbyshire 100 for 1 at home to Leicestershire, who made 398. There's Abbott bowling now, and again drilled into the offside to Gubbins. At Cardiff, Kent are now batting in their second innings, 8 without loss. They trailed Glamorgan by 164. Lancashire made 557 at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire, who were 27 for 1. And Middlesex, with all those extras, they're still batting 572 for 7 against Northants, with 52 runs from no balls, 1 wide, no byes, no leg byes. Next ball is pushed back to the bowler and there's no run.
Who's the bowling coach at Northants?
I don't know. The runs there, centuries for Max Holden and Kane Williamson, and Leas Deploy is 82 not out for Middlesex.
I'll try and find out.
Well, if it...
Oh, it was Rory Kleinveld, wasn't it? But he went, hasn't he gone back to South Africa, or he's gone somewhere?
510 for 7. This one squeezed out by Hutton. Abbott thought it was through in there with a full pitch delivery on or around middle and leg, and Hutton's managed to squeeze it down to long leg for a single. 511 for 7.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody told me that Kleinveld has got another offer of a job somewhere else. I think he's recently left Northamptonshire. Clearly there's a need to quickly reappoint. Yeah, he's leaving Northamptonshire to become the head coach of Western Province.
This ball short, and Lyndon James again has taken the aerial route. Fielders out there on the boundary, just watch it sail over their heads and away for 6. And that will be Lyndon James going to a new career best. Goes from 161 to 167. So another short pitch ball that he's been more than happy to take on.
But there's an example of the short boundary side. I mean, that's just gone 1 row back in the seats, and the rope's about 1.5 yards in. So you are, I suppose at this stage the bowlers have got to try something, but it literally is all in the batter's favour there.
What will Abbott do this time? Bowled one nice and full to Houghton, 1 half tracker to Lyndon James. Nice and full is appealing for LBW here, and it's gone for 4 leg byes, squirting away very quickly past Ben Brown and away for 4 runs. Not's going along very nicely indeed.
I think that's given 4 runs. I think he's got some sort of bat on that. I mean, that's a great Yorker. But I'm sure the umpire has signalled 4. 521 for 7. So I think I'm not quite sure about the Rory Kleinveld situation. He might still be at Northampton, leaving shortly, or he has gone. Somebody might know Northampton a little bit better than me. But anyway, Lyndon James with a career best 171. Let's not forget that. In a situation where Nottinghamshire are very much in the driving seat, having been put into bat yesterday morning. Here's Felix Organ. That's played away on the onside. Goes out to deep mid-wicket, and it's 522 for 7. Yeah, it was given runs, Cubs. Yeah. Great Yorker. I'm going to let Dave take over.
Okay, Felix Organ round the wicket and bowls. This is drilled down the ground again, and it's gone for 4 more. Just had to peer over the balcony then, but just make sure it had reached the ropes. Away it goes, and Notts piling on the runs here, going hard at it. 5:26 for 7. Nice little passage of play for the visitors here. Still half an hour or so, or just less than half an hour to go for until the tea interval. Michael's back alongside, bring him in just a second, but Felix Organ only comes in off a couple of paces, and Lyndon James helps it to wide-ish mid-off, and then a gifted run by a poor throw from Sonny Baker. He's apologising to one and all. I don't know which end he actually threw that to, Michael, but that's not what you need, is it? It's not what you need. Standards, boys, keep your standards up.
Yeah, but a bit dozy piece of cricket there from Hampshire fielders. Got to try and hold it together here. I know it's tough, but
Organ bowls, and again driven elegantly through the offside. This time it's Brett Hutton. He's coming at number 9, and he's playing like Viv Richards. Tremendous shot. He's gone to his first half century in 2 years, Michael. Lyndon James is on a career best. Yeah. It's all rosy in the Nottinghamshire camp, or is it the wicket? Is it the ball? Is it the wicket? Is it Hampshire? Why are they going so well? Why do I keep asking so many questions? Organ bowls, and this is turned to mid-wicket. Have you got any answers?
I think it's all-encompassing, my friend. I think give flowers where it's due. I think Notts have played exceptionally well. Hampshire have
Organ bowls, and it's blocked, and that will be the end of the over. 5:31 for 7.
I think you touched on a point earlier on about, Hampshire, yes, they're being in a bit of a transitional phase, and young players who've got to learn now their trade. And these are what, conditions like this, for me, if there's, as I said, if there's anything to gain from this 4-match or 5-match experiment with a Kookaburra ball, I think what it will teach bowlers to do is to, at training, it's all good taking the new swingy ball out the bag, but for majority of your fielding session, you're going to be bowling with an older ball. You've got to, learn to hit the line of length. I think Hampshire have bowled 2 sides of the wicket. I don't think it's been smart in some of the plans as well, bowling short to a short side. We've already seen about 10 sixes go over that side. So I think it's all encompassing, mate.
There's Organ. And James has got this one away as well. Sorry, I'll let you describe this over, but I just wonder for us mere mortals, just how tricky is it to go out there and field for 130 overs, and then the likes of you as an opener to go straight out there and concentrate on that job?
Yeah, it's not easy, but this is where all the work you do in pre-season, the fitness training, the sprints, everything you've got to do, the strength work comes into play. But it's more, I would say, it's more about mindset, really. I think these sort of matches where you spend a lot of overs in the field, and then, as I say, you have to go out and open the batting and bat for a day and a half yourself. I think it's more about the mindset. As Gubbins comes in again, and the flatter delivery just sort of rolled off to square leg. Yeah, I mean, it's very easy in this situation to sort of, throw the towel in, isn't it? But
like you say, that's your job, isn't it? If you're an opener, if you're a county championship opener, if you're a first-class opener, you've got to go out and do it. And there's those that can and those that can't.
Yeah, and another single to James. Yeah, and also there's there's I suppose, like all players, I'm not sure I was on my own. You have aspirations outside of Hampshire as well. So I think there's always that bit of desire, built-in desire to be better than the rest, sort of thing. And what's going to separate you from the majority, if you like, is the ability to push through when things are slightly against you. So it's never a bad thing.
When do you start? It's the end of the over. When do you start thinking about your innings? Because I guess right now, if there was a declaration, which I'm sure there won't be, but I guess they'd take tea. But if it was, let's go back an hour and it was this stage, would you be sort of they could declare any time now. I could be batting in 10 minutes. So you know, you've got to. I'm sure all your kit will be lined up in your little space. That side of things will be taken care of, but it's the mental side of it, isn't it? And you'll be thinking, well, they are 7 down, but they've got 500 runs here. They could declare at any time, and I could be out.
Yeah, I think it's that feeling that you're always trying to be ready.
A change of bowling. Pressed into the attack here for the first time, and his first delivery eased into the offside, and there's no run. Brett Hutton on 61. Lyndon James has got a darts maximum. He's up to 180. This ball pushed back to the bowling. Do you watch the darts? Do you like the darts?
I've never really been into darts, to be honest. I've had 1 or 2 games across the lifetime, but not say it's a sport I watch too often.
James again hits it hard to mid-off, and there's no run. We won't go there then. We'll not disappear down that cul-de-sac. Pressed. We'll describe him as a right-arm off-spinner bowling round the wicket.
There's not much flight, is there?
No. Getting it down the other end.
Exactly. One revolution.
We don't know how much notice he's had from Ben Brown that he's going to bowl this over. This is notice back to him. Are we at the stage now where Ben Brown thinks, well, all I've done really is just flog my bowlers over the last hour or so? That's why we've got Gubbins and Prest having a little bit of a go here, just to give him a few minutes off. Another really nice shot through the offside cordon and away for 4 runs by Brett Hutton. And he'll move on to 65. With that, as we've said, he's going out of the game at the end of today. He's determined to leave his mark, isn't he?
He is. I think there's also, from Ben Brown's point of view, I think there's one eye on the over rate as well. So they're -1. So I think, knowing that Notts are probably going to look to bat once, he's going to want to try and get his nose in front, get that over rate up. So hence the part-time tweakers are on, trying to get that over rate up. So you're not getting a tap on the shoulder from the match referee. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled, Mr. Gubbins. First one past the bat in about 3 hours.
I think you've got to be seen out there just to be trying to keep the game moving forward, haven't you? And the umpire sort of will look on you favourably then.
Absolutely. As Gubbins comes in again. Nicely flighted delivery. And hit out to deep cover for 1. Yeah, absolutely. I think there's always, again, you can recoup time back for drinks and gloves and various things. But as long as you're jogging through the overs, generally they'll look after you. But obviously you don't want to take the mickey. Gubbins comes in again. That's just probably sliding down the leg side. Probably didn't quite turn it enough, Gubbo.
The likes of Felix Organ, who's gone through over 20 overs without a wicket. You're having mixed feelings about that LBW shout, wouldn't you?
Yeah. It was Hutton rocked back on the back foot. This is usually the time you see M. Carberry coming on to bowl.
Who's your biggest scout?
Oh, where do I start, mate? Yeah, where do I start? Oh, that's a huge hit from Brett Hutton. Oh, down on one knee. And another 6 to that short side.
It was just starting to look a little easy there for Nick Gubbins, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was just nicely flighted though, but so it was nicely flighted off the bat too from Brett Hutton, who put that at least 20 rows back. They've just retrieved the ball from one of the exit routes over there. Yeah, I can happily take you through all 17 first-class wickets if you would like, Dave.
Let's save that for a rain delay, Michael.
And Hutton again, and he's caught. Well, brilliant catch. That's a fantastic catch from, looks like Varma out there. Had to slightly dive forward to pick that one up low, just off the grass. And Hutton departs for a well-made 71.
Yeah, Nick Gubbins has got his wicket then with a catch to long on until that Varma just coming in off the fence and just did very nicely indeed, didn't he? 548 for 8. Look at Lyndon James. He's actually wondering where his drink is rather than waiting for any instructions. He was making that gesture with his hands. I want a drink. They expect the 12th man to be straight out there, don't they?
Yeah, 181 not out is a little bit harsh to not get a drink. But well played, Brett Hutton. It's a very, very useful hand.
Yeah, partnership of 144 for the 8th wicket, and that's come up in 28 overs, so they've really set about the Hampshire bowlers over the last hour or so. Now here comes Farhan Ahmed, who was a time yesterday we didn't think was going to be involved in this game, but now finds himself out there at number 10 with just Mo Abbas to bring up the rear. Not so down to number 10 here. It's 17 minutes to go until the tea break.
So what do you think Notts will be looking here? What do you think they'll want ideally? 600?
Well, again, you've got a fella that's on 181, just flipped off his individual score at the moment.
Yeah, 181.
Do individual milestones come in at I know normally team comes first, or always team comes first, but does it matter if they declare in 5 minutes time, 10 minutes time, or 5 minutes after tea? Do you give him a chance here to get a career double 100?
Well, I suppose the one thing you got to factor in is how much time you need to take 20 wickets.
About 2.5 weeks, I think. There's Prest bowling to Lyndon James, works this to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And what you don't want to do in the sake of, it's fine if James comes out after tea and can do it in maybe an over or two, but what you don't want to do is leave yourself short.
I don't think at any time in the day, really, has he looked like getting bogged down as he is.
No.
He's not spent too many times dotting the ball back to the bowler. And with Tom Prest continuing to bowl, there's an opportunity, I guess, for Lyndon James to get a few runs. He turns this second ball of the over to mid-wicket, no run.
You're licking your lips at this stage, aren't you? 181.
Prest in again, and nicely fielded by the bowler. That's what you want to see, isn't it? Diving to save the runs off your own bowling.
Keep showing that commitment. Young Prest. Comes in again. Bit flattered, and that's pulled to, lost sight of that one, to deep mid-wicket, just for one.
Well, he's seen Gubbins get a wicket at the other end. He fancies a piece of that, doesn't he?
Yeah. That's poor old Felix Organ's been wheeling away. So what's Farhan Ahmed going to come up with here? Press into bolt. Oh, well bowled. Oh, was that an appeal? Caught behind, I believe.
Yeah,
That must have clipped the ground.
I don't think a bail's been taken off, so it must be an appeal for a catch. But turned down by umpire Debenham. Rian Ahmed, I beg your pardon, Farhan Ahmed took a hat-trick on Friday night.
Pushes forward to cover, and that's the end of the over. Good one from Prest.
And I saw his brother got a century yesterday for Leicestershire, batting at 3 at the moment. Closing in on the tea interval, more from Michael Carberry, and then he'll be joined by Amelia Clark.
Onwards we go. Another, looks like another over from Nick Gubbins. Bowling his part-time, I suppose you could call it wrist spin. Picked up the important wicket of Brett Hutton. As Amelia joins us, welcome.
Thank you.
And James drives up the pitch for a single. Yeah, this is the point where the toes start to hurt.
Yeah, I
isn't
can
it?
imagine.
As a cricketer.
Oh, after this long, I mean, I never played for this long, in
5 T20s at this point.
literally it is. God, yeah. Not only your toes hurt, everything must hurt at this point. Well, that was well played.
That could run away for 4, I think. And it does, yeah.
Yeah, that was really nice. It was just sort of feathered down, just guided down to third man, really. Past the slip, and yeah, it was very well done.
Yeah, so at that point in the evening where you get up from the sofa, and you get, yeah,
Ow.
you look like early man, trying to crawl to the
Trying to
refrigerator.
I can imagine it. In a 4-day game as well. This is the second day. You've got to think, okay, tomorrow the guys who have probably done the hardest work, in Abbott and stuff, they get a little bit of a rest, or you'd hope, because they've been able to sort of, hopefully have some batting time. But you've got to think in the first thing in the morning tomorrow, you're going to hurt.
Oh, catch. Ooh. It's even worse when you spent a day and a bit in the field, and then you've got to strap the pads on,
I was
and
going to say.
you've got to go and bat for a day. And
Yeah.
if it goes well, you've not spent a moment off the field other
Yeah.
than lunch and tea.
Yeah, and you've got some other guys going, yeah, I'll come on eventually.
Number 5's usually all right, and they can chill.
Yeah.
It's come in. Tough game at 5.
Yeah. Yeah. No, fair play. The batsmen have it hard as well.
Oh, well, I've been saying that my whole life, but no one listens.
Yeah. Oh goodness. Well, Nottingham just moved to 555 for 8. It's an efficient over there. And Gubbins, I think we're going to have a bit of pressed from the hotel end.
Do you think that bottle of drink coming out is right? Let's give it some whoopsie woo now. Should we step on it and get bowling?
Yeah.
Or is it keep going, lads? Make the Hampshire boys think, oh, there might be something happening.
No.
Oh, no.
Yeah, looks like Preston's going to bowl again. Just adjusting the field slightly. He's got a slip in place. He's brought Tilak Varma in. Right arm around the wicket. And this is defended nicely. And they're going to go for a quick single actually here. So Ahmed moves to 6. Score moves to 556 for 8.
Be interesting to see now what James does. Is he going to try and up the ante a little bit?
Wants this guy nicely to the offside, and they'll run for 1. Yeah, I mean he's already on a career best, so it's just how far he really can take that and wants to take it really. And
Yeah, I was saying to Dave just a minute ago. I think also the calculations you've got to factor in how long you're going to need on this pitch to take 20 wickets. I think if they do want him to get to his milestone, which he thoroughly deserves, I think maybe it's time to start thinking about pushing it along.
That last ball just defended nicely down to mid-on. This one swiped to mid-off, and I think that stung a little bit in the hands of Sonny Baker there.
Where you get the old roasty on the old thumb there. Not nice. Pressing again.
Once
Ooh,
more
takes the
and,
edge.
yeah.
Chase
Past
down.
Tilak Varma, and that'll go down to fine leg, but not quite hit the boundary, but they'll get another one off of that.
He's actually bowled quite nicely, Press, hasn't he? He's found a little bit of something.
Yeah.
Whether it's just sliding on.
And just varying it slightly, just not giving, just giving them things to think about. He came in and then stopped as the batter pulled up because Tilak Varma was moving out the slips. And yeah, he used his feet there, did James, and tried to drive it down to long on, but there is someone there. Joe Weatherly just getting on the back of that and stopping it for a boundary. So at the end of that, we've had 128 overs and Nottingham are on 559 for 8 with no sign really of stopping as long as James is out there on 185, a new career best.
Yeah, absolutely. He's played beautifully today. Very, very classy knock. And it rode his luck, but that's what you've got to do at this level. And but certainly he's one to keep an eye on. Yeah, definitely very, very eye-catching player. Plays the short ball very, very well. I was impressed with the way he handled the pace of Sonny Baker, who was trying to rough him up. He was prepared to take him on, and he did, as well as Eddie Jack. So that was good to see. Always a good sign in young players. When you play the short ball, you can play the short ball well. I think it sets you up for a good career. As Baker comes from the pavilion end again. Wow. Woo-hoo. That was smashed.
Talk about taking him on there.
Oof.
That was back over Baker's own head, right down, through long on and gone.
Well, I think we got our message there, Amelia.
Didn't we just?
Yeah.
I would like my 200.
Correct.
Well, he's just moved to 189, so he's not far off it now. Yeah, that was
disdain.
Wasn't it? Just it was just swept. Just go away. It was too
Get
easy.
away from my presence.
Exactly,
That's what it
literally.
is. Get away from my presence.
Or almost, if you're going to give me that, then I'll do that.
Correct.
Yeah.
What will Sonny Baker come up with now? Past the umpire. Another wide delivery, and it's slashed through backward point. Field's got a bit of work to do there. He's done well.
Yeah, there was almost a bit of a misfield there, as they were very close to the boundary. I think it's Tom Prest that's sliding in there. He had to do a bit of juggling to stop it going over the boundary rope, but he did. So fair play.
I think that message has come through drinks.
Absolutely.
Or
Go
there's
for
something
it.
in that drink. So Sonny Baker begins his run into the crease, past the umpire. Tries a wide Yorker, not a bad option actually, with someone looking to plant the feet. Try and stay out the hitting zone. Good piece of bowling.
There's quite the conversation going on with the umpire and Ahmed at the moment. And they've stopped. There was a good couple of minutes there. They were having a right chat. But obviously nothing comes of it.
Sonny Baker with a little bit of a jump before he starts the bowl. He runs in. Another wide delivery, which is plinked to extra cover.
I like that. I think that's a new word.
Plink.
Plink. Plink. Going to use it. It's exactly that. It's the noise it makes. It's great. Is it an onomatopoeia? When it's a word that it sounds like it is?
I wouldn't have a clue. It's just when you use the worst bat in your locker. It's a good plan from Baker. He comes in again, past the umpire into bowl. And again, wide, foolish delivery, which James attempts to try and slap through the offside. Takes one hand off the bat. Looks like it might have hit the toe of the bat. Into that little judder up the wrist, up the forearms.
It's interesting with the field for James is that they're very much saying you can take the single. They've pushed everyone back, everyone away to try and save the boundary, which is fair enough because he's hitting well. But at the same time, I don't think James is unafraid to just, do it in singles. So it's a risky move, really.
Absolutely. So Baker comes in again to bowl to James. And James smokes that one through offside. He's going to get a 4. It's well picked up. So I was a little bit surprised he didn't take those singles on offer. He obviously has faith in Ahmed at the other end. But he's obviously looking to get there quite quickly, I think.
Yeah.
Looking to hit boundaries. Fair play to him. If you face 219 balls, you're probably sick of running him at this stage.
Absolutely. So, right, I'm done now. I'd quite like my 200. I think Ahmed at the other end on 7 is quite happy to give it to him. Going, yeah, fair enough, mate. You've put the work in. But Ahmed 7 off 11, so he's got a good efficiency rate at the moment for a tail ender.
Sure, his instructions are try and stick around. Whether he can do that to the part-time off-spin of press for long enough is a $6 million question.
Absolutely. Well, the field just resetting as we're back up at the pavilion and at the hotel end here. Ben Brown not hurrying in his stroll up to the other end. Take wicket.
They're well in front of the over rate now, which I think is probably the reason why the spinners have been operating for the last, now up at +3. At one point they were -1, so I guess you can afford to leisurely stroll on the other end and reset the field.
So James is back on strike. 190 he's on. And that's
Down
up
the
in the
track.
air. That's down the track. That has landed safely down to long off there. Oh, he seems a little frustrated there. I think he thought that was maybe going to go, but at least it landed safely for James. And it is if he could just hit that a little bit straighter, there was a nice big gap between a very wide long on and long off. As Prest comes in again. And it's up in the air again. Same position, just a little bit straighter, and that's gone. That's very nice. Michael Carberry signs for 6, and as does the umpire. Yeah, exactly what we said before. Just needed to be a little bit straighter, and yeah, just attacked that ball.
That was a lovely strike, wasn't it?
It was
Just
a great
almost
shot.
picked his spot.
Yeah.
As soon as you saw the trajectory off the bat, I was already.
Yeah. And it was high as well. I mean, it wasn't quite as high as we are here, but you could really see it coming towards you. So you got a nice loft on that. I don't think the scoreboard's updated because it still says 190, but it was 190. Oh, there we go, 196 now.
Really.
There we go. There's Preston in again, and this is just driven down to long on, but they won't run.
Yep. I think he's dealing in 4s
think
and
he is.
6s.
He wants to do
Fair
this in
say.
style.
Yeah, absolutely.
What will Prest come up with now? I mean, just watching that ball be thrown back there, it's sort of, you know, I can't quite see who's down on this boundary. Number
Joe
5,
Weatherly.
Weatherly. I mean, Weatherly threw it and it just died on the floor. Oh, and there was an attempt to sort of drive it behind, but a bit of a miss hit there. I think James is a little bit impatient now.
I don't think he needs to get too impatient.
No.
He's just got to keep his composure. Easier said than done when you're on 196.
Yeah. As Press comes in once more. And this time it's up and it's behind and driven, and then it will just go straight to deep backward square leg. So still no run, still 196, still 570, I say still. Huge score for Nottinghamshire. 170 for 8, Press, there's 1 ball left of the over. Will James attack it? Shorter, it's up and lands safely towards long on. They'll go for 1. He's going to do this however he can. 197, end of the over. Nottinghamshire moved to 571. And that is tea. So James will have to wait until after tea to see if he can get his 200. And we will be back shortly after tea.
think it's only a matter of time before he gets that double 100.
I was just wondering if this might be a one-ball session or mini session before they declare, or he's out. He's 3 away from a double 100. I can't see, and remember this is Bracegirdle and technology, but I can't see any record of a Nottinghamshire double 100 against Hampshire away from Trent Bridge. I can only find one in Nottingham. That was C.B. Harris way back in 1950. So if that's correct, will be an even more important little milestone. Lyndon James on strike. First ball of the session is full and very, very wide from Sonny Baker, and we're underway after tea. 37 overs. We won't get all of those, I'm pretty sure of that, because I said it this afternoon, I thought we'd lose 2 for the change of innings, but that didn't happen this afternoon. The other thing I don't think I can see anywhere else is an away batter getting a double 100 here since 2020. Zach Crawley in a test match against Pakistan. Don't think a visiting or an away batter has got a double 100 on this ground since 2020.
Yeah.
Next ball on its way now, and this is off the outside portion of the bat, but there's protection down here with Joe Weatherly, who's I'm sure eager to start his innings and try and just get his way into the game, get it back with some positive thoughts, because he's put a couple down, hasn't he, in this innings that began, of course, at 11 o'clock yesterday morning. Highest score on this ground, 311 not out by John Crawley. Hampshire against Notts back in 2003, as again this one off the outside edge and again down to Weatherly again. 2005, I beg your pardon, Crawley. Second highest score on this ground. Guess what that is?
Adam Hose.
Anybody on this gantry can tell us what the second highest score at the Rose Bowl, Utility Bowl, a GS Bowl is, and who made it?
Adam Hose?
No. Keep guessing. Anybody on this gantry with a guess?
Michael Carberry.
There we go.
That was a clue, sorry.
300,
Took a while.
300 not out. Hampshire versus Yorkshire in 2011. He's not mentioned that one today, has he? Lyndon James will carve this into the offside. What's that, Kev? 4th ball of the over, and he's taken a single. So just 2 triples on this ground since it opened. Was it 2001? John Crawley, Michael Carberry. Zach Crawley then 267, England Pakistan 2020. That had been behind closed doors, wouldn't it? That's the 3rd highest. And then Phil Jakes, James Vince, Sean Irvine, Neil Mackenzie, Jimmy Adams, Marcus Trescothick, Will Jefferson, Joe Root, Rob Keogh, Jimmy Adams, Will Smith, Michael Carberry again. 204 against the Bears in 2009. Shane Watson, Gary Balance, Sean Irvine, Eunice Khan, and Kuhn of South Africa. He played for Kent, didn't he? What was his first name? Hyder Kuhn. And that's it. That's your double 100 since this ground opened 24 years ago.
Does that not mention Adam Hose in there?
No.
Well, yeah, that was the last game here.
Got a double 100, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, there we are then.
I'll tell you exactly how many you got in a minute.
Oh, so there may be more then if there's been more since 2020. Maybe that's not been updated.
I can't remember exactly how many he got. Let me have a look.
You're not missing any cricket here whilst I'm just meandering my way through some of the greatest players that have ever played on this ground. But that's the list I've got. There's nothing after 2020.
Right.
Zach Crawley.
Okay, right. In that game, the last championship game here, Adam Hose 266, Jake Libby 228 not out.
Right.
Yeah. So that is a little bit old, I think. That.
Yeah, yeah. Been waiting for a helmet to be brought out for a short leg in there. Farhan Ahmed is on the strike. He's on 7, 572 for 8. Sonny Baker comes in from the Rod Bransgrove pavilion end and bowls, and Ahmed pushes it out onto the offside. Heard Amelia saying that just before tea there was a bit of a chat going on between umpire Milnes and Farhan Ahmed. I mean, a million miles away, no idea what they were talking about, but I will almost certainly guarantee it would have been about Friday night, because Farhan Ahmed got his hat trick. David Milnes was the third umpire there at Trent Bridge, so I'm sure it would probably have been about that.
Wasn't about, oh, are you playing then?
Well, it may have been. It may have been. Are you bowling from my end, Sonny? Watch your front step. Could have been anything. Sonny Baker to the 17-year-old who just rocks back and lets it go through to Ben Brown. So end of the over. Lyndon James got a single from it. 198 not out he is. 572 for 8. So I found this list and it's utterly pointless then if it's not up to date or it's not been updated. But M.A. Carberry, there he is, Hampshire, Yorkshire in 2011, and
that was the famous game, wasn't it?
Further down the list, 204 against Warwickshire in 2009.
You and Neil Mackenzie, 500 for the fourth wicket or something. Yeah. I wasn't here then. I've already said to Carbs that it was a real shame I missed that partnership.
Oh yeah, Neil Mackenzie, 237. Yeah.
Scarb saying if there was a game to take it on holiday. Now, obviously, for the fact that it was a record partnership, obviously, it's a shame not being around, but knowing what those wickets were like in those days, and not taking anything away from you, Carbs, because that's a magic effort, but when I looked at, I think it was CFAX in those days. Wow.
It's going to be Felix Organ for one of his short spells. He's gone for 94. This is his 29th over. Lyndon James on 198 down the leg side. And that's got to be a wide. It is a wide. Out come the arms of umpire Debenham. Whether it was a deliberate ploy by Felix Organ or whether it just slipped a little bit, but a long way down the leg side. One more to the total. Nothing else has changed. Lyndon James on 198. Could have got to 199 there, but turns down the run, hitting it to Weatherly. Amelia's poised, camera in hand, on the gantry, ready for the big moment.
No, she's watching the test match.
573 for 8. Organ bowls. Lyndon James has pushed this now. Square of the wicket on the offside. And there's no run. Comes in once more, the third legal ball of the over. It's a half tracker, and Lyndon James again cuts it square on the offside. Where's the gaps, Kev? Where's he gonna get it? Where's he gonna get it? For the quicker bowlers, he's driven straight beautifully today. For Felix Organ, we've got a bit of a slow hand clap going on. I don't know if that's Hampshire supporters. Can't be Nottinghamshire supporters. They'll be just waiting. Oh, there is the half tracker, and it's turned away, and he's going to take the single from the fourth legal ball of the over. So he goes to 199. I guess that's asking a question of Ben Brown in the next over, isn't it? Well, are you going to put all the fielders on the boundary in the next over with me on 199? That's assuming that Farhan sees out these two balls. We've got a 12th man rushing on with... What's he coming on with?
Wasting time, I should think.
Protective pads. We're going to have a short leg in there. And it will be a little bit of a time waste. Perhaps they're thinking later on in the day, if the light comes in and slices 8 or 10 overs off, it will be 8 or 10 overs we don't have to bat. Maybe. I do always say this, and not because it's Hampshire here, I always say it when it's Notts as well. I think the short leg fielder putting the protective pads on and the helmet and whatever, that should be done over the boundary edge, and play should continue. If you want to get somebody in there and get him all properly suited up and protected, that should be done off the field of play, because all we're doing here, as we so often are, is watching somebody get dressed. We're ready. Organ to Farhan. And he'll get a run. No, he won't get a run, because Lyndon James says, no, we're not running. That's the 5th ball of the over. It just ran away off the outside portion of the bat, down towards short third. This could be a lengthy session, 4:30. Still got 35 overs to go, possibly a change of innings in there. That'll be 10 minutes. And Farhan doing his job splendidly well, reaches forward and defends. He's got good technique. He's done a bit of night watchmaning this season when late in the day Notts have lost a wicket, so he's got reasonably good technique and application. Not necessarily the swiftest of scorers just yet. Brother Rian has already established himself as a top order batter. Whether Farhan ever does, that remains to be seen, but he's more than capable of holding an end up, and he's done that nicely. And now Lyndon James on 199, and the field calf can't all go out on the boundary now, with Lyndon James, I would assume, more than happy just to drop and run if they do go out. No, they're coming in, look.
Well, this game's going along a fair good pace, isn't it? Well, this is fun. What's happening in the test match? There's an advert. All right. Well, there's more going on there than there is here.
This is a big moment in the career of 26-year-old Lyndon James. Already a career best score for him, and now on the brink of a maiden double 100. The field, as you'd expect, is now all in nice and tight. 4 on the leg side saving 1, 5 on the offside saving 1. The keeper, the bowler's Sonny Baker, has given him lots of short stuff today. Comes in now and bowls, pitches it up, and Lyndon James, combination of bat and pad thrust forward, nudges it back to the bowler. Cut through gully is my guess, and it's nothing more than that. If he gets a little bit of width, I'll just imagine, because he's got such a big reach, Kevin, big tall man, he'll cut it away there.
Length ball, yeah. Definitely an option.
Mentioned it 1,000 times, if not more. There's a little bit of the early Alex Hales about him. Tall man, some of the shots are similar. It's in again, and this time drives it to the covers. And there's no run. Fielded by Prest, who had a little bowl before tea, as did Nick Gubbins, who picked up the wicket of Brett Hutton, who made 71. Liam Patterson-White fell to Fuller for 24, and in the morning session, Jack Haynes, seems a long time ago now, he was out for 103 to Kyle Abbott. Pleasant conditions. We've had the floodlights on for a few minutes on a couple of occasions, but they're off at the moment. Very pleasant as Baker comes in. Lyndon James will flip this one away off his legs and go through to a double 100 for the first time in his career. He's embraced by Farhan Ahmed, and with bat held aloft in one hand, helmet in the other, Lyndon James and Farhan Ahmed then turn to the applause of the Hampshire players. That's good to see. 1 or 2 coming across and just congratulating Lyndon. It's very, very good from Hampshire, like that. Kyle Abbott and Tilak Varma the first on the scene, and 1 or 2 others as they make their way past him, just shaking hands and giving Lyndon James a pat on the back. The Nottinghamshire declaration has come with that boundary, so Lyndon James on 203 not out as the declaration comes. Farhan Ahmed 7 not out, and Notts have pulled the plug on Hampshire at 578 for 8 declared, halfway through the 133rd over. Well battered, Lyndon James.
Certainly was. Well, we got there in the end. It took a little while longer than maybe it should have done, but I mean, what a terrific knock. It was worth the wait, and he's batted terrifically. Played some great shots off the front foot, some lovely drives, some good pull shots as well. Everything that Hampshire tried against him, he was more than equal to it. And yeah, it's going to be a tough, 32 overs or so for Hampshire this evening. It's been a completely dominant Nottinghamshire first innings, despite being put into bat.
Yeah, Lyndon James 203 not out. Farhan Ahmed 7 not out today. Haynes made 103. Brett Hutton 71. Liam Patterson-White 24. Yesterday, the other significant contribution from Freddie McCann, who was out for 79. Notts 578 for 8 when the declaration came.
Very quickly then, bowling such as it was for Hampshire. There was 3 wickets for Kyle Abbott, the persevering Kyle Abbott, 3 for 117 from 30. A couple of wickets for Eddie Jack and a couple for James Fuller. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with you when Hampshire begin their reply. Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where the Nottinghamshire innings has been declared. At 578 for 8 declared, Lyndon James, the final act for him was scoring his double 100, and he finished on 203 not out from 236 balls, which means Hampshire will need to score 429, just a small matter of 429 to avoid the follow-on. Your commentary team is still here. Michael Carberry will be on later, Dave Bracegirdle is on later, but it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Silence, it's Amelia Clark.
Hello.
Hello. Did you take a picture of Lyndon James's 200, or did you carry on watching the Test match?
I would like to plead the fifth on that answer.
As good a 200 as it was, and it was magnificent. He played superbly
He did.
well, but we had a bit of fun.
What I was watching was actually his parents, who were apparently down there, just to our right.
Oh, yes.
When it happened, and that was a really lovely sight. And
bet
they
they
were
loved
really, they stood up and they were applauding and cheering. It was really lovely actually to see. But well done to him.
Yes,
He did
that's for
very well.
sure. He's put his team in a very, very commanding position. Of course, you've got to get past the new ball here, but you would think and you would hope from a Hampshire point of view that get past the new ball relatively unscathed, and just maybe that Hampshire will find things fairly easy with bat in hand. But they will have to negotiate the man that they've come to know over the years, who's no longer with them but is now in a Nottinghamshire shirt. It is a certain Mo Abbas, who on his Nottinghamshire debut at Trent Bridge earlier this season skittled Hampshire out in the first innings. Now that was with a Duke's ball. Will he do the same with a Kookaburra? And there's the applause for the announcement of Mo Abbas back at the Utilita Bowl since leaving at the end of last year.
Yeah, I've not seen him yet, and very excited to see him.
Well, he's taken 20 wickets so far for Nottinghamshire, 21 apiece, as he comes in and bowls, and off the back foot there, nice looking shot from Joe Weatherly, back in the championship side for the first time in 2 years. Last time he played for Hampshire was against Somerset at Taunton back in July 2023. And he's off the mark straight away. Nice to see him back.
Indeed, yeah, the sun's come out especially for him.
It certainly has. It's been warm all day. There's been a bit of cloud around, but generally the sun at times has broken through it, and it's kept the temperature up anyway. So 2 without loss. Here's Abbas, right arm over from our commentary end. Forward is Weatherly.
Goodness me, there's some pace on that.
Yeah, he's a good bowler. He's very, very accurate indeed. Won't give too much away, that's for sure. Very economical, as we found out, well, very quickly found out in his time here. Never gave too many runs away. So we have just under 32 overs left in the day's play, which effectively is what you'd normally be at tea, but we're at 4:45 here. Here's Abbas to Weatherly, leaves that one alone, just shaped away a fraction. Thank you very much, Dave Bracegirdle is still working even though he's off. The slips are at number 1, Liam Patterson-White, number 2, Freddie McCann, number 3, Jack Haynes, and number 4, Lyndon James. There we are. Those are the 4 accompanying keeper Joe Clark.
Yeah, they create quite a sight. They're quite
Intimidating.
yes, that's exactly the word, yeah.
Exactly right.
And they're quite loud as well. They're really, they've come out first over. They're just trying to get in the heads, aren't they?
100%. Here's Abbas. Comes in at Weatherly, who pushes that away on the onside. Just angled into the right-hander. Spoke to Mo last night in the hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good as ever. He looks lean. He looks fit. Clearly enjoying his time at Nottinghamshire. That 21 per wicket is pretty much his career.
Gosh.
So yeah, he's keeping these high standards up. Abbas, so often having bowled at this commentary end, in again. Weatherly is forward. This is an important game for Joe Weatherly here in the side because of an injury to Ali Orr. He's playing his 64th first-class match despite that 2-year absence, but averages 24. which probably goes to some way of explaining why it's been a while.
Yes.
Good players. Had a good T20 tournament this year. Stands tall with a bat high. Full. Villiers forward. As always, Mo Abbas making the batter play. And that's the first over done. 2 without loss. Hampshire having watched Nottinghamshire rack up 578 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, for a seam bowler, he doesn't waste any time as well. There's no, you know, there's no trudging back to the top of his mark. He's like the speed of a spin bowler there. They're really quick.
Yeah.
Really quick over.
Yeah, he's ideal. You're talking about over 8s. Doesn't hang around.
Yeah. Hits on with it very quickly.
So that'll be Brett Hutton at the far end.
Yeah. We've still got all the slips in place. They're going to remain. Fletcher Middleton's going to come on strike.
Fletcher Middleton, whose career, this is playing his 38th game, he's got a career average of 28 so far, and this year he's averaging 30.
And he comes in and it's again defended nicely. The slips doing their jobs at just getting in the head of Middleton as he strolls out to his left.
Yeah, it's very easy when you've spent a day and 2/3 lying around in the dressing room.
Yeah.
Very easy to be vociferous when you get out there.
Oh, what a good word.
Thank you.
It's all right. Vociferous. I like it. Sounds like a dinosaur. Comes Hutton again. And past the umpire and bowls. Defended again nicely by Middleton. Not taking any chances on this one.
And to complete the stats package, whilst we're at it, Brett Hutton this year has taken 27 wickets at 26 apiece, with 1 5-wicket haul.
Hutton
Came
in again.
against Warwickshire.
Again defended. Yet oh, it's an overthrow over the head of the wicketkeeper. I think that's good. Oh, it's just collected on the boundary, but a big groan comes from Dave.
Is that Hamid, the captain? Over eager?
I think a little bit, yeah.
Well, he hasn't seen any action since 11:15 yesterday morning. He's clearly got too much going on.
Yeah.
Needs to get rid of some of that energy.
I was about to say, yeah, the keeper's quite small, and he did like a full-on leap, and he was nowhere near it. Then just waits. Middleton not quite ready. As he comes in now, in and bowls. Good length, that's well defended. Netherly on strike.
Yeah, they'll get tested, these guys, early on. I mean, obviously the bowlers are pumped, the fielders are definitely pumped. You can hear them out there, and you expect that when a side has sat around, most of them. So they're now ready to go. So you'll get this. You'll get this for a while, probably most of this evening. It'll die down a little bit if you don't lose a wicket too early on.
And again, defended nicely. Making the batter play. Weatherly on 2. Middleton has just opened his account on 1. Hampshire 3 for no loss. Got just the 1 ball left of the Hutton overs. Weatherly on strike as Hutton comes in. Field creeps with him. Again defended. Well played out square of the wicket, and it's going to be stopped before the boundary, but they'll get a couple for that. Moves to 5 without loss, end of the over. 2 overs gone. We've got another 30 for the rest of the day.
Yes, it's going to be a long session for Hampshire, especially if they lose a wicket or 2. Big Nottingham flag there on the hotel balcony.
Yes, where is that? Oh, right
This
over
way
there.
to our right, yeah. Huge.
It is massive. It's annoying me that it's not quite straight.
Yes, it needs to be pegged a little better,
It
doesn't
does.
it? Yeah.
Honestly, if you're going to have a flag, put it out properly.
There's the hotel if you're watching on the picture feed, and the game taking place as Abbas comes in. Bowling to Fletcher Middleton, right arm over. Middleton pushes forward out into the gap in the cover. Hamid is after it. They will pick up 2. Hamid with that large sun hat of his. And total moves on to 7 without loss.
Well, in the test match, looks like Liam Dawson's going to come in and bowl again. India on 195 for 3.
What's his figures at the moment, Dawson?
1 for 21.
From how
He's
many
had
overs?
7 overs.
7 overs. That's all right. Settle for that.
Yeah.
I'll do that. Didn't look as though there's much turn out there, so you'd be happy with that. Abbas to Middleton this time. And in. Middleton pushes forward. Another good length delivery from Abbas. Umpire is just having a look at Mo's follow through here. He does every now and then have a few problems with his follow through. He did in his time at Hampshire, and the umpire's definitely having a look here. Of course, it's Hampshire that were batting last, or they may not be batting last if they don't save the follow on. They might be batting again, but the umpires will be fairly strict on the run-throughs at the moment, and already the officials on Mo Abbas's case. I'll just send him a little bit wider of the crease, which he tends to do, as he does there, into the right-hander. As that goes out on the onside. So 7 without loss. Abbas taking his time, walking back to his mark here at our commentary end. Comes in again. Bowls. Fuller delivery. Hit back, half stop by Abbas. Stop from him on his follow through. We didn't get to see Mo bat.
We
Which was
didn't.
a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
Always a treat. I've seen him block it with the best of them. I tell you, I know he's only got about a first-class average of 6 or something, which is not.
But when you're that good a bowler, you don't need to be a
Well, that's right, exactly. You don't need to be practicing your batting, that's for
No.
sure. But yeah, over the years, I've seen him sort of hold and end up, and then when he's batted for a certain amount of time and he feels in, he'll then have a big whack. Short ball. And that's always a surprise ball, because you don't normally expect that from Mo. And Middleton ducks underneath that. Yeah, and then you can always, you could, after sort of 4 years of knowing what he was like, you know, you think, he's been in for a while now. There's going to be a big Mo somewhere, and sure enough, in it came. He just got overconfident.
Yeah, I like that's what it's called, a big Mo.
Yeah, a big Mo, cross the line, wherever, whenever. He just fancied like putting one in. It's quite funny. And he comes again to Middleton. Middleton leaves that one alone. It's good carry. Offers short of a length, and that's the end of the over. Just the 2 runs off it. Hampshire 7 without loss. Abbas has bowled 2 overs, none for 4. And we still have 29 overs left in the day. You'd think there's going to be quite a bit of seam bowling for a while anyway, until the ball gets a little softer. Then we may see Farhan Ahmed come in. A bit of Liam Patterson-White with his spinners as well. I think we might have to wait a little while for that.
Yes, I think we will. We've got Hutton coming back from the pavilion end. Going to continue his bowling. Have a second over here. Weatherly on strike. And bowls, and this is well left alone by Weatherly. It carries through to the keeper.
It's a nice bit of carry, isn't it?
Yeah. It's amazing the difference, you know, a new of these Kookaburra balls, they just carry so much further than as soon as they start getting a bit old and a bit tired and a bit battered, it you know,
Dies.
it bounced about 4 times for Hampshire before it reached Ben Brown.
Yeah, you've got to make the most of the first 10 at least. Maybe 15.
In comes Hutton. Bowls, this is driven nicely into the offside and through the covers. Will be collected, so they won't cut a boundary, but they've got 2 there.
That's the first time Hamid's sun hat's come off. Took a couple of times running in the field, but it's finally come off. You'll find that's a feature of him. The sun hat does not stay on his head at all.
I'll be honest, the sun hat does feel a little bit overzealous in this weather. I know it's sunny, but it's not that sunny. As Hutton comes in once more. Bars has gone leg side and stopped mid-wicket.
Well, it's an accurate start from both seamers.
Isn't it
No
just?
doubt about that. Trying to find just a bit of movement, just something, making the batters play.
Well, in the test, England are doing well. They're after 63.5 overs, have held India to 197 for 3, and they're still going. Hutton in again. Full length delivery back past him, and that's going to be driven all the way down the ground. That's going for 4. Hutton did try and stop it, but didn't quite get a hand on it.
It's a good shot.
That was a good shot indeed.
Nice and straight through mid-on. Perfect shot. Nicely timed. A little bit more over pitch. It wasn't quite a half volley.
That's odd that's happened.
If you're watching the live picture feed, that's not the replay that we were expecting. And if
was
Kyle
early.
Abbott was still bowling, I think there'd be a problem.
Yeah.
Oh, he's still bowling.
Maybe it's a...
Oh, we're seeing Lyndon James's few runs, I think. It's a bit random, but anyway.
As Hutton comes in, and this is feathered nicely past all the slips. And that's going to run all the way down. And there's a chasing fielder, and he's just going to get there before the boundary. Yeah, well done there. Right, good running. That goes to 16 without loss.
Is Freddie McCann down there and Farhan Ahmed combining?
Yeah. So Hutton ready to go even when his slips aren't, and they have to hurry and get into place. And bowls and defended nicely offside, and that was a very, again, overzealous throw into the keeper. If he hadn't got that, would have been going for another 4. And that's the end of the over. 16 without loss. I think I am making way for Mr. Michael Carberry.
You certainly are. Thanks, Amelia.
Thank you.
Amelia Clark there. So 28 overs left in the day. Just to remind you, Nottinghamshire making 578 for 8 declared from 132.3 overs. Lyndon James 203 not out from 236 balls. His maiden double 100. Kyle Abbott, the pick of the Hampshire bowlers, with 3 for 117 from 30 overs. The most overs he's bowled this year in an innings, by about 5 off the top of my head, maybe even 6. Welcome back, Michael Carberry, as Mo Abbas comes in. And bowls to Joe Weatherly, and Weatherly leaves that one alone. Just a hint of a nitbacker.
Yeah, they've been on the money so far, these Notts bowlers, as you'd expect. It's what Abbas does his whole career. Not great pace, but great accuracy. Really tests your technique, your temperament. This is just a tricky sort of half an hour, 45 minutes or so that these two young openers have got to get through. It'll get easier the longer you're there. It's good script to bat on.
Yes. Certainly looked it when Nottinghamshire were batting. Here's a Bass then, was away from us and bowls. Forward is Weatherly. Just in the break at Carbs, I wanted to wait until you came back on actually, because I got sent an email with some pictures from Peter Blake, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and it goes back to your time in Australia. He sent a picture of the scorecard at this, is that Sydney Cricket Ground, isn't it? Michael Carberry top scored with 43 in England's innings of 155. He's then sent a couple of pictures, one of Stuart Broad nearly getting knocked out with a bat, and then a shot of yours there, Carbs. Nice looking.
The square cut.
Square cut. That was your shot, wasn't it?
That was, mate.
You loved that one. Abbas bowls. Again, it's a defensive shot there from Joe Weatherly, and just explaining those pictures, he said, I went to Melbourne and Sydney tests in the 2013-14 series. The first pic shows Michael Carberry top scorer, that's right. The second one shows Stuart Broad with a ball right in front of his face grill, and the third, what a shot. And that was on Boxing Day at the MCG, that cut shot of yours.
Yeah. didn't get many square cuts in that series, but they bowled pretty decent, the Australians, I'd have to say.
Did you feel they had a plan against you when you were batting? Or did they sort of think, well, we'll just bowl the same way to all the England blokes and that'll be enough? Did you think they had personal plans as Abbas comes in, it's left alone by Weatherly?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the nature of international cricket, the way it was going, I mean, you have analysts who, you know, have my game and everyone else's game on a, you know, on a database somewhere, and they, you know, but they were just an outstanding, you know, I think give flowers where it's due. I mean, it was just an outstanding attack. I think they were for nearly 18 months. They went and destroyed South Africa straight after us, and, you know, just went on a real, you know, really good winning streak because they had such a good attack.
Yeah, just copped him at the wrong time, didn't you? Here's Abbas, whether he gets wrapped on the pad.
Well, I mean, people say that, you know, oh, you were unlucky, you got them at the wrong time. But I mean, that's what I worked 15 years for. You know, you want to play the best at their best in their own backyard. I mean, it doesn't get much better than the Ashes. And, you know, I've always liked tough cricket, you know, tough contests. And you come away from a series like that, you know, that people will sort of still remember saying, oh, you didn't do too badly, which says to me that the work I'd put in over the years, you know, you had a technique that stood up. So.
Yeah, definitely. Abbas in again. Weatherly is forward, not getting anything to hit there. So that's pushed up to mid-on. That's a maiden over from Abbas, 16 without loss, Hampshire.
Yeah, another tidy over from Abbas. He's keeping it nice and dry. Himself and Brett Hutton. So they're making these two young openers work, and so far they've been up to the challenge. Joe Weatherly with a couple of nice strokes, particularly one up the ground. It's pleasing to the eye. It'd be good for him to get some runs and finally establish himself. You know, like many fans of his, feel that he should be now, you know, the man at the top of the order. You know, this is his big chance, really, for me, against a good attack. As Hutton starts another over from the pavilion end into bowl to Middleton, who leaves alone, but not convincingly. It was a little bit edgy, a little bit flinchy, but gets away with it. Plenty of noise again from the slips, as you'd expect.
It's a good line.
Yeah.
I've got an email here, Michael, that you might be able to help answer, which we'll go through during the over, I think.
All right. Say Hutton begins his approach to the crease again, past the umpire into Middleton, who's nicely forward and pushes that one for a single. Good running. That's what they've got to do, keep rotating the strike.
Certainly have. This is from another doctor, Dr. Simon Baker, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. We've seen huge scores in recent seasons with a Kookaburra ball, says Dr. Simon, but batting sides can still fail with it. I wonder if a side gets through 20 overs with its top order intact, then do they tend to score big? But if they lose 3 or 4 in that period, then the bowlers are in to the weaker batters, and big totals are rare, question mark? That is sort of common sense, but the really big scores are noticeable with the Kookaburra.
Hutton comes in again to Weatherly, who punches nicely off the back foot, fielded by Hamid, who says like a live wire there at the moment. Attempted shy, but pretty sure mid-wicket was glad he held on to it, because that would have been another overthrow.
Dr. Simon goes on to say, does the Duke's ball give a less polarised pattern? I don't suppose it's a quick question to answer, but would be interesting to research. Well, I think there's more big scores around with the Kookaburra, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. So Hutton comes in again to Weatherly, who's again nicely forward, slightly playing around the front pad, but gets away with it. Yeah, I mean, it goes without saying. I mean, there's a lot of batsmen cashing in when the ball isn't moving around as much. So for me, the question I would ask is, well, you know, is that because technically they're not as good, you know, when the ball is moving? And that's where you're judged, isn't it? When the ball is moving around you, can you make runs as well? Hutton comes in again. You know, you're seeing a lot of, you know, not taking away from players. I mean, you've got to score runs when you can. But, you know, players who are averaging in the sort of mid-20s across a career suddenly weighing in with, you know, huge scores. great for them, great for career. But ultimately, it's trying to test yourself in the toughest conditions. Duke's ball is a tough, in England is a tough place to bat. And I've always put a question on the sort of approach of modern batters nowadays. Sutton comes in again to Weatherly, plays nicely up the ground. Are they playing the situations as well as players of yesteryear? I think that's what's changed. I think there's a little bit of that's the way I play. There's no recognition of, the game situation dictates how you have to play sometimes, and sometimes that is against your natural way of playing. If you like to be aggressive, that's great, we all do, but there are times when your back's against the wall, 571 for 8, you have to set your stall out that I've got to be here tomorrow somehow, and that's coming in 10 not out, 20 not out. You've got to do those, you've got to be prepared to play those innings at times. I've had that question out for a lot of modern batters of the last couple of years, is that I feel that they're just happy to just play the same way.
Starts a new over Mo Abbas, and that's pushed up to mid-on by Fletcher. But then, wasn't there a comment made by Ben Stokes a couple of years ago that said, now we've got this Bazball era, blah, 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 we're really only looking at players that suit the test side. So where's the incentive then for players coming into the county 4-day game and doing what you've said, which is the right way, but then actually probably not giving themselves much of a chance of getting into the Stokes McCullum?
Yeah, well, for me that's a very
cycle.
Yeah, I mean that's an easy comment for Ben Stokes to make, because he's a permanent fixture in the England side. Plus, if he doesn't get runs with the bat, he can come on and bowl.
Oh, he's playing a miss in. That looked a good ball. Just kicked a little bit off the surface to Fletcher Middleton.
Would he feel the same way if he was an opener and that's the only thing he did, and you're feeding your family through opening the batting? That is a much different mindset when you come in, for let's say 5 or 6, and I said, and you can still contribute in a game with the ball.
Yeah.
And plus, simply, some players are not as good to be able to go out and play the McCullum, Ben Stokes way. They're there, or they're getting runs in county cricket because of the way they've gone about their work.
Forward is Middleton.
But I come back to answer your point. Who's the best player in the England team currently? Most consistent, without doubt for me, Joe Root.
Oh yeah.
And Joe Root has found that consistency again, not playing Bazball, interestingly. So, that's my point. Is batting still? If you're a batsman, for me, you will always outweigh the hitters.
Yeah. He didn't look right playing reverse sweeps, did it? It didn't look. It was like, is that really Joe Root? Forward is Middleton. The ball just angled into him. Yeah, he's much better playing the way we know he can play. And there's room in the side for that, isn't there? One player can play like that, that's for sure.
Yeah, look, I come back to the same. The thing that irked me a little bit is this feeling that we've invented attacking play. I can reel you off 20 players even before my time, and I'm sure you can as well, that have always moved the game forward. Ian Botham being one of our greatest. Yeah. He didn't block it, but you had Gooch, you had others who could bat a day.
That's right. You need a nice mix, don't you?
Yeah.
Abbas bowls. Oh, he's playing a miss in at that one. It's a great line. It really is asking a lot of questions, and I think Fletcher Middleton, as much as anybody, would have been relieved when he pushed forward there. The ball went past the outside edge. Tough little spell here for Hampshire.
Yeah. It's an area of Fletcher Middleton's game. I've watched him now a few times. He's again a modern batter who's sort of setting up quite a long way over off stump, and that's the problem when you've got a good line bowler like Abbas, who is there and thereabouts. You're almost forced to play at balls. If you're setting up like that, really, you don't want to be playing. He's sparring at balls on 7th, 8th stump.
Yeah.
You've got to be prepared to leave those. He's obviously a very strong leg side player. Looking at his grip there, he's someone who sweats on. Abbas missing his line. I think he's got to try and stick to that rather than trying to poke at balls outside off stump, because that's where it kind of defeats the object.
Yeah, he does like to work the ball sort of mid-wicket a lot, which you get lots of runs doing that. There's Abbas has pushed deep square leg out, and that's driven firmly to Hamid, an extra cover, and there's no run. A rather worrying email, this one, actually. I'll tell you in a minute, but from Simon and Eva, who are sat under the clock, which I presume is at the far end of the pavilion, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, who've just given us the answer to the question that Dave Bracegirdle posed in the first hour of play this morning. And it was done and dusted. So I don't know if that email has just got lost in the system and come through, or whatever, but it is Tom Moore's. We've given that through. So that's, I don't know, maybe that's... or maybe they're sort of listening on delayed. Yeah, catch up. That's right. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, they're listening catch up. They're still actually not at 250 for 6. The game they're listening to. Actually, no, it's 250 for 8.
Hutton comes in again to Weatherly, who leaves nicely outside off stump, trying to keep a ver in.
Should we spoil it for them and tell them what Not's finished with?
Nah, keep that between us.
Keep it guessing.
Yeah.
We won't say that Not's lost their last 7 wickets for 20.
Yeah.
No, we won't say that.
I'll sneak that in Friday. So Joe Weatherly looking good here at the moment. Good judgment of off stump. Hutton comes in again. Nicely forward. Great to see Joe Weatherly get off that crease.
Yeah, and it is nice to see him back in the side. I mean, obviously his career average suggests that, you know, it hasn't been that easy for him. 24. You know, as an opener, you are looking for a few more than that, aren't you, really, as a bare minimum? Of course, it's tough. We know that early season, late season. You know, wickets that are a little bit variable, should we say.
Hutton comes in again. Slightly round arm action, and again, nicely forward. That's what I like to see, Joe Weatherly. That's what I like to see. Yeah, he's a good kid. You know, I've always liked him. I've had a lot of time for him. You know, saw him out and about recently. We had a good chat just about, you know, how life is going, and, you know, obviously I haven't seen him for a few years, but you know, I just said to him, you know, just make sure you're doing the right things in training. You know, you've got to trust it. You know, you're at an age now, you should know your core base of game, what you're trying to do, how you're trying to get your runs. Don't try and be anyone you're not. Same thing you alluded to. Yeah. You've got to trust it. As Hutton comes in again, you know, he is a bit unique in the way, you know, I was just watching before I came on, just you know, how he's moving before the ball arrives, and he has, you know, a few quirky movements which, you know, it obviously, you know, well, you could say it works or doesn't work, but, you know, but what I've liked in this innings today, he's looked to play straight, you know, and these two bowlers haven't given him much room to work with, so he's presenting the full face, and that's all you can do, isn't it? And you know, it will get easier with time. So Hutton comes in again. It's a good delivery, that. Just put mockers on him there. But it's probably the only one he hasn't really back. You know, he hasn't got fully forward. You know, he's almost caught in the crease a little bit. But you know, that's the game. That's the job. Opening the batting is not easy. Your play and miss sometimes becomes your best friend. You know, you've got to forget that now. Move on. Next ball.
Yeah, he's just got to make sure that Hampshire don't lose more than a wicket, and ideally none tonight. Yeah. That's still the job, isn't it?
Absolutely. Sutton comes in again, slightly round arm. That one doesn't swing. That's good play. You know, get off strike, cool your jets down the other end. Another good over from Hutton, testing over.
Was.
So it's good to see. So Hampshire has shown faith in two young players. I think, you know, it is a bit of a rebuilding kind of project, and you know, you've got to, you know, especially with opening batters, a bit like finger spinners in this country. I think you've got to show them a little bit of, give them a bit of time and faith. It's not an easy job, especially in this country where, like you say, between April and June, you know, you can come on some tough tracks. But again, that's what you train for.
That's for sure. Michael Carberry staying on. Dave Bracegirdle is coming in alongside him.
As Abbas gets ready to start his fifth over from the Hilton Hotel end, he runs in past the umpire into Weatherly, plays a nice shot. That's a beautiful shot. Good balance. Punches that through the straight mid-on. It's been chased down by, looks like Joe Clark, who retrieves the ball. Nice throw into Varan for 2. So far, so good from a Hampshire point of view. As we welcome Dave back.
Thank you, Michael. It's relentless, isn't it? These half-an-hour stints, you have a minute or two.
I'll fall asleep.
Then there's Kev. Come on, you're back on again. Nice conditions now, actually. Best of the day. There's Moa Bass bowling and cut away to a backward point. Decent diving stop from Ben Slater, but the ball ran away from him. They'll get a single and then everybody will go and give him a bit of a hug. There's a lot of love being shown to Ben Slater out there.
There you go. Fielding coaches love that, don't they?
Yeah. Slater family's here as well. They're down sat near Lyndon James family. All in all, I think the Notts travelling contingent have enjoyed the first couple of days. Whether it'll turn into something really good by Friday tea time or not, this is very much in the balance. Notts could do with a wicket with this new ball. Moa Bass bowls, and this one zeroing in on the stumps. Fletcher Middleton turns it up to Joe Clark at mid-on. Right at the start of the innings, the very first ball went for 2, and then the next run was that overthrow, and the ball before the overthrow, I watched a Mead, and he only just reached the keeper, fizzing it in from the far end, and Notts have got into a little bit of trouble. Dylan Pennington had to serve a 2-match suspension for throwing a ball that was close to a batter earlier in the season. And I thought, oh, crikey, that throw from us. So I was watching him deliberately, that throw from a Mead. Very nearly, it was, from our angle, it was maybe well wide enough, but it only just reached the keeper. And then the next ball went to him, and he obviously tried to give it a bit more oomph and sailed high over Verena's head and away for an overthrow.
It's called the claw. You just grip onto the ball that little bit tighter. It doesn't quite come off the fingers.
But you don't need to do it, do you? Whiz it from one end to the keeper all the time. A Bass bowls and elegantly stroked through the offside shot, says the former England Test opener, and he's right. Lovely stroke. Middleton doubles his tally from 4 to 8.25 without loss.
Yeah, delightful shot off the back foot there for Middleton. Again, a very strong area of his. Bass just missing his length really for the first time. Just dropping one short.
I wonder what Notts will do here. They've got one more seamer. He's normally the 4th seamer, Lyndon James, but he's obviously the 3rd seamer in this one. He's batted for a long time, but he's the other one that will push it through, try and get a little bit of movement with this ball early on, and then the 2 frontline spinners, slow left arm Liam Patterson White and the off spinner Farhan Ahmed. But they know Brett Hutton is out of the game after today. This is edged and it's just gone underneath the diving 3rd slip Jack Haynes and away for 4 runs. He flung himself to his right. It wasn't a catch, and had he timed the dive a little better, maybe, just maybe, he might have got something on it to stop it speeding away for 4, but not quite. But signs of an edge there from a Bass.
Yeah, maybe ruin the fact that they've taken the 3rd slip out and put him on that sort of extra cover, just short extra cover on the drive, but I'm not sure it would have carried. It went pretty low. Fletcher Middleton played that actually quite nicely, kept his hands tight to the body. And obviously Bass is not great pace.
So I'm just wondering if they'll just bowl Brett Hutton, knowing full well that that's the end of his match, the end of today, as the next deliveries worked out into the offside, fielded by the Notts skipper, Asiba Mead, 29 without loss. I mean, normally you wouldn't want to bowl Brett Hutton into the ground, would you, this early on in the innings, when potentially Notts might be bowling for the next 2 days trying to get these 20 wickets. But he finishes tonight, and then Josh Tong takes over tomorrow, so I think we might see more overs than you normally see in this spell from Brett Hutton. Yeah,
possibly, or maybe the introduction of early spin and rotate those seamers, keep them fresh. You can short bursts, especially as the ball gets a little bit older and loses a bit of zip.
One result already in that you've probably heard: Somerset defeating Durham by 5 wickets, a match done and dusted in 5 sessions. Somerset set to score 89. They got there. They lost 5 wickets in the process. Here's Hutton. Here's Michael.
It's Hutton into Weatherly, who clips that beautifully through straight wicket. That's a gorgeous shot. Absolutely gorgeous shot. Beautiful piece of timing. Just leant on that half volley. Stroked it past Hamid, who gave up the chase pretty early on.
Just watching Lyndon James in the covers there. He's just starting to loosen up, so he's clearly got some sort of communication or advance warning from Hamid that he's going to be on before too long.
So it wasn't that bad a ball from Hutton. He's
No.
obviously had a plan of targeting Weatherly's pads as he comes in again to Weatherly. Bowls a bit more outside of stump. Let's let go through to the keeper.
Test match India 212 for 3 at Old Trafford. Rishabh Pant 37 not out. Sai Sudarshan, who had a little spell in county cricket with Surrey a couple of years ago, he's 48 not out. Wickets for Dawson, Wokes and Stokes in that one.
So Brett Hutton begins his run into the wicket past the umpire, into Weatherly, who drives beautifully. Stopped it. Great stop at extra cover. They turn down the run.
Goalkeeping save by Lyndon James, and again he's going to get mobbed. It's just a little bit over the top, this maybe. Just everybody going and rushing and congratulating everybody. I mean, they're pumped up, aren't they? And they've clearly been given every encouragement to go and support the teammates. Let's go in the field. Come on, boys.
So Hutton in again to Weatherly. Short of a length and tries to turn it to square leg. Doesn't quite time it for no run. Yeah, I mean, it's the usual one after you go out in the field. You about to enter the field. The fielding coach or the general coach will say, make sure we're up for it. Whiz the ball in, all this stuff. But yeah, I mean, as long as you're getting through your overs, the only problem with all of that bat patting stuff is it takes time out of the game.
Yeah.
So Hutton comes in again to Weatherly, who's nicely forward, head over the ball. Ball rockets back after the middle of the bat.
And teams remember, don't they? Because everything is sort of cyclical. Like we've said, Notts have come here for years on end and been going home with the tail between the legs after 3 days, getting a good hiding. But things change over time, and I always think you'd like to be treated, or you treat others like you'd like to be treated yourself, really. And if you are on top, enjoy it, but don't rub it in. This is pushed into the offside no run, and by that I mean enjoy your wins and whatever. But like you go to Durham, and I'm sure you've had it. You go all the way up to Durham, and you're still there in the ground, feeling probably lousy, and you've got Bladen racers, you've got the bats banging on the wall, and all the rest of it, and you're looking at me. You like all that sort of stuff. Enjoy your wins, but be respectful.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, be gracious in victory and defeat. I wasn't a big one for banging bats on the floor and all that stuff either, but it tends to be, the modern way. Again, that sort of I don't know what you call it, camaraderie or tribal kind of thing you have with team sport now. Everyone's got to do the same stuff.
You have a team song here?
Yeah, we had a team song. We didn't have to bang our bats on the floor, but yeah, I mean, it brings, I suppose, team songs. It brings people together.
Liam Patterson-White, the spinner's on.
Yeah, spinner's on. Nicely forward by Middleton. Push into covers for no run. I thought as much. Yeah, introduction of early spin while the ball's hard might get a little bit of bounce. Obviously looking to rotate those seamers the other end. So Patterson-White comes in again. Nicely flighted delivery, not a turn, just sliding on with the arm and Middleton up to it. Interestingly, no short leg. With a newer, harder ball. Surely, if you want to be having someone camped under his nose there, at 570 for 8.
You did plenty of that, didn't you? If memory serves.
Short leg?
Yeah.
No. I was always the poor guy at deep cover or patrolling some part of the boundary.
I thought you did a bit of that.
No.
Remember Alex Hales when he first got into the Notts first team as a teenager, and they stuck him in there, and every time the batter lifted his bat, he was turning and flinching. It's a good way of getting out of it. Didn't stay there for long.
Absolutely. Patterson-White into bowl, nicely flighted delivery, and Middleton almost going with the drift, just clipping that to mid-wicket. It's sort of preferred side of the pitch to play.
Been some good ones. Titch Taylor, James Taylor was
very good in
excellent
there,
in there, wasn't it?
Very good in there. Flighted delivery and played up the ground nicely by Middleton. It's yeah, it's definitely a specialist position. I think you have to do your practice in there, make sure you're prepared.
Would you have played for England with him, or was he slightly after?
Slightly after me, I think, Alex Hales, but played a lot against him.
No, Titch Taylor.
Oh, Titch Taylor, yeah. Played a lot of Lions stuff with him.
Yeah.
I think I'd already made my debut sort of like one test, and then we played a couple of years after that in the Lions. Yeah, very good player, especially in the white ball format. Was a very, very handy player, destructive little man, but used to hit the ball clean. Good athlete as well.
So dedicated to his cricket when he played, and didn't. I don't think, what people would say at the time. I don't think he had too much time for any golf or anybody who played golf. But then, obviously, when his cricket career ended in circumstances that nobody would have wished on any, he turned to golf and plays off scratch now. Apparently.
Yeah, very good player. Yeah, it was, I would say it was a great era to be involved in. You looked around county cricket, and there were a lot of guys like James who were averaging 40 in first class cricket, and you had to keep your standards up very, very high to play for England, which is how it should be.
So they've switched Mo to the far end.
Yeah, not surprised at this really. He was building up some good pressure from this end, and obviously they're going to put the reliance on the left arm spinner Patson White to just dry things up. I thought Hampshire would have used Felix Organ in the same way this morning rather than going to seam at both ends, but.
So that's Mohamed Abbas. His first spell was 5 overs, none for 15. He bowls now to Fletcher Middleton, who on the front foot just really defensively blocks it out on the offside. Goes down, does a little bit of gardening. The strip, far more of a greenish hue about it yesterday, but it's really pale now with the sun on it. I was saying earlier, Michael, on the live stream, anybody looking on the live stream, it really does look awful, doesn't it? It looks like the tractor's gone up and down on it, but in real life, watching the cricket, it looks much better than it actually appears on the screen. Not sure what the hold-up is here. There's something or someone behind the bowler's arm.
The guy in the green jacket. Yeah, yes, the high vis jacket. Yes. Could you please move from the side screen or shut the door?
We've got the world's biggest bed sheet at that end, but
thank you.
Somebody at the side of it is just catching the eye line.
The side screen in cricket is almost like a magnet for people, isn't it? Of all the places you could stand by, it's always the side screen.
There's Mo Abbas, past umpire David Mills, and defended down into the ground, and it bounces over the stumps and behind and beyond, and he's safe, and there's no run. In club cricket, when you turn up, inevitably you look towards the scoreboard and there's 2 or 3 people having a pint in a yard in front of the scoreboard, and you never know what's going on. Doesn't quite happen here. 2 magnificent structures either side of the ground here that tell you everything you need to know. Again,
it's when they come out the exec box that's above the side screen and you have a high vis guy standing there not stopping them going across. It used to be the irritant.
34 without loss. Next ball sent down by Mohamed Abbas and again pushed away into the offside. There are people who concentrate so much that they wouldn't even notice if a brass band marched past the bowler's arm, and there are others if a fly sneezes at the far end. I mean, Paul Johnson always said that if anybody at all anywhere with it sort of in his eye line just sort of moved at all, he'd pull away.
Yeah, it's funny though. We all got our quirks, batters.
Bass from quite a lengthy approach makes his way in. Bowls now, and is keeping Fletcher Middleton and Joe Weatherly nice and honest. Middleton solidly behind it, works it up to the knot skipper. Nasiba Mead, who'll have been a bundle of nervous energy in that dressing room for a day and 3/4 after being dismissed early yesterday morning. Never great as an opener, is it, Michael? I don't want to reflect on darker days, but never great if you're the one to miss out right at the start of the innings. You've got the good ball, and then you watch everybody else tucking in a score of 570 odd. 34 without loss. It's developing into a decent opening from Hampshire. As the next delivery is pushed out to Joe Clark in the offside. He used to feel a lot in the slips, and indeed he's done a lot of wicket keeping in his time, Joe Clark, but I think he's had a little bit of finger damage and no longer get him in the catching cordon.
Okay, well, I can tell you, Dave, when those days do happen, there's a lot of crosswords and word puzzles and Sudoku that gets done. But, you know, that's the game.
Recriminations? Would you watch the replays over and over and over and beat yourself about it? Or very philosophical, that's that day done, and next ball left alone goes through to Verena, who spills it, and they're going to get a bye here. Now that's a rare one. It's normally absolutely immaculate with the gloves, Carl Verena, but that one's got away from him, and that's a bye, and that's the end of the over. It's not yet gone up on the board. 30, there it does now, 35 without loss, Hampshire, after 12 overs.
Well, I think I was quite lucky. I would say my career has always felt like in two halves. You know, the first part, when you're young, there wasn't the cameras involved, or certainly laptops in the dressing room, so it was you very much you worked it out for yourself, and so you didn't have really that much time to chew on too much. I suppose then when you had the addition of laptops and analysts, that kind of stuff. But I think by then I was much older, and you learn to take the rough with the smooth. You know, if you practice well enough, sometimes you're going to make those mistakes, but you know, as long as you don't make them too often, it's not too bad.
Thank you, Michael. Joy as always. More from the great man in the fullness of time as Brett Hutton starts a new over. He's switched ends as well, so just perhaps there's a feeling with the Notts skipper, the Notts contingent, maybe they had the bowlers on at the wrong end. We'll have to see. So just one over from Liam Patterson-White, and then they've had a bit of a switcheroo. Hutton at the hotel end. Mo just bowled the last over. There's Hutton coming in now to Fletcher Middleton, who defends it up to mid-on. Amelia's back. Hello.
Hello.
What's the test score? I know you've been keeping half an eye on that and 1.5 eyes on this.
Yes, they've just clicked over the 200 for 3 mark, or I think it's just over now. I think it's about 225.
Has Rishab done anything yet that's going to make the headlines? Because invariably he throws his bat away or falls over, or
nothing major at the moment.
Okay. No throwing away of the bat here at the Utilita Bowl. Lovely, glorious sunshine as Hutton bowls, and nice, tidy defence played from the crease by Fletcher
We did
Middleton.
have one earlier where they went to run and turned last minute, and one of the guys dropped his bat and then had to run back to the crease just to make sure he was back in. So that's probably about as close to the headlines as you're getting at the moment, but still.
Glorious here, as I was saying, but they've finished for the day at Scarborough. Yorkshire Surrey, they'll have to come back on day 3 with Yorkshire 376 for 5. Not really got too far into that one as Hutton bowls again, and Fletcher Middleton very watchful here. Faced 38 balls now for his 13. They're off for rain at Hove. Sussex 204 yesterday, Essex 451 for 7 today, piling on the runs but being held up by the weather. They've got through 2 full completed innings at Edgbaston, Worcestershire 333, Warwickshire all out for 184 just a few minutes ago. And as you know, Somerset beat Durham, so that's Division 1 taken care of as Hutton bowls to Middleton. And almost on repeat, another defensive block, but that's absolutely fine. Just ease yourself into your work and grind down the bowlers. Leicestershire 398, the Division 2 leaders, who batted first. Derbyshire in reply at home 187 for 7. At Cardiff, Kent 94 for 1 in their second innings, still trailing Glamorgan by 78. Just a couple more to go through as Hutton passed on by Debenham bowls, and this one just angling down the leg side, so it's been tickled away nice and fine by Middleton. He'll get a couple of runs. Farhan Ahmed doing the fielding. 37 without loss. Where were we? Cheltenham Festival. Lancashire 557, century earlier for Matty Hurst for the Red Rose. Gloucestershire 137 for 1 in reply. And Middlesex, they eventually declared on 625 for 8. Northampton in reply, not going as well for them. They're 64 for 2. All the scores, as you'd expect, all the text updates on the BBC Sport website, the cricket page, and you'll also be able to find links to access the other commentaries if you want. But why would you leave Amelia Clark?
Well, thank you. That's very kind. People start getting confused with the Game of Thrones actress now. That's what I get all the time. Goodness.
I've never seen it.
So a bat in now from the pavilion end, and well blocked again from Weatherly. Do you know, I've never really seen a lot of it, but I know of the actress from other films and things. And
Well, you would do if it's the same name.
yeah, well and it gets quoted to you all the time. They're like, oh, it's died off now a little bit because she's not working as much, and sort of Game of Thrones has kind of had its day. But in the prime, it was very frequent.
Has she got an E or not?
She spelt it completely different, like as possibly differently as you could, because it's E at the beginning of Amelia and Clark at the and E at the end of Clark.
E at the beginning of Amelia.
Yeah, so it's but it said the same. A bat in, and well left there by Weatherly. Yeah, so it's EMILIA.
Oh.
No, sorry, I've put too many I's in that. It's spelt the same as Amelia, but with an E.
Right.
But you say it the same, so even though it's got about 2 more E's in it, you still say Amelia Clark. So yeah. Always a bit of confusion there. I swear I've booked tables in restaurants before and turned up and they've been bitterly disappointed.
Well, that depends if you said, hello, it's Amelia Clark here,
Yeah.
the actress from Game of Thrones.
Or they've just assumed. A bat in once more, 3rd ball of the over. This is swept. Oh, an attempt of a sweep away at that. Through point, but to no avail.
Vigorous cut, wasn't it, to backward point. Who's been in touch since the last time I was on? Nick Morell and Charlie, Kevin Marriott, Callum, Steve Battlemuch, the Yellow Belly, all very much enjoy. Mandy Clark, all very much enjoying Lyndon James' contribution this afternoon. Plenty more. Thanks everybody for getting in touch.
A bat in. And this is clip leg side. 37 without loss.
See 1 or 2 Nottinghamshire supporters around the ground. I think that's a Nottinghamshire flag.
It is, yes. They showed it on the live stream earlier.
Yes, on the top floor. Not like me with a lovely balcony overlooking the car park.
Well, you get the best balcony of all to watch the cricket.
It's not bad here, is it? Not bad.
Not at all. A bat in once more. Great block there on the front foot, and it bounces back to him, and he'll do his own fielding. Just the 1 ball left.
I mean, the absolute truth is I certainly don't need a hotel room with a balcony overlooking the cricket ground, because when I'm in the hotel room, there's no cricket going on.
Exactly. Yeah, you get a bit of a way space from it as well. Are you on this floor or floor below?
I'm on the first.
Ah.
I'm on the first floor, so.
Nice.
But there's all sorts of things here, isn't there?
There is, yeah.
Mezzanines and upper ground and lower ground. And
There's a bat in, last ball of the over, again defended nicely. Yes, it looks a very simple hotel, and then you get in the lift and there's about double the amount of buttons you expect.
the last time I was here, I was shouted at
Oh no, why?
because I found myself on the 2nd floor,
Right.
which was full of Manchester City footballers.
Oh no.
And I bumped into Kevin De Bruyne and
Yeah.
all the literally, and all the security staff. Shouldn't be on the 2nd floor.
Funny.
I was only making my way, whatever it was doing, upstairs or downstairs.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be here.
Goodness.
Settle down. A lot of sporting teams do stay here, don't they?
Yes, they do, yeah.
Kev's often mentioned
I
that.
think one of the first days I was here, it was Wolverhampton Wolves were staying.
Here's Hutton, bowling to Fletcher Middleton, who's on 15 and plays this down into the ground. And and fields off his own bowling. So 37 without loss after 14 overs. Notts desperately striving for a breakthrough. They'll know they're going to have to work really hard to get anything out of this. Well, to get a victory out of this. 20 wickets on here. Not going to be easy. They'd dearly like to get amongst them this evening if they can. Houghton in once more, and Middleton defends. There's no run. We're likely to go on, I'd imagine, certainly till just before 7 o'clock. There's 17 overs after this one to be squeezed in, but at the moment there's every possibility we might get them in. We didn't last night. The light pulled in. Amelia wouldn't know she'd popped off to go and get some culture in her young veins. Went to the theatre. There's Houghton bowling again, and that's edged, and I think it's just come out of the gloves of Verena for a split second. Freddie McCann at second slip, Jack Haynes at third.
That's Carl Abbott again. We're not seeing that replay.
We're just leaping up into celebration. It was an edge, it was low down, it was dying on Verena, flung himself to his right in front of Patterson wide. And from the reaction of second and third slip, I think they felt he'd got it, and then quickly, as the arms were on the way up, the arms were on the way down. So Middleton on 15 might have had a little bit of fortune there from the bowling of Houghton. Just maybe the keeper and the slips will inch forward a pace or two as the next ball's solidly defended by the wide bat of Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah, I have to credit the Nottingham slips. They've definitely kept the pressure on from the volume, and kept all the mind games going, as they would say. They've been doing well. I mean, as Kevin James said, if you've been laying around a changing room for nearly 2 days, you would be quite energised.
Yeah, exactly. Houghton in once more. Nearly made the breakthrough. This one's hit back to him. He's had a fine day, Brett Houghton. 71, his first half century for Notts for a couple of seasons. Or the back end of the 2023 campaign down at Canterbury against Kent, his last 50. Didn't get one last year, but chipped in today in that glorious partnership with Lyndon James. Put on more than 100 together for the 8th wicket. 9th wicket. This one's turned to leg. 8th wicket. Middleton will get a couple as Farhan Ahmed loses his cap. A little bit like Hamid always loses his floppy sun hat. Farhan always loses his Nottinghamshire cap. End of the over, 39 without loss. More from Amelia. And then the time for more Kevin James. You lucky people.
Yep, so Hampshire 39 without loss. They've had 15 overs. We've got 17 left in the day. 5:45. Got 39 without loss. They trail by 539. Hello, Kevin James.
Hello. They're bowling very accurately, aren't they?
They are indeed.
Keeping the pressure on.
Yes. So we've got a bat coming in from the pavilion end, and that's defended back to him. Still a few slips in place. I think one's been lost since the beginning of the match, or the inning, sorry. Abbas, no wicket yet, but he's only conceded 15 runs. Still very economical bowling. He's already bowled 7 overs. It's just over 2 and over, so very economical. As in he comes again. Weatherly waits on strike. That's pushed right back down the track to him and blocked nicely on the front foot. Sun shines even brighter, it feels like, at the moment. Warmth definitely coming through. A few of the Hampshire coaching staff just making their way around the grounds, just assessing what's the situation so far. Bass makes his way all the way back to the top of his mark. As in he comes. Past the umpire and bowls. And this is defended. You think about going for a run and then realise how on top of the ball that fielder was. That was Ben Slater. Oh, yes, and thank you very much, Dave. We've just seen in the test match, it looks like Pant has been retired hurt. Now, I was watching this, and he was struck on the foot by a ball that was bowled by, I think it was Wokes or Cass, and they thought it was LBW. It was later given not out, but he did look like he was in pain. So, Abbas in again and defended up and back down the track. Yes, so Pant has been retired hurt.
Ooh.
It's on 39.
So no fireworks for a little while then.
No fireworks, not for a while. No, he was. You know when it was like it happened, and they were watching. It says, "Oh, he's limping now," and you think, "Oh, how much of this is? How much is this like a footballer? Is he actually hurt, or is he just like, oh no, I'm fine now?" But obviously, clearly hurt. It did seem to whack him on the toes, so hopefully not too injured. We don't like to see anyone badly injured in the game. There's a Bass. 2 balls left of the over. In again. Bowls, and this is again nicely defended by Weatherly. Big stride forward, a lunge forward to block that.
Carbs loves a forward defensive. He was a master at that. He loves to see batters fight out accurate bowling. He's in his element, Carbs, he really is. He can't take his eye off the action here.
He's a batter till the end. So 1 more ball left of. It's a Bass over. Pavilion end, 39 without loss. As he's in. This is just blocked out into the offside. End of the over, maiden over there for a Bass, 39 without loss.
Dave Allen has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He's Hampshire's former honorary archivist. He says, I was asked a good question this morning. When was the last time that Hampshire played a championship match without Vince and Dawson? I didn't know. And working on the book sale, because I was over the other side, I didn't have the things I needed to figure it out immediately. But I'm pretty sure the answer is the middle of July 2021 versus Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. Vince was playing for England against Pakistan in an ODI. And Dawson missed that game and the previous one, but I'm not sure why. Maybe he was injured. I've got something suggests that he might have been, actually. Length ball from Hutton. Played defensively by Middleton. Hampshire won by 7 wickets. That's interesting. No Vincent, no Dawson, and Hampshire won the game. So there we are. So it's quite a while. So 39 without. How many overs have we got left? Oh, just under 16.
It is, yes.
Yeah, coming up to 10 to 6. Well, we are 10 to 6 here.
Yes, it's that kind of evening sunshine.
It is very warm, isn't it? It gets wrapped on the top of the leg there, doesn't it? I'm trying to work it away on the leg side. Christopher Kimber, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It says, good to hear Michael Carberry's expertise on commentary. Hampshire's batting over the previous years has been their weak area. Building slow and steady is a dying art. Losing early wickets just puts so much pressure on the middle order. We could certainly do with Michael Carberry opening for us now. Keep up the excellent work, and thank you for all the runs you scored for Hampshire, Carbs. Wow. Belated, a belated thank you. That's turned away on the leg side, but always welcome, of course. Just some more on the Pant story. That,
Yes.
yeah, Stephen Clark says apparently substitute wicketkeeper Jurel will be able to play because it is a different injury to that sustained at Lords.
Well, yeah, it was definitely definitely the toe or the foot.
Okay. Reinforcements on the leg side. Square leg is going out to deep square leg.
Yeah, it was
It
a bit of a weird one because he was sort of here and sweeping that way across him from right to left, and the ball went underneath. That's why they thought, and hit him on the toe. That's why they thought it was.
Okay, another defensive shot from Middleton.
But it was deemed that it did actually hit the bat as it came through, so given not out.
Okay.
But then he was still limping.
So he was 37 at the time, yeah. So I think it just still the 1 wicket for Dawson. 1 for 37 from 11.
Not bad at all.
That's all right, that's up for that. 237 for 4. With 1 retired. Hutton again, right arm over. That's a drive off a thickish outside edge that's gone through backward a point. Going for 4. Middleton moves on to 21 and Hampshire on to 43 without loss.
I've been impressed by Middleton today, actually. It feels like the first time that I've seen him try and sort of actually bat long rather than come out and sort of, you know, do big flourishing shots. He's really gone out as an opening batsman should and just, you know, sort of, yeah, just taken some time. I mean, he's on 21 or 51. His normal would be sort of 17 off 30, but it's actually quite nice to see him looking confident and strong at the crease.
Yeah. Yes, their techniques are being tested here with some accurate bowling. There's another one as Middleton is forward, but you're right, they seem to be happy to sort of build a decent opening partnership, which at the moment is 43.
Yeah.
Yes, it's taken 17 overs, but I don't think anybody from a Hampshire leading into the Hampshire side would mind about that. It's about not losing wickets early on, putting yourself under too much pressure, as the email just said.
And we've got, you know, 2 days left of the game. There's no rain scheduled. Doesn't mean there won't be any, because we know what happened yesterday. But if there was going to be rain, it was going to be today or yesterday by the looks of things. So you've got 2 days, really, is how I would be looking at it. And yeah, these two they can both stay there for a long amount of time. Forever, yeah. So we've got Lyndon James, change of bowling, put the pavilion in, that's what you can just hear in the background.
But right arm medium pace. Lyndon James this season, 11 wickets, but they've cost 53 apiece.
Gosh.
And 5 of those came in the second innings against Hampshire at Trent Bridge.
Interesting. Well, he wastes no time and he's off into the run-up. In and past the bowler and bowls, and oh, this is carried through to the keeper there. Half shout for a little edge, but there was nothing. I think Weatherly was just able to get his bat out of the way. Does feel as if, unfortunately, the crowd has thinned even more. Does maybe feel like there's also a few snoozers out there in this evening sun.
Very muggy, isn't it?
It is. It's quite muggy and sort of, yeah, as you say, a bit hazy. James comes in again and bowls, and good length. That was a very full length delivery, and that's been worked away, and that'll go for 4. Michael Carberry very happy to see that one.
Well, the reason Carbs is happy is because they worked hard for their runs, and of course a change of bowling just brings maybe 1 or 2 opportunities like that.
Indeed.
Because the pressure is on Lyndon James really to maintain the same accuracy that we've seen from Hutton and Abbas, and of course most of the time it's not that easy.
Indeed, and James is in again. This well left by Weatherly, not rushing his runs at all. He's on 25 or 52. Nice to see that both batsmen are working at the same sort of rate as well.
Here we are.
Weatherly on 25, Middleton on 21. They face the same amount of balls. Weatherly 1 more now. 105 balls they faced in total together.
Nice to see Mo Abbas and Fletcher Middleton having a chat there. The non-strikers in.
As James comes in again. Bowls, and this is blocked back to him. Again, nicely by Weatherly. Got a remaining of 14 overs today after this one has concluded.
Having another chat.
They are. They're having a right catch up, aren't they?
Haven't seen you since Trent Bridge, that's right. You bowled well there, didn't you? Yeah.
Kevin James got a new role as a lip reader. Another James in again. And this, an attempt at it. I didn't really go anywhere, but it just sort of, mistimed. Got the bottom edge and just dribbled really out into the leg side. So Lyndon James, quite an amazing one. As soon as he receives that ball at the top of his mark, he's in. He wastes no time. He just takes a step backwards before coming in and bowls, and well defended, and that's beat the covers on the offside, and there's a fielder chasing. Leg side. And then they'll just get the one for that. 48 for nothing.
So what have we had? 18 overs of the Hampshire reply, just to repeat. Nottinghamshire declaring at 578 for 8. The follow on is 429. Hampshire scoring at under 3 and over. So they won't reach the follow on figure tomorrow night at this rate.
No. No, they won't. But who knows? Maybe once these two have got settled, they'll start going.
Yeah.
Start having a bit of a flourish, but yeah, I think for now, if they can go in from a Hampshire point of view, if they can go in this evening together, that would be great.
Certainly would be. Yeah. Hutton in again, and getting their money's worth. Nottinghamshire out of him before he disappears. Replaced by Josh Tong tomorrow. Next ball out on the leg side, played by Joe Weatherly. What's Hutton into? He's into his 9th over now.
Oh yeah, you've got to get your money's worth.
You've got to, yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if he's
Been in the dressing room most of the 2 days they've had him.
He's been sitting around.
Yeah.
And then if he's tired tonight, it doesn't matter because he's got a few days off.
Yeah.
Tom will be a handful when he arrives, that's for sure. As Hutton's in again on the line of leg stump. Perhaps Weatherly on the pad always looked as though that was going down the leg side.
I'm not sure if we'll see that replay. I think the replays are having a little issue at the moment.
Are they not?
Well, they keep showing Kyle Abbott
Oh right.
bowling.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's a slight issue there.
We won't get one there. 49 without loss. It's just a repeat. We're on the BBC Sport website and app. We're on the live picture feed. Hampshire Cricket. It's going back to Trent Bridge as well. Smart speaker, most of them anyway. That's flicked away. That's nicely played. Out on the leg side by Middleton. Moves on to 22. And there's the 50 up for Hampshire in the 19th. Yes, you ask most smart. Let's say that again. Ask most smart speakers. Ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire against Nottinghamshire. Or Hampshire versus Nottinghamshire, I should say. I've never tried it. Have you got a smart speaker?
I have. I'll try it.
Are you going to try it?
I'll try it. Well, when
Sorry,
I'm not
most
here.
of the time you're next week.
Yeah, I'll get someone at home to try it and see if it works.
Yeah. Hampshire at Worcestershire next week. It's kept a little low on Weatherly, but he plays it okay out on the leg side. Yes, I'm told by people that do know it works, and apparently the figures have gone up this year.
Oh, good.
So it obviously works quite
Yeah.
well. Depends on what smart speaker you've got, but it sounds like if you've got a mainstream smart speaker, you're okay.
Yeah, not one of those dodgy fake ones.
No. And we certainly wouldn't endorse any of those, would we?
Never.
No.
Never.
Hutton again, right arm over to Weatherly. He's got that forward defensive going nicely here. We don't mind that at all. That goes up towards mid-on. How long have you had your smart speaker?
A few years actually now. Yeah.
I've got one of those long tall ones still.
Oh,
Yeah, we got that years ago. I hardly used it.
really?
Do you?
We use it all the time.
Do you?
Yeah, ours is in the kitchen. And I mean, it's mainly just we play the radio off it, but
Yeah.
normally have it on, or some music from it. Yeah, use it all the time.
I don't think I use it to its best ability, actually. I think that's why we've got a bit fed up. That's driven to short mid-wicket, where Jack Haynes fields.
Yeah.
End of the over.
And we've got one that's linked to our Ring doorbell, so it's like a big doorbell, so that whenever someone comes to the door, it goes, "Someone is at your front door," and it's like sort of booms through the house, so
How
you can
weird.
always hear it. Yeah,
Wow.
there you go.
Other makes of doorbell available.
Yeah, sorry. I was just saying the noise that the doorbell makes.
Oh, of course you were, yeah.
Yeah. Ring-a-ding.
On that note, Amelia,
Yeah, I'm going to go before I say any more brand names.
Michael Carberry is coming in alongside me. Daniel Leavesley, I will mention it, as Lyndon James comes in. Forward is Middleton. He says, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, feel free to ignore this message, but these two do seem to be doing well. Well, they are so far. Yes, they are. What's this season's highest opening stand? I must admit, I don't know. I think it's a few more than this, if I'm really honest. But it's just what Hampshire really need at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they played really well. Been really impressed. Nice opening stand. Good one to tick off. Get the 50.
That's for sure. It's tucked away down to fine leg by Middleton. 51 without loss. But they have been made to work hard from a couple of bowlers, especially in Hutton and Abbas, who didn't get a tremendous amount out of the pitch.
No. As we expected, we said before, it's very much, you've got to make it count with that new ball, that first 10 overs, try and make something happen. There was the sort of drop, Weatherly was dropped early on, but since then he's gone about his work nicely. Looks solid, as has Middleton.
Have just under 13 overs left in the day's play. Length ball to Weatherly is in behind this, and no real time pressure for these two either, really.
Absolutely. I think they've just got to kind of micromanage things now. You can't look at the big picture of trying to get past knots or anything like that. You're going to get past knots if you bat well, if you reverse engineer that back. The first target really for these two have got to be together at the end of 12.3 overs. Get through to close unscathed. Start again tomorrow, that first hour again, where they'll come in hard. And if you can be together, I think it will look good for the day.
Yeah. Oh, it's kept a little low on Weatherly, but he's playing straight, fortunately. Of course, there will be a couple of more questions asked tomorrow because Josh Tong will be around.
Yeah, to factor in as well. So
a bit of extra pace.
Yeah. Which could be a good thing, especially on a slow pitch like this. Make scoring a bit easier. But obviously he'll be keen to prove a point, being left out of the test as well. But it's two young openers. That's the company you want to be in. You score runs against Josh Tong. It holds its weight.
Yeah, it does. Lyndon James in again. Forward is where they're going to take a quick signal up towards mid-on, up to Abbas. Total moves on to 52 without loss. He's got that reputation, Josh Tong, hasn't he, for wrapping up the tail. He's got a nickname, hasn't he, or something? I can't remember what it's called. But
your rabbit stew.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's. I haven't seen him bowl a lot. I know he cleaned the Indians up in the first test, I think, didn't he? In this, one of the innings. Has a bit of pace as Lyndon James is in and bowls, and Middleton works that up towards mid-on end of the over. Lyndon James has completed 2 overs, none for 6. Hutton at our commentary end is 9 overs, none for 27. I think he's got a few more to do before he disappears tonight, so he'll quickly put his feet up yet. Weatherly has 27 and Middleton has 22.
Solid start from Hampshire. Be delighted with this, that the two openers have got through the initial tricky spell, but still much more work to do. So you want to go through to these next 12 overs, go in at 80, 90 without loss. I think that's a decent day. Hutton's going to continue from the Hilton end. He's been quite economical. He begins his run into the crease to Weatherly, who's sort of half forward, half back to that one, but plays straight, which is important for no run.
Yes, it really is a patience wicket, isn't it, when bowlers are bowling accurately?
Yeah, very much so. It's his first-class cricket at its best, isn't it? It's a game of patience. Patience is a skill as well. As Hutton begins his run into the wicket, bowls nicely on the length. Again, like Weatherly, not quite far forward, sort of half inside edging it onto the pad for no run. Yeah, I mean, that's first-class cricket. It's about patience with the ball, as we said earlier. I think that's where the young Hampshire bowlers, they've got to try and get their games to now, is learn that bit of patience, not too much overhang from 2020, trying to do everything at one time, especially on flat pitches and a ball that isn't doing very much. You've almost got to be more patient. You've got to learn to bore your opponent out, but you do that through accuracy. So Hutton begins his approach into the wicket again to Weatherly. That's better. Nice straight bat again up to mid-on for no run. Yeah, and for these two young openers, as I said, fantastic test. Brett Hutton's been around, a long time. He knows what he's doing. Not huge pace, but he'll swing the ball around. If not, he's been, simple plan really. He's tried to bowl very straight with the odd one shaping away. Comes in again to Weatherly. Quite an upright stance, drops one short. And he's got his fielder posted out there on the hook, just sort of forward of square leg for one. Nicely controlled by Weatherly. He was over the top of that one nicely, hit it down.
Yeah, 32 years of age. Brett Hutton playing his 99th first-class game. Yeah. But he's only playing half a game. So is that 98 and a half? Or is that 99?
That's why I would be giving him some stick from cover. Right, part-timer? Hutton comes in again to Middleton, that's his favourite area, you can tell, isn't he? Right, so much reminds me of John Crawley. Just anywhere around the sort of middle stump, kind of hip area. The great man would just casually flick you off the hips.
It's quite annoying for a bowler, isn't it, actually? Because you want to bowl straight. But he does push a lot of those balls on the leg side. Does get him a lot of runs.
Yeah, I think for those kind of players, you have to almost, your line has to be just a little bit wider on that good length. As Hutton comes in again to Weatherly, just there really. You want someone like Fletcher Middleton with that grip as well. He's very sort of what we call closed face. His bottom hand gets right round the bat, which works for him. It's preference. But you think with that kind of grip, he's less strong trying to drive you for extra. So I think you have to, with those kind of players, you have to sort of work out where they're almost coaxing you into coming straight, aren't they? Where they can bring that bottom hand in and off their hips.
Yeah, different type of players these two, aren't they? Really, Weatherly's very straight, very correct.
Yeah. I mean, again, you look at Joe Weatherly, again, taller batsman as well. He's very upright. If I was sort of coaching him, maybe want him to be a little bit softer in his knees. I think sometimes, with facing the new ball, things happen quickly, as you know, and you've got to be able to move quickly.
Lyndon James starts a new over from the pavilion end. That's pushed from the crease by Middleton out into the covers.
Yeah, I always feel sometimes with Joe Weatherly, like his knees, if you look, are very straight. When you're that stiff in your movements, and even sometimes how he holds the bat is very, very wrapped around himself. And I think sometimes, things struggle to move. Then you want as much, your movements to be as fluid as you can, to feel comfortable.
Lyndon James into Middleton again. Middleton pushes forward. Back to the bowler. Score remains on 54 without loss.
I think Joe Weatherly would, do well if he could get hold of some footage of someone like, you would have played years with him, someone like James Vince, who, you look very similar stature in batsman, tall, but you look at Vincey when he set up, everything looked comfortable, didn't it? It never looked like he was doing it, he was almost looked like he was born with a bat in his hand, really, just that fluid movement, and that's why he looks so graceful all the time.
It's like an extension of the arm, isn't it? It's just comes back a fraction at Middleton, who works that up towards mid-on. Yeah, isn't it? Some people just look as though it is. It's just an extension of their arm and their hands, like it should always be there. Yeah. There's always that fine line, I guess, coaching players, what you want them to be individual. You don't want to coach everybody the same, but you also know through your own experiences that sometimes when you can get a little bit too tense, too tight, things, you get too far round here and too grip the bat too tight, you can struggle to move. James bowls. Again, it's worked on the onside by Middleton, but losing the gap there with mid-wicket and mid-on.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. They're both doing a good job here. The main thing is, you're doing the basic things right. You're solid in defence. That bat's coming down nice and straight. You're irritating this bowling lineup, which I think that's first objective. Get them irritated. Get them in fighting. frustration, then the bad balls will come.
Yeah. And James in again. He must be a little tired after that double century. He seems okay as that's pushed out to backward a point. And there is no run. Nottinghamshire scoring at over 4.25 and over. In fact, nearly 4.4 for their 132 overs, and Hampshire scoring at 2.5 and over so far. So quite a big gap.
Yeah, well, you know, you expect that to some degree. I mean, you know, you've got two experienced bowlers, as we said. You know, Bass and Brett Hutton. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, if you're not going to get wickets, make sure you don't go for too many runs.
Absolutely.
Lyndon James is in. Slightly wide of off stump, and that's a good leave from Fletcher Middleton. 10 overs left in the day's play. James has bowled 3 overs, none for 6 with that one maiden. Hampshire 54 without loss. The trail overall by 524. Just the 524. How many was that partnership you put on with Neil
524.
They were. So it's just, so in other words,
Yeah, just do
it's
a
either
Mackenzie and Carberry,
525.
you'll be fine. It's all good.
They are one partnership away from parity. If you
there you
take
go.
carbs and
There you go.
Mackenzie.
I'll lend the guys my runs. That's fine.
Only one partnership away.
As Hutton begins another over to Weatherly, short of a length ball on the hip, and guys that away nicely for another single. Yeah, it does have the feeling of that kind of wicket, doesn't it? Where so not much beats the bat, and the bowlers know they're in for a long day. That's why I imagine that scoring rate, if these two are still together at some point tomorrow.
Whoa. That's broken the decibel barrier, isn't it? Wow.
Another solid defence for Middleton. Yeah, and imagine that scoring rate will go very quickly from 2.5 to up around 3.5, 4. It's a very quick scoring ground here, especially with one short side.
I don't think Nottinghamshire. I can think of one bouncer that Bass bowled, an attempted bouncer from Hudson. I can't think of any more other than those two.
So Hutton comes in again to Middleton, and again nicely forward. Get past that, he says.
Yeah.
This is great to see from a, let's say, from a Hampshire point of view. These two getting stuck in. Key now is, you know, you've got to start as two young openers. You know, you can make up for all those low scores early season.
Yeah, he has a top score of 76 this season. That was in the second innings in the win over Warwickshire at Edgbaston.
Nice. Again, Hutton right on the money. Determined not to give these two anything. Completely shut down the board.
Yeah, I know he was disappointed when he got out there. He played really nicely as well. 61 in Hampshire's only innings against Essex. That was a couple of games ago in the first round of Kookaburra games. He's got a couple of 40s as well.
Yeah. So he's due, isn't he? You would say. Hutton comes in again to Middleton, and again just slightly plays around that one, which is the area I think they'll, you know, bowlers will target with Fletcher Middleton. You know, he is, I'd say, of the new ilk that like to stand on around middle and off stump, but just got to be a little bit careful sometimes playing around those balls. Make sure you keep looking down the pitch as much as you can. Keep that blade nice and straight. So Hutton begins his running again. Big loping run up past the umpire. Middleton pushes that one for another single. Nicely played. Not straight to bat. Just feel, yeah, a little bit of slight momentum's being wrestled away at the moment. Not to would have hoped to maybe 2 early ones by this stage, but it hasn't quite happened. Still a way to go. 9 overs, the day left. We've seen the introduction of I believe spin.
Oh yes, a bit of left arm spin. Michael Carberry staying on. And Dave Bracegirdle is coming alongside him.
Yeah, the introduction of spin coming on. He's already had a few overs at the other end to when the seam has switched in, so he's gonna have a go at the pavilion end. Be interesting to see if there's any grip. There's not been a heap of bowling activity from around the wicket, so I wouldn't imagine the footmarks will be too churned up at this stage, but we'll see as Dave re-enters. Welcome.
Thank you, Michael. Liam Patterson-White from the pavilion end round the wicket, then past umpire Milne's been a flight. First ball just worked a shortish mid-wicket fielded by Hamid. Oh, those weather forecasters. You just can't trust them, can you?
Someone's got that horribly wrong, haven't they?
Yeah, drizzly today, the worst of the 4 days, as Patterson-White comes in again, and this is turned on the leg side. If you're in the field, I'm sure there's somebody shouting, come on, keep the energy up. Last half an hour, boys. Last half an hour, 8 overs after this one. If you're in the Hampshire dressing room, it's a case of just keep going, just keep going. Next ball very nearly kept a whisker low, and Middleton manages to get the bottom portion of his bat on it and push it back to the bowler Liam Patterson-White. The live stream's got it as Lyndon James the bowler, but it's not. It's LPW. Here he comes again, and next delivery's just blocked back to the bowler.
Amazed at this stage, that especially at this stage of the day, that Hamid, the captain, hasn't brought a short leg into play here.
There's Patterson-White bowling, and yeah, he can just lunge forward really, not be too concerned if there's that extra little bit of bounce or anything. As long as he gets everything behind it, it's going to pop away to safety. Umpside not necessarily in the business of chasing runs this evening, just about getting to the close. This is pushed out to Hamid. It was a maiden. It will be remembered as such by nobody in particular. The board says it's a maiden to Lyndon James. At some point somebody's going to have to rejig all those little dots on the computer and take them off Lyndon James and give them back to Liam Patterson-White.
Nice start from Patterson-White there. Yeah, I think Hamid is, he's still got to be thinking, 520 runs to the good. It's a great opportunity now. He can go almost all-out attack, can't he?
Yep.
Key catches around the bat. Put these two young players under immense pressure. As, Hutton comes in again to Weatherly, who plays that well in the end. It doesn't look like it. It just kept a little bit low. Just managed to stab down on it on the last minute, but gets away with it for one.
I think in a sense we knew what was going to happen in this session in terms of Brett Hutton. He was just going to bowl and bowl and bowl. I just wonder if he hadn't been leaving the game, if we might have had spin at both ends maybe, if Ahmed might have had a few overs, but clearly they want to get as much out of Brett Hutton as they can and let everybody else just save those overs in the bank until tomorrow.
As Hutt comes in again to Middleton, who's behind a short of a length ball.
I saw that Rian Ahmed got a 6 for today. He got a century yesterday for Leicestershire against Derbyshire. Told he's had a bad back. He couldn't bowl in the recent Blast game against Notts with a bad back, but played today, bowled today and got a 6 for. So yeah, brother's having a great time of it. Hat-trick for Hahn the other day, and Rian with runs and a bag full today.
Sutton comes in again to Middleton. That's a lovely shot, straight down the ground through mid-on. Chase on from Joe Clark. He slides, retrieves it well, but they can't scamper back for 2. Yeah, I think now's the time. I fully appreciate they want to get as much out of Hutton as well, but I think you've also got to think about where you're going to get a wicket from. I mean, this is quite a long spell now. He's bowled 11.3 straight. I think it's maybe a time for a change, just something different. Maybe and bring Ahmed into the attack. A couple of overs as Hutton comes in again to Middleton, who drives but not convincingly. Doesn't quite time it. And there's no run.
Yes, history and all common sense tells us that with this Kookaburra ball, if you don't make early inroads, you could have been for a lengthy time in the field. So I'm sure would have been desperate to have got at least a couple out in this session.
I suppose, yeah, it forces captains to be a bit more creative. Now the slips come out as Hutton comes into bowl, and again Middleton nicely forward, driving but not quite getting it past the bowler. Yeah, you've got to be creative with your field settings, but I think you also got to be creative with your bowlers as well. Not overcooking them too early. Being smart, maybe short spells, rotating.
And your field settings. You've been crying out for a short leg all innings, haven't you?
Absolutely, yeah. So Hutton comes in again to Middleton, who tucks that away. That's bread and butter for him, really. That's just what he's looking for. Anything sort of on that straight line with that bottom hand grip, he looks to turn it into the leg side. Yeah, I think so. If I'm in the Notts dressing room, I'm looking at 518 to the good. My batters have put me in an unbelievable position. My opening bowlers have put me in a great position. Hampshire have not got away from us at any stage. Sure, this is your time to attack. You don't want to wait until these two are in. You want to try and at least break it open at some point, and you're going to do that through setting a good field.
Patterson White to Middleton. They sorted his name out properly on the scoreboard for this over, and first ball is tucked away on the leg side. There's a sprawling stop by Slater out there, and they'll settle for one. So Michael Carberry is going to bat at 3 for Hampshire this evening, or he's on the card. There's 6 overs to go. Do you want a night watchman, Michael, or are you going to go out there in these conditions?
Yeah, I never had a night watchman. Didn't like them. I'm paid to bat. That's my job. I can't put that emphasis on a.
Irrespective, even if it's gloomy and you've got who knows who bowling at the other end.
Well,
bowling rockets.
Yep. Well,
Patterson White comes in again once more. Clip to leg, fielded by Hamid, no run.
I come back to the same thing. That's what I train for as a batsman. Yeah. I can't put that on a number 10 or 11 to expect them to not technically equipped to do it. So, that's my job.
Next ball on its way, and again turned to Hamid at mid-wicket. So Durham did it last night with Callum Parkinson going in and straight away dismissed. So it's.
Yeah, I never really enjoyed the night watchman. I just prefer to get out there, get my innings underway.
Patterson White bowls, nice looking drive up to mid-off, but can't penetrate the ring. 62 the openers have put on. This in response to Nottinghamshire's colossal first innings score of 578 for 8 declared. We've only had 3 wickets go down today. It's down the leg side, and Middleton attempting the sweep. Misses out a little bit. I think it came off a pad of either him or keeper Verena. Freddie McCann sends it back round the ring, back to the bowler. 6 overs to go after this delivery, which Patterson White will field off his own bowling. There's 2 from the first ball, 62 without loss Hampshire, here on BBC Radio Seoul and BBC Radio Nottingham and the Hampshire live stream. And many thanks to everybody that's been with us either all day. That's a good old shift, isn't it, if you've watched it all day, or if you've just dipped in and out, or just been with us since returning home from the office or school or college or whatever you get up to between 9 and 5 most days.
Hard yakka.
Yeah, we are privileged, and we know it. We're able to sit and enjoy a day of county championship cricket. Houghton is out of the attack at. If I say at long last, it sounds like I'm doing him a disservice, but he's put a shift in there, been unable to get a wicket. Bowled 12 overs in a spell at each end, none for 35, and Lyndon James, who he should be tied, shouldn't he? He's switched around.
Yeah, as he comes into bowl to Weatherly, and he's on the mark straight away.
But then again, he's probably not tired. He's scored a double 100.
A double always makes you feel a bit better.
Adrenaline.
Yeah, you might feel it tomorrow around lunchtime, but yeah, an amazing achievement from Lyndon James earlier. played really well. Looks an impressive young talent.
Doesn't half pump up your stats. He's had a century under 50 this season, but you know, you throw in a double as well, and everything looks a lot more rosier.
Absolutely. As he comes into bowl to Weatherly and just gets his line wrong, a little bit too straight, and comes off the pad, and Weatherly scampers two. So I've really been impressed with these two. They've run well.
Yeah.
They've not, they've made sure they've sprinted that first one hard. I think it's important when the boundaries are not readily on offer, keep the scoreboard moving as much as you can. Doesn't allow the bowlers to build up pressure on one batter either. So Lyndon James begins his run into the crease again to Weatherly, again nicely forward. And there's no run.
It's never too wise to leave me doing mental arithmetic, but I think we've had 401 runs today for those 3 wickets that have gone down. So those that have come along have had, I was going to say a lot of cricket to enjoy. Obviously more Hampshire supporters here, but the cricket has at least kept going all day. We've had no interruptions.
Absolutely. As James comes in again to Weatherly.
Shot.
A lovely shot through the offside. That's a beautiful cover drive. Lovely balance from Joe Weatherly. Lovely footwork. Head to the ball. Caress through the offside for 4.
12 sixes today. I think had anybody said you're going to get 12 sixes today, 8 of them by Lyndon James and 4 from Brett Hutton. An eyebrow or two would have been raised in the Nottinghamshire camp, certainly, but their stand was very entertaining. But as Michael said at the time, repeatedly, they were both fed just too much short stuff, weren't they?
Yep. Sure was.
Lyndon James 203, he was at the crease for 285 minutes, so that's what, 4 3/4 hours, 24s and 8 sixes.
Scoring a good clip there, isn't it?
Here's a surprise. A fielding team haven't taken a wicket for 20 odd overs and they're offering the ball to the umpire. And again, this is no surprise. One senior umpire is going to call across another senior umpire also to have a look at the ball. It always happens, doesn't it?
I don't really know why.
No.
Surely one umpire can tell whether the ball goes through the ring or not. And if it doesn't, then you change the ball. If it does.
We're having a very close inspection here with that cricket ball expert Jack Haynes. No disrespect mentioned to Jack Haynes, but he's not a bowler. Although he did, for the first time in his career, the last county championship match, bowled the last over of the innings. That just showed you what everybody thought, I think, of the Kookaburra ball. We're going to get going again.
Yeah, James again into the wicket to Weatherly, who plays forward, slightly more to the leg side.
Been a good day for the James family, isn't it? Kevin wasn't accepting him as one of his branch of the James family, but after his double 100, I'm not so sure it'll be hello Lyndon at the end of the day. Hello, I'm your long lost cousin Kevin. What have we got? 5 overs left.
Yeah.
We'll have Amelia for the swan song after this over.
Oh, clipped away by Weatherly's pushing, he's looking. But they're going to turn that down. Just taking the single. And that's the end of another over from James.
It is. I know Kevin has as well. I've had scores of messages, Michael, today here. Just give Michael my best. Lovely to hear Michael. Great to catch up with Carbs again, etc., etc., etc. From the Nottinghamshire branch of the Michael Carberry fan club. Great to share the mic with you. I think we've done it a time or two. I think in the past. Lovely to spend some time with you. All the best, and we can see you again soon.
Absolutely, it's been a pleasure.
Thanks for your stint
everyone.
today.
Yeah, good to be on air. See everyone soon.
Michael Carberry with us here on the live stream, and again, thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch and say how much you've enjoyed listening to the great man. Here's Liam Patterson-White bowling. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Great man going to be replaced by Amelia Clark.
I knew you were going to do that. I was looking at him like, go on then, say it. No, that's totally fair.
Patterson White bowls, and this is blocked by Joe Weatherly. He's on 37 not out. Fletcher Middleton on 29. Solid foundations for a good score here.
Indeed, yeah. As I was saying to Kev earlier, I've been really impressed at how, just timely these guys have been. They've not rushed anything.
Next ball is worked to where the square leg umpire would be standing, but isn't. Single taken. 70 up. 70 without loss. Takes Weatherly to 38. Fletcher Middleton has 29. 4 overs to go in the day after this one. And I think everybody will agree we've had a full day of cricket. Asiba Mead, I don't know if his studs got stuck in the ground there. He only had to move 3 steps to his right, and it's a little bit like...
it was like he was limping.
It was, I was going to say it was like somebody popping out at closing time down the Nag's Head. He wobbled this way and that, but I think his studs got caught in the turf on the edge.
Fine now.
On the edge of a practice wicket. I don't think there's anything wrong with him. It just
He's having a little dance.
a little bit of a wobble. 70 without loss. Misa, no one finds her. And he's nicely in position to field the next ball. So Patterson White romps through an over in pretty quick time. Got 4 overs left.
Indeed.
Amelia's going to try and get nuts the wicket here.
No, I'm joking. No, it's been impressive from Hampshire. I said Middleton and Weatherly, they've worked well together. They've come out and actually created a solid foundation. There's been times in the past when I would say I've not really seen Weatherly that much, but maybe Middleton has come out with just a little bit too much gusto sometimes and got out, as you said earlier, maybe a couple of the Notts guys just gave their wicket away a little bit easy, and that he's maybe done that a couple of times, but it seems that this time he's really come out with clear intention. He's made a good pair with Weatherly, and they're working well out there together.
So 4 to go. 25 to 7. Finished about 6:45 last night. Hampshire 70 without loss. And we've got brother of Rian, who mentioned a moment or two ago. Rian Ahmed's had a 6 for today for Leicestershire. I think right now Notts would happily take a 1 for from Farhan Ahmed, who's coming into the attack a little belatedly here, with the prospect, I guess, of just the last 2 overs from this end. 17 years of age.
Yes.
Got a hat-trick on Friday night against Lancashire in the Blast. The 2nd youngest player of all time to do it.
Well, you've bigged him up now, haven't you?
Oh, I don't have to big him up. He's writing the headlines for himself. Fabulous young cricketer. Not sure what we're waiting for. There's a helmet coming out, I think. Yeah, Dylan Pennington is trotting on a helmet. Michael Carberry throughout this innings has been wondering why Notts didn't have a short leg in, and very late in the day. Jack Haynes, is it Haynes or Slater? They often play rock, paper, scissors to see who's going to do it.
And it's Haynes.
Yeah, Ben Slater's over by the ground staff, well out of the way.
Wow. He's got quite the run up there that I've not seen before, and this is defended well. Sort of starts almost as if he's going to charge at you. 2 feet either side. It's like a bull getting ready, and then has kind of almost like a dance move.
Have another go.
I don't even. It's like a big hop that comes at you. And defended nicely at him. I mean, it's a good ball. However, I suppose it happens.
It's very deliberate. He sets himself a base with the legs wide apart, or a yard apart, a metre apart, whatever.
And then in he comes. This is nicely defended on the front foot by Weatherly.
Kev, I'm sure, will have seen a little bit of George Scrimshaw, played for Derbyshire. I think he's now at Northants. Couldn't be any more different in appearance to Farhan Ahmed, in that Farhan's well under 6 foot and Scrimshaw's about, well, they call him Big George. That gives you a clue. He's about 7'12".
As then he comes again, flighted a little bit more. They'll go for 1.
and there's no similarities whatsoever, except back at the end of his 20-yard mark, Scrimshaw will stand and do exactly the same if you ever see him.
Wow.
With his legs a yard apart and then the very first step. And it's like I say, it's the only link between the two of them, but it's so deliberate, and every ball is the same.
If you're watching on the picture feed, you can just about see it. I think you can see the torso of Ahmed, but you'll be able to get the gist of what's happening. And then he comes again. Been bowling well, defended well.
It's a beautiful action, really. It's repetitive. It'll make the batters play every ball. Every ball will be targeted towards the stumps, and he does get. If there's any turn to be had, he'll find it. He's embarrassed a number of very good players at the end of last year and through this season. Will turn one through the gate quite prodigiously.
71 for no loss as Ahmed comes in for the last ball of his over. Now this is doing nicely, but unfortunately found mid-off quite quickly. And that's the end of the over, 71 without loss.
Yeah, it starts with an over that went for just the single, 3 to go. Here on BBC Radio Seoul and BBC Radio Nottingham, the live stream from up on the roof of the best digs in this part of town. 71 without loss. Going to be a lovely sunset this evening in this part of the world, you'd imagine.
There is, yes, it's a tad hazy, but it should still be quite nice.
Got Liam Patterson-White to continue. Those gulls are squawking away again.
We've been quite lucky so far. Sometimes you get sort of swarmed around the Canberra Gantry.
Here comes the left arm spinner then. Oh, and there's a little bit of an unconvincing sweep from Weatherly in that he went down on one knee and it was almost all in slow motion. He's got it away over Verena and they'll take a couple of runs.
Yeah, it was odd, wasn't it? It works though, in some ways.
Certainly the safest area of the pitch to be playing the ball. Notts haven't got anybody behind square on the leg side. Weatherly this time pushes this up to a very stiff looking Brett Hutton at mid-on. He moved towards the ball as if it was me trying to do it this morning. No run. Patterson-White in again. Weatherly turns it to Ahmed at mid-wicket. And there's no run. I feel like we're going through the motions here, and if you offered both sides a chance to walk, well, Notts, I guess Notts will feel there's a little bit in it for them if they can just get a wicket tonight and maybe get a night watchman out there. Maybe not. Next ball is defended by Weatherly. Michael Carberry said he'd have gone out and had a bat if a wicket had gone down, but very often it's the ploy to send out a night watchman. Can sometimes backfire. Can sometimes hold the momentum of the batting side the following morning if he sticks around. 73 without loss. Next ball's pushed back to Patterson-White, who's conceded 2 from the first ball of this over and then 4 dots to follow. We've got 13 deliveries left in the day. And the first of those 13's clipped nicely by Weatherly. Slater's got to put the afterburners on, does nicely to prevent the ball going for a boundary, keeps them to 2. So an over bookended by a pair of 2s comes to an end. Hampshire 75 without loss. We've got 2 overs left in the day. Earlier Notts declared just after tea, just when Lyndon James reached his maiden double 100. Notts declared on 578 for 8. I was looking, Lyndon James actually scored a century between lunch and tea. I know the sessions are slightly longer today. We've had to squeeze 104 overs in, but at lunch he was 94 not out, and at tea he was 197 not out.
Wow.
So he got 103 in that afternoon, all on his lonesome.
We've got Ahmed coming in again from the hotel end. He comes in and bowls, and this is doing nicely. A short mid on is there. Yeah, I imagine it's quite nice out there at the moment because the heat of the sun has sort of dipped. It's gone behind a hazy cloud and still sunny though. It's perfect cricket weather. There's a light breeze. Perfect evening for cricket as Ahmed comes in once more. This is driven back, straight back down to him. He didn't quite get a full hand on it, but he does take the pace out of it. No run scored so far, 75 for no loss. Weatherly on 43, he's faced 90 deliveries, and Middleton on 29, he's faced 92, so not the fastest, but they're moving at a deliberate speed. Many Hampshire viewers will be welcomed. So Ahmed in again. Nicely defended, back down the track. Got just a 1 over left after today. Nottingham still have 5 bonus points and Hampshire have 2 bonus points. They'll be hoping to, both teams will be hoping to add to that as Ahmed comes in again. And this is driven down the ground, but Ahmed does manage to get a hand on it as Weatherly had to duck to get out of the way, and mind that he didn't get a ball to a head there.
Finished in the test for the day, India 264 for 4. Sai Sudarshan top scored with 61 for England, 2 wickets for Stokes, 1 for Wokes and 1 for Hampshire's very own Liam Dawson. 15 overs, 1 for 45 for Dawson.
So Ahmed is now going to try coming around the wicket rather than over. And this is driven down past, long off, or short, mid off, and it's gone for 4. So maybe he'll go back to over the wicket.
Yeah, that was worth
a try.
Yeah, a little experiment, see what would happen going round the wicket, but it did open up the offside, and nicely played shot indeed from Fletcher Middleton.
Managed to locate the ball again. I think it just took a minute, and that got caught up in the advertising boards. Last ball of the over here for Ahmed. This is in. This is played through the covers, and it's beat the covers. They'll go for 1. And that'll be the end of the over. 79 for no loss. 5 off of that one for Ahmed.
And that's the end of the penultimate over, so I guess we'll never know if a night watchman would have been employed, but whoever's due in next can take the pads off. If a wicket goes down, they'll troop off anyway. This will be the last knockings of day 2 here of this Division 1 Rothesay County Championship game between Nottinghamshire, who started the week in 2nd spot. Lots of folks dreaming about big things come the end of September. Surrey do top the table, the 3-time defending champions who've been frustrated by the weather up at Scarborough today. Patterson White bowls. This is turned away on the leg side. Hampshire 7th, need a win or 2, you'd guess, to just move up the table. Maybe get into a position in September to try and chase a little bit of that prize money. Patterson White in again. Middleton happy to defend, don't expect any outrageous cricket shots here. I don't think we're going to be seeing any reverse sweeps or scoops in this over. I think this is going to be 6 pushed back to the bowler. We've had 2 already as Patterson White comes in. Oh, he'd left the crease there, but again pushes it back to the bowler, and there's 3 balls left. Clock says 18:46, so we've just gone past the finish time yesterday, but we didn't get the last 3 overs in. The light was pretty bad, and the umpires took them off. This is the 4th ball of the over, pushed straight back to Patterson White, who's racing through this over. The light's good here. Floodlights aren't on. We could maybe get another 20 overs in.
You probably could. Now.
Still not entirely sure. Notts would be able to break this partnership with another 20 overs. Such has been the solid approach here by Weatherly and Middleton. It's 5 in a row nudged back to the bowler, who's 1 delivery away from a 2nd maiden, and we are 1 delivery away from the end of the day. Liam Patterson White moving fielders hither and thither. He's going to come over the wicket. Can he get one to bite and turn and pop and do all sorts of unusual things to bamboozle Fletcher Middleton and get the wicket. No, as Middleton pushes it back to him. So 6 in a row push back to the bowler, and that is the end of day 2 here at the Utilita Bowl. Liam Patterson-White, 6 overs, none for 8. Star of the day for Nottinghamshire, undoubtedly. Lyndon James, an unbeaten double 100. He went past his highest career score of 164 midway through the afternoon and reached his double 100 straight after tea. At that point, Notts declared 578 for 8. Liam's double 100 takes a little bit away because we seem to all almost forgot that at the start of the day Jack Haynes was 70 not out, advanced his score to 103 before being dismissed. Liam Patterson-White made 24. Lovely innings from Brett Hutton. Eventually ended on 71. He was 13 shy of his career best, and Farhan Ahmed was 7 not out when the declaration came. So Notts 578 for 8 declared. 80 of those have already been wiped out, with Joe Weatherly on 43, Fletcher Middleton on 34, and that's just about it from the team up here on our gantry high on top of the hotel. Many thanks to everybody who's been with us, either for just a portion of the day or a fuller part of the coverage, and thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. We genuinely read all the messages and we try and give them all a mention. If we didn't get round to it today, we'll try and do it tomorrow. Thanks to Michael Carberry, thanks to Amelia Clark, thanks to Kevin James as always for being the perfect host, and from me, Dave Bracegirdle, from us all at the Utility Bowl, it's a very good night. We'll do it again just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.